and add it to the stage. Here we go. Good morning. Hello. I should be coming through on all channels. I'm doing a little pregame troubleshoot to make sure. What's up, Crash? Crash Band of Perk 36. Ian's the Moon Lord. I'm the Sun Lord this morning. I got up at like 7 a.m. But what is the moon other than a reflection of the sun? The sun's light. Do you think the moon's a hologram? Do you think the moon has holographic tendencies? All right, I got to make sure that I'm coming through on X. So what I've done is, this is the first time I've ever gone live with Diablo. I should be live on Rumble, X, YouTube, and Facebook. And I got the chat. Oh, yeah, so you can see the chat here in the upper left. I want to make sure that that's visible. Let's see here. How far up can I go? Like right to there. So you got your chat in the upper right. That's pretty cool. I can take that all the way to the top of the screen. It does block off a little bit of the game, which is a little annoying. And I think that chat only on YouTube is coming through. Oh, no, I've got my X chats on here, too. That's fantastic. All right, so we got, if you're chatting on X, you're coming through. If you're chatting on YouTube, hopefully if you're chatting on Rumble, I don't know if StreamYard, the technology that I'm using to stream, is good enough to handle Rumble as well. So let's see. That's good. I'll make sure the whole chat's coming in like that. I might make the chat a little smaller. It's still readable, but there you can see yourself. Baldur's Gate 3. Yo, I have played Baldur's Gate 3. Yeah, I started to play a multiplayer with my buddy Shannon. I was playing it single player, and then he just hasn't been around, so I haven't been playing it. But it's so good, dude. I'm playing on Diablo. This game I just got into. I've had it for since it launched, but I just started, so I want to make sure I don't look to the right. So over on my right, I've got OBS set up. Over on my left, and that is blurry. I'm going to rub this down really quick. Make sure that it's not blurry. Or as non-blurry as I can make it. Hopefully the audio is all good. If the game's too loud, let me know, and I'll turn the game audio down. I got this game. Oh, it says Ian Crossan in the bottom right. That's super annoying, but I guess that's, let me see if I can move that. No. I can just take that off. Nope. Okay, I think it's going to say Ian Crossan on the bottom left. Maybe I can fix that. Yeah, so Elon Musk has been playing Diablo 4 and streaming it on his CyberGamer 420 Twitter channel, and it got me really inspired to do the same. And he plays as a druid. I got a sorcerer. It's a glass cannon, dude. This character is so fucking nasty. This character is so nasty, but if I stand in the purple stuff, I'm done. So it's really about paying attention to where I'm standing and what I'm doing there. All right, I think that most of what we got going on is good technically. I just want to make sure all the technicals are good before I start playing. Yeah, nice to see you too, Cygnus. Nice to see you too, Cygnus. Tree of Grok, dude. Tree of Grok. What a great name. I appreciate the compliment, but no team is the same without every member of the team. I just play a funny, goofy role in that Timcast show, that's for sure. I'm like the healer. I'm like the crazy wizard healer that does mushrooms in the party when like you have like normal guys and then you've got that crazy wizard guy. That's the role I'm trying to play on that show. It's also kind of who I am. My camera resolution's at 720. I think that's going to be fine. Everything looks good. It's going to say Ian Cross on the bottom left. Just get used to it, I guess. That's my @handle, so you can follow me across all social medias at Ian Crossum. But so Elon, like I said, has been playing the shit out of this game with his druid, and it's impressive. I got my character up to, at this point, level 86? My gear is like, here, I'll run you through a little bit of the gear before I really get going. And just, I don't know if you're too familiar with it, but It's decent. I mean, it's 925 power level. Got several uniques. This sword's nasty as fuck. What else we got here? The boots. I like these pants. I don't know if, like, for the build, so this lets me pull up barriers, which give me bonuses to my lucky strike, which are going to help proc a bunch of different things. I got a kind of a lucky strike build, and I just popped in the frost orb, the frozen orb, when I got a hold of these gloves, which give me +3 to my core skills, which are like, for the first time since I started, it gave me frozen orb. I wasn't using, like, I've always used frozen orb with my Diablo sorcerers, but on this game, I was just pure ice shards, and you'll see why once I get rolling. But then when I got those gloves, that gave me a free +3 to my frozen orb, which is at 6 out of 5 now. You see 6. I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna get rid of my ice shield with ice armor, which I've been using the entire build, the entire game, and just try out these frost orbs. So I popped in the frozen orb, and then I decided to use it as my enchantment. I'd been using my Frostbolt enchantment for a while, which was giving me, as you can see, under enchantment effect, it says that my direct damage from skills applied 18 chill. So I was chilling the enemy quicker with my ice shards. But I undid this enchantment, popped in the frozen orb enchantment, which is going to let me, whenever I cast my non-basic skills, I have a 30% chance to launch frozen orbs. So I'm basically popping out frozen orbs for free. 30% chance I'm going to pop out a frozen orb for free, and they do so much damage. They're really nasty. I'm going to run through some dungeons. I think that's what they're called. I'm at, like, what is this, tier 49 right now? I was going to be doing this all day anyway, so I figured I'd stream it. Yeah, KL Marshall, good question. I'm definitely gonna interact with the chat. I would love to. I got coffee here with some coconut water I'm about to pour into it. Put a bunch of peanut butter powder in here to get it creamy. And when I'm in the hot action, I won't be investigating chat because I got to focus on the game and not standing in the green stuff. But between bouts, I'll be able to look over and see what the hell's going on and what you guys are up to. Otherwise, sit back and enjoy the fucking ride. And if you have any tips, by all means, let me know. And obviously, if it's too loud, let me know. If the game's annoying, like the explosive sounds and shit, I'll just turn it down. Any feedback's nice. I mean, my guy, I don't even know if you need narration. He's just off the fucking chain damage-wise. These are the ice shards. They pierce. I mean, at first glance, my dude looks unstoppable. But if I stand in the green shit, he's a glass cannon. He's done for. Whoa. I see, I make it so barriers, when I hit elites. Oh my God, dude. This guy's so good. This is my ultimate skill. It's number 4. It's got a 1-minute cooldown, but hits everybody on the screen. No game sound. No game sound. Okay. I'll see if I can fix that after this insanity. Also, they've got something with a bunch of treasure goblins. It's like a promo they're doing before the new expansion launches. Dude, I min-max so hard when I game, which is why my guy's so lit up right now. I'll spend like hours just finding the right gear. All right, I'm going to see if I can get the game audio tweaked a little bit so that you can hear it. What'd you say about the Red Sea? Okay, we've got Diablo 4 desktop audio game. I need cannot hear that. Am I correct in, excuse me, and assuming you can't hear that, let's see. Anything? Let me know if the audio starts. I'm going to turn it up a little. Getting anything audio-wise? I mean, the most important thing is that you can hear me speak. No. Yeah, Diablo is just pure focus. Maybe I need to plug the audio in. Audio output capture here. No. Oh, yeah, maybe it'll be that. Audio output capture. And we'll say speakers. Testing here. Whoops. All right. You getting the audio there? The desktop audio? Out of mana. Did you hear the guy say that he was out of mana? Oh, you just want it to come through the speakers? No, I'm not going to do that. It's very low. How about this? Yeah, you should have fun like this, Justin Bass. Have fun like this on a Saturday morning, or just sit back and relax and watch me have fun. What's this fucking 2-star jolting ring I got? Can hear ever so slightly. Well, the game audio is nothing special, so maybe it's not that big of a deal. Testing. And again, I've got it cranked up. Let me know if there's a difference here. So here, I'll test this out. There's that, and then there's this. Anything? Any difference? Any difference? You might just be hearing my speakers coming through my microphone. So whatever. It's a great game. Kind of want to play multiplayer. Who was it that said that you didn't like button mash? I do have to. You said you didn't like button mashing games. What are your favorite kind of games? I've got so many games, dude. It's one of the things I like to. I'm a collector, just in general. I like to collect things to enjoy, like books and games and magic cards. And I did that on Steam. I would get like when I got Humble Bundle. The audio output settings aren't correct. Game audio isn't set output to YouTube. Oh, Chrissy May. Good morning, Ian. Your cover of Lightning Crashes yesterday was beautiful. Thank you for posting and sharing with us. I'm glad you like it. Somebody said, one person said that they had a past relationship that was abusive, and that they stopped listening to that kind of music because it reminded them of that. And that after they listened to that song, it snapped them out of it, and that they were able to appreciate it. I started crying when I read that comment, like that you can go kick on a video, record yourself for 5 minutes, click a few buttons and upload it all within like 8 minutes. And it can change someone's life, like emotionally, drastically help someone. If I wasn't such a bitch, I'd start crying again right now. It was really, last night I was laying in bed. I just started crying when I read it. It's really, dude, come on. I used to be, I'm not even going to say that one out loud. The Tasteful Thickness, but your name is fucking tits, dude. Beautifully tits. I'm going to get this audio output capture right before one of these days. Let me see if I can do that before I'll just keep chatting with you while I'm working on it. What up, dude? What up, Israel Anderson in the house? I like that I get cross chat compatibility here. You're on X, you're chatting. You're on YouTube, you're chatting. Oh, Dadpool, I'm a disabled vet. I just got no idea how to put my stories into words. That's the way to start the story. Is you kick the video on, you tell everyone you have no idea how to even begin to put it into words, and then the truth will set you free. The truth like unlocks the ability of your mind to start to flow. When you express that you're nervous and you tell people I'm really nervous right now, that's like the beginning of a great video. That's how I started anyway. My first video was called Openness, and it was about how awkward and nervous I felt, but how I felt like it was important to be open. And dude, Israel Anderson saw All That Remains on Thursday. That's Phil Labonte's band. How was it, dude? I know you just said it was a killer show, but like, give me the skinny. I've never seen them live before. All right, we got this. We got window capture, audio, output, capture, properties, speakers. What I really want is the game output. Yeah, remove that. I got my game, my win, and my thing. There's a mosh pit. Did you mosh? Dude, this is the collective this is like a technical version of the collective consciousness, what we're doing right now. Internet video is fucking wild. I have Project Zomboid. I love that game. I was actually playing with my brother a lot and Tim's brother. It was really fun. I love that game, dude. I played I was like, I'm going to be a badass with a baseball bat. So I made him really strong. And I kind of learned the hard way that getting up close to zombies is like risky. You know, you look like a badass when you're not getting bit. And then as soon as you get fucked up, you realize real quick why you should be a ranged attack hero. Why you should focus on weapons, even though guns are rare in that game. It's like, although I was still new at the game and I didn't understand the value of like having not a lot of shit on you. So I was like a pack rat and I'd carry around all this stuff and I got really tired and slowed down and like I couldn't drop my equipment fast enough and these zombies swarmed me. It was pretty sad because I was doing really good. All right, media source. No, we got audio output. Okay. VLC video capture device text. Game capture. Diablo 4 game. Huh. Desktop audio, desktop. Maybe it's this. Let me know. Maybe you can hear it now better. You picking up that audio? Because it's showing the audio works on my computer. What's up, Israel Anderson? Oh yeah, you say it's in the house. What's happening? Hello, Roger. I love you too, man. I appreciate you being here. Oh, whoever called this a button mashing game, I certainly wouldn't call it mashing. If you press the wrong button at the wrong time, you're fucked. So it's really about being specific about what you press when. My difficulty is still a little low, so I have room for error. But like, I play a lot of Heroes of the Storm, which is PvP, so you really don't have any room for error. And this is somewhat like that. Like, don't stand in the red stuff. See, I just stood in the red thing. I knew that wasn't going to kill me, though. It was just going to make me fear. Give you a little rundown. What I do normally is I run up on dudes. I use my right-click ability to cast the Blizzard, which will chill them, slow them down, and then freeze them. And when they're frozen, they become vulnerable, or at least sometimes they become vulnerable. and then I just pound the shit out of them with ice shards. That's usually the tactic, and it's gotten me to where I'm at right now. Timcast Gaming dropping, and when can we expect IRL Commander games? Man, we were playing Commander yesterday. Me, Tim, and Dan, that bitch, and I. They were both playing like just top Magic the Gathering. I'm talking about. They were playing like tier 10, like seriously tier 10. Nadu and Dane had this red deck with this red dwarf commander that's like a 2/1. It's so powerful. And I played my Trinisphere as like a defense mechanism. Kid was like, no, don't play that. Take it back. Dane's going to win if you do that. And I was like, no, I'm going to do it anyway. And he was like, dude, no. He got so mad. And I was like, dude, I'm fine. He's like, I don't have time for this bullshit, man. I got to work. And I'm like, dude, I'm tired anyway, man. I'm just going to leave. If you're, I don't play to win. I play to have fun. I don't give a fuck. I'm playing the Trinisphere because I don't want to die. And if I don't play it, you're going to win. And if I do play it, maybe Dane will win. He's like, we got into it hard, but then eventually we just chilled out and kept playing. Super fun. The plan, I think, is we're talking about doing like a Friday night card gaming. But check out Gamer Maids. That's right now. That's the Timcast Gaming channel. It's on YouTube. You can subscribe to Gamer Maids. So I imagine you can hear the game in the background. I could turn the speakers up too if you want. You're just going to hear a lot of my mana is too low. Yeah, it does kind of play like Gauntlet Legends, the Tasteful Thickness mentioned. I used to play a lot of Gauntlet when it was on the Nintendo, like in 1985 or 87, I guess, was when Gauntlet was hitting. And Gauntlet Legends was great. I played that on I think it was on the PlayStation when I played it, where you played on the N64. Maybe it was on the 64 because it was 4-player. I'm going to drop this off. Yeah, this is like fast-paced, pure action. Twitch skills, like you want to have really good. In fact, after this, I'll show you where it can get really intense. Oh, it feels so, just feels so good. Like it's a lot about hand-eye coordination and reflexes. Whereas I have other games like Crusader Kings and stuff where it's all about like math, taking your time, pre-planning, things like that. Games like Civilization. My health bar has not moved because I constantly have a barrier up. And it does look like I'm never in danger. So after this, I might kick the difficulty up. I tried to just dive into like what I think I'm at level 48 right now, tier 48. But I tried tier 57 the other night and I was like, I'd get one-shotted. So my guy is like, he's like living on a wire, like on a thread. If I don't have my barrier up and I get hit by certain things, it's curtains. But if I do have my barrier up, I'm basically invulnerable. It's one or the other. That's what they call it. It's a glass cannon. My guy is like a glass cannon. He does massive damage, kills the enemies super fast. But if I get hit in the wrong way, I die in one shot. Whereas you have other characters where it takes a long time. They take damage. They heal themselves. But after this, I'll turn the difficulty up because you're right. I feel like I'm just standing still and hitting one over and over and over again. See, I took some damage there. Also, my guy's a fucking beast. I'm proud of that. Lord Voldemort mentioned that there's so many skills and it looks complicated. Yeah, you are diving into a level 87, 86 character with all the skills already essentially maxed out, more or less. If you watch the game from the beginning, you'll see how much simpler it is when you have like one skill to start. All right, this is the boss. Whoop. That's it. One-shotted. I didn't have a barrier up. Oh my God. Okay, let's do this, dude. I gotta focus. I was like, I don't want it to be boring for them, so I can't like go into overpower. Because what I'll do is I'll get them in vulnerable state and then I'll just unload. Barrier up. Fuck. This is what I meant when he's in a vulnerable state. He falls down on the ground. You knock their stamina. See, under his health bar, there's that yellow bar. That's his stamina. You can knock it, or I think when you get it up to full, he falls down. Shh. Oh my God. I got these, I made it my guy so he regenerates mana really quickly. I got this glyph where it's not this glyph, it's this glyph. So after I spend, you see here, after I spend 50 mana, my mana regeneration pops by 3 seconds. I get 25% increased mana generation. And I've also got this combo where you see where it says imprinted down by the bottom of this, that orange text. The avalanche key passive now applies to 2 additional casts. I'll show you what the avalanche key passive is. The avalanche is my ultimate ability. You get to pick one of 2. I chose avalanche. Whenever I use a skill, which is any of these things along the bottom here, anytime I use a skill, there's a 10% chance that it does that thing that I get 2 extra of, which is to make the next ability basically cost no mana. So every 1 out of 10 shots, I get 3 free shots, which basically means they cost no mana, and I'm able to get 4 attacks out of 1 mana use, that's why I'm like brah, 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 every once in a while. And then I've got it so my whereas there's another ability that says my frost. Where is it here? It's one of my augments. Yeah, here you see down, it's the 5th augment where it says 15% chance for ice shards projectiles to cast twice. I should probably get that augment more than just once. And ice shards is that ability where it's like brah, 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 brah. So there's a 15% chance it'll be like brah, brah, that one shot will give me 2. It's a lot of ice shards. Hold on, let's see what that was. All right, I'm going to kick the difficulty up. That was a little... Wait a minute, do I have everything I need? No, I don't. Now I'm upgrading the glyphs. And I'm getting the fuck out of here. Heisenberg with the ice shards, dude. Brah, 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 brah. I am the one who knocks. I want to read this comment from the best feminist. Is the best feminist no feminist? No, I'm just kidding. If you do feminism right, it's actually pretty legit. It just means like equality of opportunity for everybody. I think that's the point of it. That was what the movement meant in the beginning. Not that women are better or any of that crap. Hey, the best feminist, you said that Ian is a controversial dude. Yeah, I want to read this one. Off on some tangents, and that upsets people. You shake the system and people don't like it. Yeah, that's true every once in a while. I've been doing that since I was about 15. I became an actor when I was like 14. I was like, oh, I'm going to fuck with people now. Because I used to be like a nobody, just a quiet background guy. And it was okay, but got pushed around. People didn't really give a shit about what I said. I was like, oh, I'm going to fuck with people, make a scene a little bit. And then people started to really want me around. It was really funny how that worked. Because I don't hate people. I would always kind of do it with a glimmer in my eye and a little tongue in cheek, with a lot of love for everyone in the room. Oh yeah, you think Timcast needs more weird questions? I agree. It's nice to find really super successful, intelligent people and ask them crazy shit. What's this? I'm looking for like unique. This is my my chest at the moment. I've got it split into 4. Drop off some unique items. Here's my treasure. These are all the bags I found from the treasure goblins I slayed while I was down there. And as far as I know, I can just crack this trash. I don't really need any of it. Yeah, I'm not going to need any of that. I actually got to start selling stuff instead of dismantling it. All right, I want to show you this next. This is when shit starts to get crazy. It's only tier 2. I tried tier 3, but I was getting one. So you can see here, this is a tier 3 ancestral compass. I was getting one-shotted like over and over and over again the last time I went in onto a tier 3. So I'm sticking with tier 2 for now. But I mean, this is just madness. It is. You'll see. I love these things. Oh man, Roger mentions Tim needs to bring on Randall Carlson. You know, I love Randall Carlson. He and what's his name? His buddy Graham Hancock. I saw them on Rogan, one of Rogan's podcasts, and it was so good. It was so entertaining. Those guys are so smart. That they really inspired me to like do what I'm doing today. It was like 2018 when I saw those guys. All right, let's do it. I also want to be standing in my blizzard because it gives me some armor. I've got a talent or a perk or something, some augment that makes it so when I stand in my own blizzard, I get like 20% armor increase or 20% damage reduction. I think it is. Jeez. Oop. That's my Frost Nova. Every, what is it, 20 seconds, I can blast off a ring of frost all around me, which freezes everything, makes it vulnerable. It's such a good ability. And I think for every enemy I hit with it up to 4, it reduces the cooldown of the skill by a second. So I can get like a 4-second cooldown. I've got to pump more points into it. I've been pumping points into the damage dealing skills, but if you pump points into Frost Nova, it reduces the cooldown. And it really is like most talent trees online say that Frost Nova is like integral part of a sorcerer build at the higher difficulties, because getting hit is like the worst thing in the world for this character. Alex Bartel with a very kind comment. It looks like here says, "Homie, you're awesome." I didn't read the rest of it yet, though. Let's see what it says. This kind of live stream content's hype. You should do a meet and greet from where you're from sometime. We got a lot of people here rooting for you, dude. Alex, I was just thinking that today. I was like, I should do live shows. Like, I got to go for the ether because the ether right here are the is like the currency of this. It's these things. And then you use them at the end of this 6-round wave, 6-round madness contest. And you buy a bunch of shit with it. I was just there. I saw Tom Segura going live, playing live. And it made me kind of want to do a live show, even if I'm just up on stage talking to people, talking about like being kind, doing your best, stepping outside your comfort zone. Like I remember Tony Robbins would do stuff like that. And it was just so inspirational to watch and listen to somebody that had got there, had succeeded. And, you know, of course, if you ask Tony, he probably still questions himself. And because you never really, oh, geez, don't want to stand on that. You never really have succeeded. You're always improving. But just to be, and it would be cool, and it would be like a good way to make a career. And I think it'd help a lot of people. It'd be really fun. Just it's a bit of a hassle to set up and organize doing live like events. Like the actual doing them is the fun part. It's getting them prepared. So like that's kind of one of the great things about not being the producer, but just being the performer is they do all that shit for you. But the downside is you don't make nearly as much money if you're just the performer. If you produce your own stuff, you get to own all the ticket, all the everything. You reap the rewards of the production work. But even I would just like, I got asked to go do a movie in September out in LA. That's going to be really fun. But like doing more projects with groups and different new people, that's a big part of it. Because, you know, working online and sitting behind a video camera is fun, but it's not like you can be more social. You can always be more social. I got to say, tier 2 is way too easy. I'm trouncing this stuff. Maybe I could try tier 3 after this. My guy's like kind of imbalanced. He does so much damage, but he gets slaughtered quick when he gets hit. So I've got to I've tried to like up his armor. I mean, I put like 2,000. He's very close to getting maximum armor. Recently, I was like, I don't want to be a glass cannon. But also I need to like improve his max health because I need to be able to take hits to really be able to handle these high tier events. All right, what I got? Elite are unstoppable. Works for me. I wonder if that means that I can't freeze them. Let's find out. Need a Tifa healer in the party? Dude, I would love to play multiplayer. We should play Diablo multiplayer. That's actually, I was like, I'm going to play with Elon. He's got that druid. It's like level 174, I think. So my guy's like level 49 or 50. I got a little ways to go, but you know, I don't expect to jump in at the level of Elon. Everyone's got to start somewhere. Those are nasty. You got to get away from these things. Those big explosives. Shit. All right, time to hit the ultimate. Yeah, it looks like I can't freeze them when they're unstoppable, which makes a lot of sense. Oh, God. Bitch. Did you pull me or did I pull you? I used to have this character spec'd out so that I did more damage to enemies at a distance. And I was like, yeah, nah, not anymore. I want to get up in their face. Too many things pull you close or run up on you. And it's just nice to be toe-to-toe with something, throw up a barrier and just fucking unload into their ass. So right now I'm this is your Paragon talent tree. Every one of the ones that are lit up are ones that I put a point into, and you've got these like hot spots of like, so you see there's gray ones, These are the basic ones. They give you dexterity, 5 points, 5 points intelligence. Some give you strength. And then there's these golden ones, these rare ones that are really good. So you want to kind of move towards these. And then the blue ones, which are like uncommon, they're very good. But then there's the one on each square. I've got 3 squares of talents. Eventually you'll work your way towards the side and then open up a new square. Then each square has a center one that's like phenomenal, a legendary one. Icefall. The goal of this character is to make the enemies vulnerable. I do a lot of extra damage to vulnerable guys. So then I'm about to get this plus 60% damage to enemies that are vulnerable. That's going to, as if I don't do enough damage, but it's just about hitting the enemy before I get hit. So I'm heading over to the legendary one right now. All right. They're already unstoppable. So let's make them more unstoppable. What are you guys talking about anyway? Oh, so. Fuck that trash. Morning, Anthony Ronidelli. What's happening, dude? Got to take out those ethereal masses quickly when they appear. These things to the left. Etheric masses. I think they explode. Or they keep pumping out enemies or something. Garbage. That's the kind of yellow stuff I don't want to stand in. Basically, one of the rules of this game is don't stand in the purple stuff. Don't stand in the green stuff. Avoid the red stuff. Whatever you do, do not stand in the blue stuff. Avoid all the yellow shit. An infernal demon. Let's find out what that is. Give me that aether. Get it prepped with a couple of blizzards and let's roll. Is it this guy? The Butcher. Is this the infernal demon they were talking about? Ooh, he'd be killing me on tier 3, I think, in one shot. That's my fear. Yeah, eat it. Shit. Oh, that yellow thing only freezes me. That's a good sign. Thought it was going to slay me. I love these events. They're like just mass chaos events. And you get a lot of experience in these things, which is also cool. I'm tearing through my Paragon tree. Kevin Gorzek said Elon should give Grok a Diablo account and let it play. Dude, yes. We were just talking, me and Tim yesterday. Tim, after the culture war with Roman. Oh, God. Roman's the AI sign. You guys got to watch that culture war episode from yesterday. It was Brian, Roman, me, and Tim, and Kellen was doing the tech. But we were talking with Roman about he came out and was watching me and Tim play Magic, and he was like, "Oh my God, that looks complicated as hell." is there an AI that can play it yet? And then Tim was like, no, not yet. But I've been looking for an AI that I could play against to play test my decks. Like once AI can just pop in and play against you in any PvP game, it's going to be so, I mean, I think great, but of course Roman's like fucking terrified about it because he's the one that actually builds the stuff. He's like, dude, it's coming. And we don't really even know what it is, but it's super intelligent. All right. This is the boss. Come here, you piece of shit. Nah. Tier 2. I've eclipsed tier 2. It's too easy. It is complete. All right. That was nice. That worked out. So now I get to spend all this aether that I've been collecting throughout the rounds. Which is Mike Ruszowski. Oh, you guys are chatting about it. Luke Rutkowski, Mike Ruszowski, humble t-shirt merchant. Michael knows whopped him bad on that debate. Wait, I don't know. I might have missed the I don't know if you're talking about Roman or not. I didn't see it if they debated. That'd be really cool. A debate between Michael Knowles and Roman about AI. I don't know. Dude, Roman's such a cool guy. Both of those guys are. Brian as well. Behind the scenes, we kept having the same conversation for like an hour after the show ended, just with more people came in. Wesley came in. I think who else? Some other people were there too. Oh yeah, I wanted to read Roman King said it's just literally Libby and Ian that offer pushback. Yeah, Libby is a fireball. She'll push back on anybody. I love that girl. All the other recycled guests are push over. Oh, that's kind of not. I mean, that's a bit extreme, but I see what you mean. I mean, I understand what you're saying. Recycled guests are pushed over centrists and meek conservatives. Michael Knowles offered up a good pushback at that We Are the Change guy, Luke. It is nice when people push back. I think sometimes when people go on shows, they can be intimidated by the host and they want to like make a good impression. So they don't want to piss the host off. And Tim can come across as kind of like hard sometimes, but he's such a softie. Like he's such a good guy. And like everybody wants to be treated like a normal person, even if you're an intense like believer and like, I will fucking tell you what I think. You still need people around you that are going to treat you like a normal person. So it's really healthy when people like push back, but still want to listen, but like aren't going to like say what they don't believe or just accept bullshit if they think it's bullshit. I don't even know what to spend this ether on. Gold it is then. Oh, I gotta pull the chat back up. We got comments rolling in. What level? Proven 22x. Is that what you asked? If you're asking me, I'm level right now. I think I'm level 87. Wait a minute. I gotta make sure that the comments are in real time. There we go. Oh, Brandon, I help you balance. To me, you help balance the show. That's what I try to do, which is part of why sometimes I come off as like I was gonna say queer, meaning strange. Sometimes I'll come off very strange on that show because I'm balancing something out that I feel like needs to be balanced. That maybe other people are like, yo, just go hard in the direction that it's going right now. Because that's also can be well appreciated. Like you don't always want to swing back in the other direction. Sometimes you need to go hard in one direction. And if I've kind of programmed myself to balance it out every moment all the time, it can be a little boring. But I know what you mean. Balance is an important part of life. Let me get here. All right, I'm going to burn all this stuff. upgraded. A bunch of those things had aspect upgrades, potential upgrades. So what do I have now? We're here. See, I'm at tier 50. You watched me do a tier 49 that I just obliterated. I did get one-shotted by the boss, but I could like try a tier 60 and just see what happens. Like just jump 10 tiers and see if I can handle it. I've got to craft a sigil though. Let's try some upper tier 50. I've got the tier. I think I have a tier 57 waiting to happen. Let's see if I can do that. This thing, tier 57. Whoops. Tier 57. You asked for it. See if I can handle it. Don't get hit. Don't stand in the blue stuff. Kevin Gorzak said, dude, when Tim Ballard was on, I had to pause the show, go to the theater, and watch the movie, which is come home and watch the rest of the show. If that is true, that is awesome. Like, I've definitely had to pause interviews and go watch the video that they're talking about on YouTube, but I have yet to like get up and leave the house and go watch a movie and then come back. But for, you know, the reference is important to get it. And that's Sound of Freedom, the movie that you're talking about, where Tim Ballard goes to South America and rescues children that had been abducted. The guy's amazing, dude. Tim, hanging out with him in person is so cool. He's such a great guy. What a fucking opportunity to meet these. That's one of the things Jordan Peterson said once, is his favorite thing about being famous was that he could basically talk to anybody on earth he wanted to talk to. He'd just call him up. Oh yeah. Tier 57. This is going to require all of my focus. I am streaming to Rumble. Matthew Loom, yes, I am streaming to Rumble as well. Check out my Rumble channel. The thing about Rumble that's a little confusing when you stream live on it is you have a channel and then you have like a profile on your channel. Oh God, that guy's a moving time bomb. Oh God, that's crazy. I like how they get new abilities as the tiers go up. Jeez. I love that part of it. Normally those time bombs don't move. But so like I'm streaming right now. I'm not streaming on the profile, which is where I put my interview shows, the Ian Cross on live shows. I'm just streaming to the channel. So I'm not sure. I haven't really looked into how that's going to appear on Rumble, but it showed my Rumble channel, Ian Crossland on Rumble. It should be streaming live right now. It's on X, YouTube, Rumble, and Facebook. Come here. Treasure goblins. This is what oh God. Could you hear her? I wouldn't have made it without you. I think it's one of the nice things about video games through my life that I've noticed is it's made me a better musician and a better actor. The voice acting and even reading the scripts. It's like reading a script, literally, like when it's just text and there's no voices, which is most video games. It's like reading a script as an actor. So I get to like envision how they would be saying it. And I'll sometimes I'll say it out loud and like be the character. It's really helped me since I was a little kid, since I was like 8. I've been doing that. And the music, like the old Nintendo songs, the orchestrations and stuff, are some of them that are like seriously top level, like Beethoven quality style. Like there's this one Japanese dude that did all the Final Fantasy stuff and Chrono Trigger. He's like, I mean, Beethoven's maybe a bit of a stretch. Beethoven's kind of in his own tier, but they're like superstar S tier orchestrators. So to listen to that stuff on repeat was always helped me become a better musician. Learn like how to do riffs and hooks and things, like certain hooks would appear over and over again, and then I could manipulate the hooks and change them slightly for my own songs. Diablo 4, yeah. The graphics, right now my computer is, I don't know if you can hear it, but it's like the fan is on constantly while this game runs. I don't have it water cooled. It was going to take me like 3 weeks to get this machine. It's the Aurora 9, Alienware Aurora 9 desktop. And when I was buying it, it was going to be like take 3 weeks to get there with a water cooled system. So I just wanted it faster. So I got it air cooled. And in retrospect, I think next time I'll get a water cooled machine. Oh my God, I haven't seen one of those before. Basically, if it's red, don't go near it. If it's blue, avoid it. If it's purple, get the fuck away from it. That's the laws of this game. Every once in a while, you'll see those red balls popping out of shit. I think that's my stuff because they don't seem to hurt me. I'll point them out when I see them again. I do have a Twitch account, Roman King. I do have a Twitch account, and I'm not streaming to it right now. Maybe I should be. I've never really used Fire Orbs. Okay. I watch Twitch occasionally, but it's these red balls. Oh, no, they're not mine. I thought they were mine. Jeez. Yeah, I should be streaming to Twitch. No joke. It's Ian Crossland on Twitch. I got to plug that into my my StreamYard and just go full force on Twitch because it's Amazon. Amazon owns it, and I don't use any other Amazon streaming services right now. It'd be nice to have one. Cuphead vibes. That game looks cool visually, like an old 50s cartoon or 30s cartoon, like old Mickey Mouse. I got to watch out for ranged attackers like these slugs because sometimes their ranged attacks can do serious damage on higher difficulties, and they shoot quick, and their projectiles are hard to see, or can be hard to see. Oh my God. Yeah, fuck this. I'm going Nova. Oh God. At least I can use potions while I'm frozen. But sometimes it doesn't matter because I got one-shotted if I'm stuck in place. I got one more revive, and then after that, I'm done for this dungeon. They only give you 4 revives, which is why I've been playing on the lower tier difficulties because I pretty much don't die. Yeah, Twitch is well done. Twitch does look like an online casino. A lot of flashing buttons and emojis. Come on, dude. I can do this. Just don't stand in the red stuff. Oh, God. I love this. What I like about glass cannon characters is it's like real life. Don't get hit. Like if you ever do self-defense training, I do these gun trainings with Luke Rudkowski down in Florida when I go down there sometimes. The whole point of defense and like survival and self-defense is do not get hit. Do not get hit. Get the fuck away. Like run, get away. Do not get hit. It's not about killing the other guy. It's not about fighting and winning. Do not get hit. And so in games, I like that too. Like I'll play on what they call roguelike games where like if you die, the game ends and you got to start over from the beginning. I got this game Caves of Could that's like that. And I love that shit because it's like, yo, you fuck up once, you're done. Just like real life. And the reward then is much greater. Like if I can survive and beat the game, it's like I really, really did it. I didn't have to continue and load my game and all that bullshit. Oh my God. So I've got potions. See, I get on here 7 out of 8 potions. If I hit Q, I pop a potion. And then they drop them. Here's another potion. So I can goes from 7 back up to 8. And the way I've got my guy, because of my pants, this is a funny thing to say because of my pants, but because of my character's pants, when I pop a potion, I get a shield, a barrier. See this golden orange barrier type thing. That's because of my, well, actually, this barrier is because I hit an elite. So I've got 2 things that trigger this. I've got damaging, see his imprinted thing, damaging an elite enemy grants you a barrier. So every time I poke a guy, every 20 seconds at least once, I poke an elite guy, which is like just a high tier enemy. And I get a great barrier up, which then gives me, what is this one I have? And then I've got these amazing pants. Its effects, every time I get healed beyond 100%, I get a barrier up to 70% of my maximum life. And I can drink potions while I'm at full life, which normally you can't do. So I'm at full life, I hit a potion, and I get a barrier. And then because I'm barriered up, my lucky hit chance, I think I have this. I might not have it, actually. Yeah. See where it says imprinted? Your lucky hit chance is increased by 25% while you have a barrier active. So my lucky hit chance goes way up whenever I pop barriers. And then because of that, I've got a bunch of stuff, a bunch of lucky hit. Where are they? All my lucky hit abilities are here. So I've got like a 71% chance to lucky hit when I have a barrier up. And then like this thing, lucky hit. So if I get a 70% chance, if that hits, if I get a lucky hit, there's a 40% chance to deal 4,000 damage, 4,250 damage. So it's like 70% of the time, I have a 40% chance. That's the way lucky hits work. And what other stuff? Here, this gives me bonus to my lucky hit chance. For instance, 6% lucky hit chance. Okay, on this, like this ring gives I'm playing like a lucky hit build. Every time I get a lucky hit, I get a 30% chance that I'm going to make ice spikes to form an exploding ice spike. Oh, ice spikes go out around me. Ice spikes are pretty good. And then this ring makes all my ice spikes do 284% more damage. So it's a big part of why I'm doing so much damage is because I'm lucky hitting. And what I'll do is I take these elixirs, particularly this one right here. Where is it? Yeah, this one right here. For the next 30 minutes, your overpower goes up and no, not this one. This one. Attack speeds up and lucky hit chance goes up by 15%. So I'm going to eat that now. And yeah, I don't know if that was part of this or if it's calculated into it or not. If it's on top of what I'm looking at. One of the two. I feel lucky. I feel very lucky right now. I drank my lucky juice. Oh, Jay Help. So, Ian, you're the best part of Timcast. That's quite a statement, man. I appreciate that. I often do my best. I can't say I always do my best. I wish I did, but when I do my best, I feel good about it. And I thank you for noticing every once in a while. Sometimes you just got to bring the fucking crazy heat, man. All right, let's do this. Oh yeah, Shay Cray saying, back I almost burned my pasta bolognese sauce. Remember, If you got to take a piss or a shit, go do that. Take care of your body. Take care of yourself first. If you got to eat, make some food. I'll still be here. I'm going to be streaming for a while. I don't have any plans to stop. Probably gaming all day, to be honest, or most of the day. Maybe I'll go out later. And who's talking about 7 days? Someone mentioned Joshua Beckett said, Ian, let's play 7 Days to Die together. I love 7 Days. Dude, I've been playing 7 Days to Die since 2012. Oh my God. Jeez. These dragons are mine. They occasionally pop out whenever I throw out one of these ice balls. There's like a 20 or 30% chance to spawn one of those a random conjuration, which are any of these hydras, ice blades, lightning spear. So it's nice. Not all the red stuff is bad. Yeah, 7 Days to Die is freaking great. I remember a long time ago when that game first came out, I messaged the developers on Steam and they were really interactive. And I was like, if you guys add character points, like ability, like skill points to this game, it's going to become one of the best RPGs in the world. It was before they had like abilities, like Pack Mule and all that stuff, and like Gold Digger and all that trash. And then they added them in. And it became so much better how you can spec out and specialize your guy. It used to just be every character was the same. I'm so glad that they took that advice. That game is awesome. If you don't have 7 Days to Die and you like games like Minecraft, like where you build your environment and slay shit, dude, that game is so fun. I highly recommend 7 Days to Die. It's so good because you can change the difficulties and make it like seriously survival mode, where you got to eat and drink and watch out for infection. And it's really cool. I haven't played it in like a couple of years. I think I loaded it up about a year ago and just played it for like 20 minutes. It's great. It's really good. I like to play a cook in that game, like a chef that makes a bunch of tea for my friends. I would always like be the guy that would make all the food. I like healing in general, like healing other people and watching them succeed. Because I feel like I do that in World of Warcraft too. I like to play as a druid, like a restoration druid. Because I've always felt like in games, if you can be really good, first of all, people didn't really like to play support. So I like to kind of fill in the gaps of what other people aren't doing, just because I feel like I can get more games that way. You can quickly find a match if you're going to fill in the gaps. But then I would notice, like, if a good healer that can keep a team alive, and you watch your team do what they do, and it's like, not only do I feel like I live with badasses and that I hang with badasses watching them just slaughter shit and tank shit, it's like, it's kind of what I feel like I do on Timcast, is like I'm the healer of the group, the support role, and Tim's the tank. And then we get these wild guest hosts that are like DPS that come in and just slaughter shit with information. Tim takes all the aggro and incites the conversations. All right, I got one revive remaining. I'm coming up on the end of this one. Means I cannot get hit. Got to slaughter this M-Boss. Tier 57. It's a big deal. J-Help, you think I'm... J-Hep, my bad. I'm the true pimp of Timcast. That might be true. Might be true. Here we go. Chief Marauder. Don't get hit. This guy hits hard. Oh, fuck. Yeah, he has a wide arc too. Okay, I can take a hit at least. Oh, yeah, here we go. Come here, motherfucker. You fall down? I don't want to talk shit till he's dead. Oh, God. I survived that. Yeah, I couldn't do 57 about 3 levels ago. Now I'm able to handle it. Just got to knock him down again. There we go. I got it. Bow down to me, bitch. We did it. I always wondered why streamers would say we did it. And now I kind of get it, because I couldn't do it without you. You guys are kind of inspiring me to play good, to like not fuck up, to really focus. Also, I love being with you. I'm four experience away from getting this to 15. 15 is when the radius of this glyph improves on the Paragon map. So like here, these glyphs I'm upgrading right now. That's the value of doing this at tier. When you go the tiers, like tier 57 is at the end of it, you hit these things, these awakened glyph stones, and you're able to upgrade your glyphs. If you're not playing on the tiers, which are what these give you. See, this is tier 58, tier 50. If you don't click these before you do the dungeon, you don't get to upgrade your glyphs at the end. So these glyphs, they have radiuses, radii, I think you call them, plural, radius. They have radii, which is the red zone. Like this one has a radius of 4 because I've upgraded it to level 15. This one is level 14, so it does not have the 4 radius. It only has a 3 radius. That will change very soon. Does the bubble, this thing? Yeah, this bubble is basically as soon as you kill the end boss, it pops up around you. So if the end boss does some bullshit explosion at the very end, or you're poisoned and you're about to die, I think it protects. I don't know. I've never been poisoned into one of them, but it basically makes you, because sometimes you'll beat one of those, you'll kill it, but there'll still be enemies on the map, and it just kind of guarantees that you can sit in there in safety and have a breath and focus on your glyphs, your glyph stones. Oh, Pat DeRose explained that the bubble is an AI simulation, and you might be right about that. I was going to say that you're wrong, but I can't confirm that. It's an AI stimulation, dude. So I'm at the point now where I was salvaging all this stuff for materials, for crafting materials, but I've salvaged so much that I just don't need to anymore. I want gold. I've got 88 million, but these items that I have my eyes on are 50 million each. Where are they? They're these curio items. I wonder where they are. Maybe it's these. They're these special items. I don't know if this town has them. Maybe it doesn't. It's my coffee. The bubble is dead. That bubble is inflation at the end of the battle. That's terrifying. The bubble is dead. Yeah, I'd like to know if there are heavy metal fans in the chat too. For some reason, as a kid, I never got into heavy metal. I don't see those special items I was talking about. I think they're in a different, maybe they're in a different town. In Kyovashad. I'll get there eventually. I need certain currency to get them. This is my currencies right now. I need to get this stuff, abductite. Meaning I need to go to the pit. In order to go to the pit, I need rune shards. I could do a pit run. Haven't done a pit run in a while. Let's do a pit run. I love, these are unique items. The problem is you can't augment them, which kind of sucks. But in order to masterwork these items, which is to get them up, see, it says masterwork 1 out of 12. I got to go to the pit. And in order to go to the pit, I got to do those battles that I was just doing, these things, these tiers, these sigil runs, to get the currency to open up the pit portal. So now I have the currency to open up the pit portal. Let's do it. It's here in Saragar. You will. Joshua Beckett said, "I will work with you, Ian, my brother from another mother. Music, D&D, and MTG. It sounds awesome. I mean, my life is like overloaded at the moment, basically in general. That's the thing about doing stuff. Once you start doing stuff and it starts working, other people are like, fuck, I want to join that guy. And you're like, well, I'm already like doing it now. Before I had nothing going on. And like, I was looking for people to help me. And they're like, I don't know. He doesn't do anything. And now that I'm doing stuff, people are like, I want to do stuff. And it's like, I know. That's all right. I did a tier 1. It was super easy. I'm going to try a tier 2. But that doesn't mean that I don't want to work together. I do. Put it in the universe, Josh. That's what you do, dude. It all begins somewhere. Soon we play Magic the Gathering. I mean, dude, doing a Magic tournament. It doesn't have to. I was thinking, like, it doesn't have to be a Timcast Magic tournament, but I know Tim would be into it and then he's super high profile, so we could do like a big tournament where we have like 40 or 100 people come and play some giant tournament, and we'll ban Thassa's Oracle because fuck that card. We'll ban these ridiculous commanders, just a few of them. All right, I got to do this quick. I'm on a timer. I'm lagging too. This is not good. Hope I stop lagging. Oh shit. Looks like tier 2 is doable. I wonder if I can handle tier 3. This is the pit. This is like the ultimate zone. Like, this is what it all leads up to, is the pit. All roads lead to the pit. It's the only timed zone, I think. So those purple bubbles you saw that guy threw up means that they can't be hit by projectiles. You got to get inside the bubble. Oh, man, I do not like this lag. Can you see it? Can you tell? Oh, God, why is that happening? I might have to shut down this. And do I have anything else going? This. All right. That might help a little. Maybe I'm just lagging because I'm in the pit. Brutal. This is not the place to lag, that's for sure. Oh, God. I've got to, like, pretend where the ball is going. Oh, geez. Come on. Oh, God. Oh, no. I should do video game voices. Oh, God. It's the lag, dude. No. Come on, bitches. I do love that word lag. I like that it's so common in video game terminology. I love the word lag. It's just such a funny word. I'm lagging behind. But it's not like it used to be a verb, you know, but now it's like a noun. Oh, all right, let's do it. Tier 2 looking good. What's Dead by First Light? Never heard of it before. Sorry, I'm just popping into the conversation and seeing things out of context. Oh my God. All right, I got to go Nova. Deep Freeze, rather. Frost Nova is the smaller one. That's the Frost Nova. I should probably be Frost Nova-ing more, but I save it unless I really need it because it does have a 20-second cooldown. You know what I could do? I got to travel around and do quests to get more skill points because I've maxed out my skill point. Once you hit level, I think it's level 50 or 60 or something. 50, you stop getting skill points when you level up. You get 50 skill points. But then if you go around to the different zones and do quests, you can get another skill point for accomplishing like 50 or 30% of the quests in the zone or something. And I think I have another skill point waiting for me, which I could put into Frost Nova to lower its cooldown. But the truth be told, I'll probably put it into fuck these guys. I'll probably put it into a damage dealing skill because I'm a bold glass cannon. Oh, I gotta repair my gear too from that death. The Seething Hive Master. Come on, motherfucker. Jeez, God. Well, at least I know what to expect. You know, there's no shame in running around and running away. I still have 9 minutes to get this done. I can die as many times as I want here, but every death is a 60-second penalty, as you can see over here. I gotta make sure I'm constantly shielded here. And just hit him as hard and as fast as I can, basically, is where I'm at. Fuck that shit. No. He's slow, but once he does this thing, it's gonna get nasty. Oh yeah, now we got him. Oh, I'm out of mana. Not a good time to be out of mana. Ah, there it is. Oh, it feels good, like I'm pissing on him. Yeah, urination, dude. Take it. I'm so close. Wow, that was good. It does feel like I'm peeing on him when I do that, and I just stream the ice shards. All right, the pit tier 2. 1 down. And then I get these, yeah, that felt good, dude. And then, so from defeating the pit, you get this currency here. Abductite. And the abductite is used, like you need rune shards to go into the pit. You need 3 of them. Then if you beat the pit, you get 10 abductites, or I guess 11 for tier 2. You get 10 at tier 1. And then the abductite is used to masterwork your equipment, which is like the highest tier augments you can do on weapons and armor and shit. So I'm going to go do that now. But I got to make sure to repair. Anytime I die, you lose 10% of your equipment durability. And I think that its effectivity goes down every time it loses. So now masterworking. This is pretty cool. I just started masterworking my equipment yesterday. Started with this thing. And what Masterwork does is all your affixes are increased by 5%. The affixes are all these things here, like non-physical damage, chance for frozen orb, conjuration. I don't want to Masterwork that thing. This thing's pretty good to Masterwork. The cold damage, particularly. Critical strike chance. I want to Masterwork this. It's not. See where it says up at the top, item power, 856 item power. 925 is the best. And there's a chance I'll find, this is my favorite ring for my character. It's just pure ice, but it's not level 925, and I might find a version of this ring that's 925. So I don't really want to start masterworking this one in case I find a better one. But its abilities are really good. This is a good one. Lucky hit, critical strike chance, attack speed. Good mana reduction. And this is a fascinating. These are fascinating pants because they don't really fit my build at all. It doesn't improve my frost at all, but it's like the one item I have that gives me defense, like healing, shields. And it's really because of this item that I was able to get rid of my this skill that I used the entire game. I used my glacial shield to give myself a barrier, ice armor. Every 20 seconds, I'd pop a barrier. But I don't need it when I have these pants because the pants let me use potions to get up barriers. So I was able to actually get my frost orbs, frozen orb, which is just such a beast damage dealer. So temerity, I mean, I'm just using these weird healing pants. I like them though. I'm going to keep them. If I find like some serious frost pants, something, maybe I'll use them, but it'd be hard to let go of this item. The barrier, like with this build, popping a barrier improves my lucky strike chance. I don't know what to masterwork, man. This, I might as well. Nah, I'll keep doing. Let's do this. Wait a minute. Anyway, let's pick something. Yeah, let's try the. Yeah, improves all stats, attack speed, critical strike chance, lucky hit. I like it. I like it. What's up, Ty Morgan? Hi, Ian. Sitting on an oil rig in northern Alberta watching you play Diablo. LOL. Dude, that's fucking awesome, dude. What a world we live in right now, man. This is by far the best point of time I've ever experienced because of a lot of it's because of the potential of like what we can, how we can connect as humans. I know there's nefarious shit like creeps into that, but like, what the fuck? Talk about an opportunity for goodness to proliferate. Dude, you're in Alberta on an oil rig, man. That's awesome. Just chilling. What's that like? I gotta know. Okay, I'm gonna sell a bunch of this stuff. I'm gonna go do a treasure goblin run. Check this out. So the devs just did this last week. They're like, for the next week, we're going to give you access to more treasure goblins because they're getting ready to launch the expansion like in a week. So they did an XP bonus, which I logged in and I was like, whoa, there's an XP bonus. I guess it's time to power game. And that's when I got my guy super high level really fast. They were giving me a big XP. And then they launched this treasure goblin thing. They dropped it. And so treasure goblins are appearing all over the place, which they drop legendary items. At first, it was so ridiculous because they would drop massive amounts of items, and they just nerfed it a couple days ago. They realized that they were giving too much treasure. I wondered if they were going to. But what I do is I go to the beach, not the real beach. I go to the beach in the game, and I harvest treasure goblins because that wherever there's like larger landmass, and you're not in these winding corridors, the wider area, the more likely they are to spawn at some point on that area. But like if you're in corridors, there's less walkable terrain for them to spawn on, so you don't see as many of them from my experience. I'll show you what I mean. I'm gonna go to the beach and harvest some treasure goblins. Harvest them. But first I gotta sell stuff. I gotta make room. It is this Kedbardu beach I go to. They made them drop, farming route. Let's go. I thought that was funny. They're like, I'm gonna go grind. I'm like, dude, it doesn't even feel like a grind because it's fun. I mean, I guess technically grinding can be fun if you enjoy grinding stuff, like a mill worker. The horse, once you get the horse too, that the map opens up, you can move around a lot quicker. Here we go to the beach. But the goblins were dropping tons of yellow. Like normally a treasure goblin drops a bunch of rare items, the yellow items, and a couple of, what's this? That's going to spawn a bunch of enemies. I'm just looking for the guys. So you can see in the upper right corner, my map, you'll see a little treasure goblin will appear on the map every once in a while. And then I'm going to go obliterate them. And then because of this augment that the devs, there he is. Come here. And the portal, so another one will appear. And then I have my way with them and then get all their treasure. And so this is how I got all this level 925 equipment super quick. All those orange things are like legendary items. So you can see now I just went from like, and then they give you treasure bags, which they drop legendary items too. Like that's a lot of treasure to get in such a short period of time. And then I just run around and find more of them. Here's another one. And then they portal. So because of what the devs have done, they make it so more appear. Normally it's just one treasure goblin. You kill him. That's it. But they're like, now one goblin will spawn 3 or 2. And they open those orange portals and more goblins pop out. So it's like 3 goblins for 1. Plus, like, who doesn't like slang? There's another one. Yes, another one. Come here, bitch. Oh, there he is over there. Yes, yes. Give me the treasure. You can also just sell all this stuff for massive. All right. I'm almost, I can do a couple more. Another one, dude. And then when you portal back to town, if you sit in town long enough, it like they respawn. It like resets the map or something, and you come back and they're all there again. They're in different areas. But like if I stay here and I ride around, they'll be gone. I won't really see many of them. But if I teleport back to town and hang out there for a little while, dude, another one. I don't know if the devs have realized what they've done. Honestly, I don't think they give a shit. I think they just want people to buy the game, power level, and then get the expansion. But they did nerf them. The first couple days that they launched this was like too much treasure. All right, I got to go back to town. No, last night, Blind Cricket, I did not stay up all night playing Diablo 4. The 4 nights before that, I did. Not Thursday night, because I had that early-ass 10 a.m. show with Tim, the Culture War. So I tried to get to bed, but because I'd been up, I was like getting up at 5 p.m., going to do IRL I'd leave at 6:30 to go to IRL, get back home at about midnight. And then I'd be up till like 6 or 7 a.m. playing this for like Monday night, Tuesday night, Wednesday night, I think. I started on Saturday and I power gamed for like 3 days. But so then by the time Thursday night rolled around, I tried to get to bed early and I just laid in bed all night till 7 a.m. I think I got like an hour of sleep before that Culture War show. Hope it didn't show. And, but yesterday I was so tired. I got home. I had to take IRL off last night because I was so exhausted from my sleep schedule being weird. And I slept yesterday from like 6 p.m. or 5 p.m. to 11, and then I got up for a couple hours. I didn't play anything, and then I fell asleep at about 1:30, and then I got up at about 7 a.m. this morning. And I was energized, so I figured I'd go live. I really kind of like it. Because to be honest, it's basically just like I'm playing video games, but you're here. You're all here with me, and it's what a life. All right, it's junk. So what I'm looking for, see these orange items? Every once in a while you see an orange item with these stars on them, where it says flamethrower, like for instance here, flamethrower circle, and then there's that star. If you look to the blue rose, and then there's a star. And then like on this, runic gloves of piercing cold. Oh, that's one. This one has Archon Greaves of Fortune. There's 2 stars. Now you look down at the stats, plus 135 intelligence. You see how there's a star next to it? Because it's a 2-star ancestral legend. 2 of the augments here are hyper intensified. They're like high quality. And the best you can get is a 3-star ancestral item. All 3 of those will be pimped out. I'm looking for 3 stars. I have never seen a 3-star item before. I've only seen at the most 2. A lot of them are 1 star. These things are fascinating. They give me +3 to my core skills, which is like unheard of. It means that both my ice shards and my frozen orb get 3 ranks. This is also why I started using Frozen Orb, because I found those gloves and I was like, dude, I get 3 points in Frozen Orb for free. Of course I'm going to use it. So when I come across orange items, if they don't have a star on them, I just pretty much ignore them. I don't even look at what they've got. But if they do have a star, I check to see if they've got like something busted like this again, +3 to core skills. And they usually don't. There's like plus 1,300 max health, stuff like that, which I don't really need. And then I'll just sell it all, because my items are good enough now that they're all starred out. I could use some good armor, to be honest. If I see starred armor, I should take a look at it. Yeah. Oh, Pat DeRose said, damn, Ian, that sleep schedule's wild. Have you been working out still? Yeah, actually, I would get up at like 4 or 5, get some coffee. I'm doing this cleanse, this lung cleanse, so I wouldn't be eating. I would just do like the coffee. I'm going to sell stuff while I'm telling you. And sit down at the computer, kind of get my bearings, look at the news a little bit, just to figure out what's going on in the world. And then by about 5:30, I'd go hit the gym out. I've got a gym in the other room, and do about 20 minutes of light weights, repetitions, like biceps and chest, stretching, twisting. And then at 6 o'clock, hit the shower. And then I'm out the door at 6:30. I got to get out the door at 6:30 to get to the office by 7:15. It's like a 40-minute drive. And then there's a train every once in a while that comes through. So I don't want to hit the train. I mean, I literally don't want to hit the train, but I don't want to get stuck at the train stop. That's what I really meant. One time I messaged Serge and I was like, I hit the train. Speaking of the Blue Rose upgrade, I found it, but it's not as good. What a huge drop off in abilities. What the fuck? Well, it's not star. Oh, but I messaged Serge and I was like, sorry, I'm going to be a little late. I hit the train. And I was like, ha, not literally. I'm saying it's like, LOL, NP man, you jam, or whatever the fuck. He says the most interesting stuff, like the way he talks, the way he types stuff is like so in tune with Gen Z, I guess. Weird. It's a higher item power, but it's a weaker item. It's not a star ability. So the cold damage, 255% cold damage is like off the chain. It does do more lucky hit explosion damage, but it's I don't know what to expect. That other one's got the star on it. But like for lower item power, you'd think the critical strike chance would be, I guess it's just random. Maybe I should masterwork that one. It's not often you find a unique item with a star on it. I found 2 of them so far. Well, I'm going to keep this item just in case. I might end up wearing 2 of them. Ooh, I'm getting close to my legendary masterwork. My legendary talent, rather. I'm going to store this stuff here. Sell this shit down. Don't hit the Seamus? You mean like Tim's cat? Or are you talking about the Seamus Coglin? I wouldn't hit either of them, just by the way, just so you know. No, I don't have PlayStation, Josh. I don't have PS Network. I actually don't have a PlayStation right now. I had a PlayStation 1 and a PlayStation 2. And now what I'm doing is I'm going to the blacksmith to... You see, every once in a while, I'll get a legendary item with these blue, like, swords on them. You see, this one doesn't have one right here. But these have these, like, blue swords. So at the bottom under requires level 80. Upgrades, where it shows the swords. Upgrades in aspect in the Codex of Power. This one does not say that. Means I have yet. So when the Codex of Power is this orange text right here where it says critical strikes with core skills increase your attack speed. That's the Codex of Power augment that you can put on every item. Every ancestral item can get one of those. So like this has imprinted. It's the imprint you put on it. So these are basically upgrading your imprints. These are ice shard pierces, which is just the most busted because I use ice shards. They go through enemies instead of just hitting an enemy and stopping. They make it. It makes these things are so fucking good. But anyway, when you disassemble the ones with these on them, you get upgrade your codex, which is codex is this. So it's all these abilities. You go to like this guy, the cultist, the occultist, and I'll throw an item on. And then I can augment the Codex of Power with any ability. Like this is my lucky hit chance when I've got the barrier up that I was showing you earlier. That's on one of my items. I think that's actually literally on these. And then but I could change it if I wanted. Like this is a really good one that I don't have. When you hit a crowd controlled enemy, there's a 50% chance that the crowd control ability will spread to another enemy. So that's like if I chill an enemy or I freeze an enemy, there's a 50% chance that every enemy around it will get, or that one other enemy around it would get hit with that same crowd control ability. It doesn't do damage, so I don't use it. I'm kind of limited in what I can use. I've had to pick and choose. Maybe I can upgrade this, actually, now that I'm thinking about it. All right, anyway, I don't need to do that right now. And now to see what the treasure goblins had on them. In their bags. Those treasure... Dude, that was one treasure goblin run. I got all this shit from like a minute of chasing down the goblins. And then when I go back to the beach, they're going to be there again. Anything off the hook? I don't see anything too off the hook. Here's a 2-star ring. Nah, I'm not taking off the blue rose, that's for sure. I'll break up this one. I'm just going to sell shit and move on. Oh, what's that? What are these? These are swift boots, movement boots. So like you see those boots on the right are better. They're just like it's a higher item power level, better armor. It improves a bunch of my abilities that I already have. I'm actually tempted to take it. But because those boots on the left are legendary, I'm able to imprint that lucky hit chance ability on it. I can't imprint on unique items. They already have their like imprint that's permanent. You can't change them. God, increasing my critical strike chance by 22% would be interesting, though. Should I try those out? I lose all that intelligence, 135 intelligence. I could try them out, though. Critical strike chance increased by 22%. What's my critical strike chance? I mean, critical strikes are insanely good. I have a 30% critical strike chance. They give me a 52% critical strike chance. I lose movement speed, freeze duration, life per second, regeneration, intelligence, and my lucky hit chance bonus. I don't know. What do you guys think? Dude, Legacy Farm coming with a super sticker. Keeping me funded, bro. That's what I'm talking about. Thanks for the 99 cents super sticker, man. That's the fucking jam, dude. Keeping YouTube floating, too. That's what it's all about. Crit's good for the Paladin. Yeah, you're right. Adam Kowalski says try them. I can always just try them and take them off. So I should look for what I want to do is check out my ability. So this thing, you can see here, launch 5 shards that deal 35,000 to 43,000 damage. 35 to 43. 33 to 40. Okay, so they lose 3,000 damage each. But I'm going to get another 20% critical strike chance out of it. So, and then when I do hit with my critical strikes, I do an extra 189% damage. Or maybe I do 180, maybe do 89% more. It's 100 plus 89. I'm not sure. I lose my movement speed. No, actually, I gain movement speed. That's interesting. I lose the augments, which are like freeze duration, which is really good. But I don't need it. I kill stuff when it's frozen really quick. It's just the lucky hit. Because what happens is... We'll find out. Let's try it out. I'm going to sell stuff. And then I kind of want to do a dungeon to test all this shit out. It's a good ring. Nah, I don't need it. I wonder if I can do anything with this Isu's heirloom before I go down there. I can masterwork it, but I don't have the abductite yet. I can't temper them. Tempering is where you put on these. You see on this one, like for instance, that when you look at all the stats, 46% cold damage, 18% freeze duration. Those are the tempers on these orange items, these legendaries. You can temper them where the blacksmith adds, like, you get to pick, like, I would pick frost, and then you roll it, and it gives you a random one of like a random one of these 5, and you'll temper them until you get what you like. And they can only be tempered down at the bottom. You see it says temper is 4 out of 6. You can only temper it 6 times, and then the item can no longer be tempered. But I temper them until I get the ones I want, or ones that are satisfactory, like the 46% cold damage. That's pretty much all my damage is cold damage. That's big. But these items can't be tempered. These unique items can't be tempered. They have 4 abilities. These have 3 abilities, but then you can add 2. So these end up with 5 abilities when you put 2 tempers on them, and these only have 4. But they're pretty beast mode. All right. Let's go. First thing I got to do is pick up those 2 uniques that I had on the beach, and then I can head into a dungeon and see what's what. No, Lucasio said, "Are you going to play the new WoW?" Whoa, here we go. And there's a goblin right next to me. Or was there? Maybe there wasn't. Lucasio, yes, so I'm going to play the new WoW expansion. I didn't know there was one coming out, and I was not planning on it. I was just thinking about World of Warcraft, though. Well, I got no problems here so far, but I'm just going to go straight into it. Let's hit a tier 58. Let's hit a tier 58 dungeon and see if I can pull it off. Inferno. No. So long story short, I don't think I'm going to play the new WoW expansion. I don't know anybody that plays it. Me and Tim and Chris were playing it for a while. Chris, Tim's brother, Chris Poole. He's on GamerMaids, the GamerMaids YouTube channel. Subscribe on that. Him and Sarah Noble play daily from like 5 to 7 they game. So me and Chris and Tim were playing, but that was way back before we started IRL. That was like 2019, I think. Was that 2020 or 2021? I was wondering about that. It was 2020. It was right before COVID hit. Yeah, it was 2020. And I couldn't keep up with them, man. They power game. When they do stuff, they do it to the maximum. And I couldn't keep up with them. I was kind of enjoying it. I was playing as a priest. Tim was a rogue and Chris was a druid. And Chris was like, "Ian, I can't start gaming again. I never stop." I'm like, "Oh, that's all right, dude. Just stop when you want to stop." And he's like, "No, that's not how it works, dude." I was like, "Yeah, but you could stop when you want to stop." And I would like, every time I would get on the game, I'd see him, he'd be on and he'd be like higher level. He'd be like a few levels higher than the day before. I'd be like, "Oh my God, he's really at it." And I'd get on and I'd like run around and collect herbs and go to the marketplace and like work the auction house and stuff and make money. But I wasn't leveling up fast enough. And Tim and Chris were just power leveling. I couldn't keep up with them. And then we both realized like maybe doing a talk show's going to be better for us and for the world than playing Warcraft. But we were just looking for like something to do, something to stream online at the time. I don't know how I feel about these boots. It's tough to tell. Feels like it's taking a few extra hits. The fuck? Oh no, critical strike chances improved by 22% of my movement speed bonus, which is 3.6%. So my critical strike chances increased by 3.6%. That's garbage. If I was playing a speed build, these boots would be awesome. These are like speed boots. All right. Okay. They're really good if you're a speed sorcerer. Like the lightning sorcerers are speed build. There's really good speed build sorcerers, but these are just better. Yeah, these are better. These give me the lucky hit chance, obviously. The freeze duration is really cool. And the intelligence just increases the damage of all my stuff. the regeneration too is really nice. What's my regen anyway in my life? Like 335. Yeah, so that's like the bulk of my regen. Are these boots? All right. Archon Greaves it is. Oh. See how my ice shards are piercing these enemies? That's because of that augment I got on my gloves. They're useless without that pierce. The pierce. And then they arc off too. They pierce the enemy and they arc off and hit other enemies. I think that's because of the actual skill itself. I put a... Ooh, come here, dude. Firstly, if I hit an enemy with 5 of the shards, like blah, 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 5 of them hit the enemy, they become vulnerable for 2 seconds. Yeah, and then there's a 50% chance they ricochet off. So they'll pierce through an enemy. They each have a 50% chance. Each one of those pokes has a 50% chance of arcing off. And then they pierce and they hit another enemy behind them, which has a 50% chance of arcing off and hitting the first guy. They're just overloaded damage. They'll hit dudes behind him and stuff. It's great. As long as stuff doesn't teleport behind me or hit me with like projectiles, my guy's unstoppable. Almost literally unstoppable. As I stand in the red stuff. Yeah, as long as stuff doesn't teleport behind me, hit me with projectiles I can't see, or put red stuff underneath me, I should say. All right, I got to focus. Tier 57. All right, tier 58. Oh, the butcher. Come here, bitch. I love that I just run into the butcher mid. Oh, no. Problem with standing still is you get these red dots underneath you, and you can't get out of the way of them because you're fucking stuck. But I do like that the butcher appears as a normal enemy. That's crazy, dude. That was like a one-time opportunity to kill him, and then he disappears. That's too bad. I would have loved to have slayed the butcher. In Heroes of the Storm, he's one of my favorite characters, the butcher. He's like a glass cannon that's a melee guy. The more enemies he kills, the stronger he gets. But if he gets killed, he loses his meat. Like every time he kills an enemy, he gets meat. And the more meat he eats, the more damage he does. But then if he gets killed, he loses meat. So like, you got to make sure you don't die with him. Damn, I wish I'd killed the butcher. All right, stay focused. Shit. Oh my God. Wow. I got to improve my max health. That's my next big thing. I got to look for something to get my health up. Shit. The fuck? Treasure goblin. Take a little breather here for a moment. Oh, dude had a nasty scream. Was it the butcher or was it just one of those randos? It was like, yo! What's up, Betch? It's Mobile Ninja Gaming in the house, everybody. Mobile Ninja Gaming just hit the ground. What's up, dude? Love that name, by the way. Mobile Ninja. I like, every once in a while, I'll like think of a word or a name or a sound, and I'll write it down because it sounds so funny or weird. I got like a Google Doc of a bunch of weird words. Just got to make distance from this stuff. Hit it from a distance. Trust the process. These things slow down your projectiles and you if you try and walk through them. It's a great feature of the game. I love the physics in this game, how things incrementally get slowed down as they get colder. Dude, frost. See, I cannot bring myself to even consider that fire sorcerers or lightning sorcerers are better than frost sorcerers, because slowing the enemy down with a sorcerer, like getting hit, is the worst thing that can happen to you if you're playing as a sorcerer. At least there might be like thorn build sorcerers where you want to get hit. I don't think so. The whole point of sorcerers is you project a lot of damage and you're kind of weak fortitude wise. So slowing the enemies down, I guess speeding yourself up is kind of like slowing the enemies down, but there's only so much space you can move to. So like, look, that guy's standing still. Like, what better way to kill enemies than to make them stand still and not attack? I can't even. Oh my God. I got to stop with this bravado shit. And I need to beat the game. All right, come on. Come on. No, I don't think they can produce the Einstein Bose condensate, Josh. At least not in the way you need to achieve quantum teleportation or levitation. You would need at least a magnetic monopole of some sort, which aren't found in nature. So we're told. You're going to have to create one of those in a lab somewhere. Whoa. Maybe you could just spin sideways so fast that you reduce vertical inertia to 0, and that would give you the opportunity to levitate. I mean, what's vertical really in deep space anyway? There is no up and down. It's all relative. Shit. Yeah, Jeremy Riss is the guy to talk to about that. The alien scientist. Me and him were doing some experiments with that shit at his laboratory in like Jersey or wherever. Him and Mark Sokol. Those guys are fucking awesome. Jeremy Riss is also a great musician, by the way. The alien scientist. The guy's incredible. What's up, Jeremy? He left a comment on one of my music videos the other day. Oh. Here we go. I could just taste beer. Isn't that weird? Like I just taste, as I was talking about all that shit, I just tasted an IPA. I don't know why. In these dungeons, I've learned not to do more than you need to do. Like I'm a completionist. I love to like clear every room, but when I only have one revive remaining, I just got to get to the end boss and kill it. I can't risk. Oh my God. Shit. See, if he wasn't slowed down, I don't think I could beat this guy. At least maybe I could, but having him slow, maybe he's not slow right now. Maybe that's just his regular speed. All right, here we go. Oh, shit. I had that guy. This is it. I don't get another chance after this. All right. Oh my God, that's so much damage. No bitch. He has no range attacks. I just got to avoid the circles and not go near him. Oh, I don't have any elixir loaded either. Shit. I don't have time to do that right now. I don't think so. Do I? Maybe I can pull an elixir up. Yeah, get my lucky hit chance. There we go. Oh, he does. Love that elixir, man. That 15% increase to my lucky hit chance is big. Big, big, big. I could take you through all the stuff that procs when I get a lucky hit. Yeah, that's a big one. Attack speed and lucky hit chance up. That's really helpful. Thank you for being a part of that great success, by the way. That was down to the wire. All right, I'm about to level it up to 15. I've been waiting for this for a long time. This grants me 108% bonus to all the magic nodes within range. So I'm going to show you what that means before I click this. This glyph is awesome. It improves all the blue, the rare, the magic nodes, which are the blue nodes. I put the glyph here in range. It's got a range of 3. So right now it's improving 3. I should pump it into that too. Nodes. I'm about to make it so it has a range of 4, and it's going to incorporate all these nodes. Damage reduction from chilled, damage reduction from chilled, damage to chilled enemies, damage to chilled. Anyway, so what I'm going to do is this. Level that shit up, and now you can see it is bigger. It incorporated all these others. Oh, it's been a long time coming. This is a good glyph. That's very good. That's a big improvement. I got to pump a point into this at some point. Look at King G. So I'm talking about J-Hep. You guys understand the regality of that win. Now, as for this, I've been a little lazy about this glyph. I have it improving my mastery damage, which is basically the blizzard. My only mastery skill is blizzard. This is your masteries, is these. And I'm hard in blizzard. I love the blizzard. I love using it, casting it. I love standing in it because it gives me armor damage reduction because of some, I think it does anyway. Let me make sure I have that. Yeah, while within your own blizzard, see the imprint. And for 3 seconds after, I take 30% less damage. That's huge for this character. Huge for this character because he's such a glass cannon. So my blizzard's big. Blizzard's huge. And so I've got this mastery where it increases the area of the blizzard by 20% because I've reached the 40 intelligence requirements down below. You see additional bonus. So the blizzard's 20% bigger area, more area to stand in, more damage to do. It does more damage in general, and it does a lot of damage. It does 230,000 damage over 12 seconds, and it chills the enemies and slows them down, which makes them vulnerable when they get frozen. I don't know if enemies just get vulnerable when they're frozen. I just do more damage to vulnerable enemies. This makes them vulnerable when I hit them with it, the Frost Nova, and this can make them vulnerable. But it cools down and freezes the enemies, and it does 40% more damage to frozen enemies. It's just a really, really great thing for masses of hordes of enemies. So I've got this glyph that boosts it, but I've got other glyphs. I'm going to run through them and take a look at them really quick. Whenever you chill or freeze an enemy, you deal 4% increased cold damage for 10 seconds. That's just in general. Up to 18% extra damage. I don't know. That already does the damage with the blizzard. But I mean, I just rely on ice shards. So another bunch of damage with the ice shards would be nice. Chill or freeze the enemy. Extra cold damage. That's an option. No, I'm going to avoid all the ones that are not like conjuration, lightning. Here's another ice. Deal 3% increased damage to crowd-controlled targets, meaning anyone that's slowed, chilled, frozen, extra 3% extra damage, or 10% increased damage to slowed or chilled enemies. Instead 20% to stunned or frozen enemies. It's decent. Still hard to beat this glacier. Increased glacier damage and radius because of the extra armor I get, the extra damage reduction from being in that glacier. This is critical strike. Damn, I don't do enough. I have like a 25% critical strike chance or something. It's not good enough. I'm not relying on critical strikes. I just want to hit. I want to do vulnerable damage, basically. If you're no lightning, Paragon. No, this is like for a sorcerer that does fire, cold, and lightning. You can do like kind of blended builds. I'm just pure focus into ice. Not a big enchantment guy. Here's a vulnerable one. For every 2% increased damage to vulnerable targets, up to 10% extra damage to vulnerable enemies. This is not bad. But that glacier, I just like the glacier, man. I don't know. Oh, I don't want that. Dex, that's burning. These are for fire. Here's one. 3% increased damage to chilled. Enemies deal 15% reduced damage to you. Now, I just dodge. I try to dodge anyway. I'm a huge Deceptor 522 said, you a big gamer, Ian? I'm a huge gamer, man. Ever since like I was 6. No, ever since I was 2. We had an Atari 2600 in 1981. And my dad was looking for someone to play with, so he'd play combat with me on the Atari. This tank game where it's like tank versus tank. And I had to learn from like age 2 how to play that game, how like up went forward. Up didn't make your guy go up. It made your guy move forward. And right made him turn to the right, and left made him turn to the left. And then up would make him go forward. It was a very interesting learning curve as a tiny child, that up didn't go up, that like inputs would give you different outputs than you expected sometimes. So I had to learn that like pushing right would turn him to the right, and then up would make him go down and to the right because he was facing down to the right. And my dad would smoke the shit out of me in that game when I was like 3 and 4. And I think when I was like 8 or 9, I started to beat him. That was great. I remember when I beat him in combat for the first time. He was like, oh, he didn't play me much after that. Also, other gaming systems had been coming out by that point, the Nintendo. And we got a Nintendo in like 1985. It was the first Nintendo with Rob the Robot, and it came with Gyromite and Duck Hunt, 2 separate cartridges. It was the very first NES. I think it was 84, Christmas of 84 or 86. Played the fuck out of that. I mean, I had so many Nintendo games. Well, no, I didn't have so many, but over the years, I acquired game, and my brother Max would get a bunch of games. I think Michael got a few games. He's 7 years younger than me, so there's 3 brothers. And then like we had Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle, the first TMNT, which was seriously next to impossible to beat. I gamed so hard, but my mom would always be like, Ian, get off the videos. She'd yell it upstairs because I'd be playing, and it'd be like, it's dinner time, and I'd be upstairs. We had Pitfall 2 on the Atari. Yeah, I got it for Easter one year. It was brown, had a brown cover. This is for the Atari. Pitfall 2 was fucking groundbreaking, dude, because it's like a full adventure game, and you had infinite lives. Every time you died, you just flashed and got moved through the walls back to your starting point. And it had good music, too. It was kind of like Indiana Jones. Dude, you know Duck Hunt? We had the laser gun, the Nintendo gun. If you get Duck Hunt and you go up to the computer, the TV screen, and you point the gun at the bottom, you like put the gun against the screen all the way down at the bottom of the screen and pull the trigger, it kills the duck no matter where it is on the screen. You basically, it hacks the game. The game thinks that for whatever reason that it was hit. I figured that out at one point. We had Hogan's Alley. That was the 3rd game we got. We got Gyromite and Duck Hunt and Hogan's Alley for Christmas that year. And so we took it over to my grandma's house that morning for Christmas. What we do is we do Christmas at home, me and my brothers and my parents. And then we would go over to Olga's house, who's my dad's mom, my grandma. She lived like on 3rd Street, like 6 blocks away. We'd drive over there, and then all the cousins would be like Aaron and Heather and Tina and Brian, their dad, my dad's sister and her husband, Brian. And the family would all be over there. And we brought the Nintendo that year. We set it up. And I remember Aaron, my older cousin, just crushing it on Hogan's Alley. And I was like watching him like, that guy is awesome. He was good at that game. He got good at it fast. Hogan's Alley's awesome. It's like a cop trainer where like Hogan was this gangster and his buddies, and they like these paper dolls would flip around, and you can check out gameplay of Hogan's Alley on YouTube. But I mean, that really, honestly, we had a Commodore 64 also, played a lot of mail order Monster. It's not my birthday today. No, Doghouse Video. I think it's April 2nd is my birthday. So that'll be coming up next year. Get ready for that. Happy birthday though, when it is. And Commodore 64 was my jam. Played a lot of Cocoa Notes, where you had to like fish for the notes and then make songs out of them with the beatniks on the beach. Played a lot of like Tonk in the Land of Buddy Bots. I used to play that at the library. They had a Commodore at the library, and then we ended up getting the game, and that was fucking superior. And then like Tuck Goes to Town. I think it was Tink's Adventure, was it? He was like the orange badass, but Tonk was like the red main guy. They were the buddy bots, and you like build your buddy bots. And a lot of like learning games where like Tuck Goes to Town was like a learning game where it'd be a boat going on the river, and the word, you would have to like spell the word. It would say like it would show you an island, and you had to type the word island. And I remember learning that island was spelled with an S. It was spelled Island. And I'm like, what the fuck is it? I was like 6 or 7 or something, or 5 or whatever, learning how to spell all these words. And one of the words was island. And so I was like, ILAND. And they're like, nope, I couldn't get it. I was like, what? And then I learned there was an S in it. I was like, Island? That's so weird. And I just learned it and moved on. That was good. Like, so my parents were really good about getting me games to learn on. That was a big part of it. But then I would get the action games. We didn't really get there wasn't a lot of super violent games back in the day. Like Atari would be like a violent thing would be the red square shoots a yellow square into the green square, but there's no like blood or anything, you know? But by the time like graphic bloody games came around, I was kind of older, like 16, 18 years old, all that shit. Final Fantasy though, that was like, I think that was summer 8th grade. I borrowed it from Steve Tedeschi, my best friend, Steve. And he ended up trading it to me permanently. He gave it to me. That game, I remember playing Final Fantasy, the first one, like the day school ended for the year, right before summer vacation, like the first day. And I wasn't allowed to play video games during the week. I had to wait till the weekend, or I could, because I had to do like, that was the rules at the house. But because it was summer vacation, I was allowed to play in the afternoon on a weekday. And I was playing that game, and like I remember these girls, I think it was summer of 8th grade maybe, and these girls that I knew from school, Jill and Kristen Corbett and Jill Clark, they were walking by, and they like yelled up in my window, Ian, we're like, and it was just like I was becoming a man, you know. I was this little kid, but I had friends that were girls I thought were cute. And I was playing Final Fantasy, this game that was like nothing ever. There was Dragon Warrior before that, but nothing like Final Fantasy. Was like, the music was beautiful, the gameplay was divine, the character builds were like variable, the challenge was immense. You had to really work to win. Like you had to spend time and invest your time into it to get good at it, to get like empower your guys, which I learned to love role-playing games. Dragon Warrior was pretty good, but like Final Fantasy, having a healer in the party was like a really cool concept, that you could like have a guy that just focused on. And my first party was the fighter, the black belt, the thief, and the red wizard. And I thought, oh no, it'll be fine. I'll have a red wizard. He'll be able to do black magic and white magic. So I don't need a white mage, because they don't do damage. And I learned the hard way that if you don't specialize into a healer, you're pretty much fucked. You got to have a healer in your party. I mean, I don't, there are ways around having a dedicated healer in your party, but ever since, like, I don't rely on my bard. I don't rely on my red wizard. Like, I will get the healingest healer you can possibly get in a game. He will be in my party. And that's part of why I'm drawn to healing in life in general, I think, is because you see the value of a healer. Like the way a healer can keep an entire party alive to do its damage, to do its duty, to do like what it does. And the healer just keeps it going. And I couldn't beat Final Fantasy with that red wizard. I couldn't do it. I don't know if I was under leveled or I just learned the hard way without a healer and a black mage. I'm not going to lie. Like getting the black mage and the white mage combo was pretty potent. But man, the power of a healer. And then of course, you know, that parlayed into Final Fantasy 2, which was actually Final Fantasy 4, I think, in Japan, but Final Fantasy 2 on the Super, like once the Super Nintendo came out, like I was playing Zelda Dude, I could tell you my whole life story about video games. Zelda, I played so much Zelda that I could beat it without dying from start to finish. I went to Bob's house, Bob Gregg out in Green, when they moved to Green, and they were like, okay, I'm gonna beat Zelda. And all the neighborhood kids came over, and it was me. I started a game of Zelda and I beat it in an afternoon from start to the entire game. Because I knew it so well, I could beat it without dying. The entire game, I beat it. And all these kids were like, kept coming in like from the neighborhood. I don't know if they were like calling each other and like, hey, Ian's beating Zelda without dying. But like all these kids started coming over and watching. I went to the Nintendo World Championships in 5th grade. My dad took me up to Cleveland with my brother and Robert. It was Max, my brother Max, who's like 2 years younger than me. So we were kind of the same age. And my buddy Robert Sigler. And the four of us went up to Cleveland and we did the Nintendo World Championships. It was, you had to get 50 coins in Super Mario Brothers as fast as you could. And then it went to Rad Racer, and you had to beat the first race in Rad Racer as fast as you could. And then it took you to Tetris, and you had to get as many points in Tetris as you could. So I knew those games pretty well. I was practicing. We were all on like our consoles getting ready, and I placed really well the first day. So after I placed, they sent me to the big stage, and you went up. It was right when that game, that movie, The Wizard, was coming out with what's his name? From the Wonder Years. Oh God, I should know his name. Not Ralph Macchio. I was going to say Ralph Macchio, but not Ralph. It's what's his name? It's Fred Savage, the Wizard. So Nintendo was doing like the promotion of like the Nintendo World Championships, and that was in the movie The Wizard. Yeah, that movie The Wizard. You're saying Dust in the Wind. You knew what I was talking about. And I went up on stage playing against 2 other people, and we all had our consoles, and there was a big screen behind us, and the announcer was like saying our names, and whoever was doing the best would go up on the big screen, and I started winning, and they were like, Ian's in the lead. And then they put my screen behind, and I beat everybody, and I won. And so I got invited to come back the next day for the semifinals. And I went back, and I was ready, man. I knew the game so well. So I fucking shredded Super Mario Brothers. I got dominated the Rad Racer race, didn't get into a wreck. Tetris, I was just like single line after single line after single line after single line. I was just line. But what I didn't know is if you get a Tetris, if you get 4 lines at once, you get way more than 4 times the points. I didn't know that a Tetris was worth like 16 times what a single line was worth. I thought it was worth 4. I thought a line was a line. So if you got 4 lines in a row, 1, 2, 3, it'd be just as much as getting 4 at once. I didn't know. If I'd known that, I would have been practicing getting Tetrises, but I didn't know that. So I got 1 line, and I did not do well point wise. I didn't succeed. I didn't win, and I didn't get past the semifinals. And I learned later about that you really want to go for Tetrises to get the big points. That was a rough lesson. I thought I was going to win the championship. I was prepared to win the championship because I was like the best. My gym teacher in 3rd grade called me Nintendo Crossland. Like the kids knew I was like the best gamer in the school in Newberry Elementary. It was Mr. Fector, the gym teacher. He would be like Nintendo Crossland because I was like, we were playing wiffle ball once and I hit a home run and he was like Nintendo Crossland. And everyone was like, yeah. That was a good one. But man, that kind of wrecked me that I didn't win the Nintendo World Championships. I thought I was going to win the entire thing. And then when online gaming came out, I've learned pretty quickly I was not the best gamer. Like when you're up against the world, I'm just a drop in the bucket, man. There's some people out there that pour their lives and souls into this stuff. I played for fun, and I played a lot. And I also had to learn that when I would beat the hell out of people in games over and over again, they would quit playing against me. Like my brother and my friend Steve, who I mentioned earlier, Tedeschi, they would just throw the controller and quit. So I had to learn how to lose. I had to learn how to like go easy and just enjoy playing just to play and not to win. So when me and Steve and Shannon Straz, who should be playing Baldur's Gate 3 with me at this point, he's Strazman. You can find him all over the internet. Strazman, the gamer. He's an awesome dude. He had like a PlayStation in his attic. And we were playing like winter holds. We would play like Battle Arena Toshinden. And the rules basically were if you win, you keep the controller and the loser passes the controller because it'd be 3 of us. So one guy would get into a role where he'd win over and over and over again, and the losers would be passing the controller back and forth. And we eventually figured out it's just better to play 2 and then pass it. no matter if you win or lose, you play 2 games and then you pass the controller. The other guy's on his first game when you pass the controller. He plays his second game. The other guy gets his first game, and then you get the controller. The other guy gets the second game. You get your first game. So everyone just plays 2 and passes it. And it became more egalitarian, or at least more equitable. I guess you could say that's an instance where equity actually has some value, because it didn't matter if you won or lost. You always got to play and have fun. And you could, because a lot of it's about, for me, about gaming is getting better at the game. And if you lose and you don't have a chance to play because you lost, then you don't really have a chance to get better. And so that was a pretty cool rule that we all agreed on and started to do. Yeah, I don't know if Kevin Gorzek asked is Baldur's Gate 3 open multiplayer. I don't know. I don't know if it's open where you can just drop in. You might. I'm sure. I'd be surprised if you couldn't open up the game so that people can just drop in. But I don't know. Actually, it might just be friends only. Yeah, Dustin in the Wind. It's about playing with friends too. I agree. It was like, it wasn't about just dominating your surroundings. It was about having friends, making friends. That was part of when me and Tim were playing Magic yesterday. I was like, when he lost, when Dane, I played the Trinisphere and Dane won. And Tim was like, fuck, I don't have time for this shit. I was like, dude, it doesn't matter if you win or lose, man. It's just the point. He's like, what's the point of this? If I can't play the game, I'm like, the point is just to have relax and have fun. Like, who cares it doesn't matter if you win or lose. Just like, I want to see Dane's deck. I want to see it in action. I want to see how he wins, so I know what to expect next time. And I think that's a good ethos to adopt in life. It doesn't matter if you win or lose. Now, when it comes to the military, that's a whole other world. I'm talking civilian life, because that's where I'm born and bred in civilian life. I've had the blessing and the fortune to live in civilian life. I know when it comes to life and death, losing is not an option. But when it comes to video games, fun. There's a guy named Fan. He's a YouTuber. Fan Hots. He does Twitch, and he's like the Heroes of the Storm Grandmaster. He's probably the best Heroes of the Storm player on earth. One of them. Old StarCraft, like sub Grandmaster on StarCraft. And he's a very lighthearted approach to playing. He doesn't really push himself to beat and dominate everyone anymore. I think he went through a phase where he was like gaming to win because he was playing tournaments and stuff, but it's just fun to watch him have fun with the game. Ryan Welch said, I just ordered Baldur's Gate 3. I've never played any of them before. Is it good? Yes, it is fucking excellent. It's made by the same guys, Larian. It might be Larian, but the gaming company, Larian Games. They did Divinity. So I also highly recommend Divinity 2 and Divinity 1. But Divinity 2, they hit their stride. The game is 99% out of 100. It is so good. I'm glad they were the company that picked up the Baldur's Gate franchise, because I played the first Baldur's Gate. Stunning. There's nothing like it ever before had been created. Nothing. I'd never seen anything like it. And it was an opportunity to learn 2nd edition Dungeons and Dragons rules, like Thaco to hit armor class 0. It was at face value, the rules were pretty confusing. So the video game was a great opportunity. Elder Scrolls Online. Looks like Imagine Chris 2000 is about to go hit some dailies on ESO. I've been down that road, brother. I love Elder Scrolls Online. I got a high elf sorcerer on there. I flip back and forward between healing build and lightning build on that. ESO is great. That game's super fun. I'm decked out on that. I never spent a dime on the game. It was all free to play. It is free to play. Baldur's Gate 2 was like transformative. Baldur's Gate 1 was good. It was great. There was a level cap at like level 8. So you didn't really get any of the high level spells. Baldur's Gate 2, though, the game was massive. It was so big. And you could hit, once they released the expansion Throne of Ball, you could hit level 18. And then you start getting these Paragon abilities like Whirlwind Attack and stuff. I played that. I beat Baldur's Gate 2 3 times, I think. And then I started playing it with just one character, a fighter mage thief. And I could beat the game with the fighter mage thief. It'd be tough when you get to like demi liches that will hit you with one hit and put you in maze, which kills you instantly and ends the game. So you'd have to get to the point where you would summon animals and send them up against the demi lich first, so that the demi lich would put the animal in the maze, and then it would give you a chance to get in and kill them. He'd use his like instant kill or disintegrate on the animal you summoned first. So you'd have to learn how to kind of cheese the game. Like dragons, you could kill them with cloud kill, with like a wand of cloud kill when they're off the screen, because fighting the dragons, they'd kill you. If you just had one character, they'd kill your character pretty much every time. I don't think, but you could kill them from off screen. So there were a few things you'd have to cheese to beat it with a single character. But once they unlocked the level cap, there was no reason to not play a single character. You just turn this fighter mage thief into the most. You get him boots of speed and the ring of Gax, which gives him regeneration, so you didn't have to worry about healing. Yeah, I played Neverwinter Nights. Luke Casio asked if I played Neverwinter Nights. The first one, both the first and the second one, yeah. We used to do Dungeons and Dragons campaigns in Neverwinter because you could build your own campaigns. You could like build your own maps and stuff. So we started to get into that a little bit. That was when I'd first moved to New York City in 2001. And we were still, it was me, Matt and Steve, Matt Aseni and Steve Tedeschi, my two best friends that we'd play a bunch of, or two of my best friends that we would play a bunch of Dungeons and Dragons together. And that gave Matt the opportunity to DM from a distance. And it was better than just like talking. We tried to do just like chatting online and D&D with like dice rolling online and stuff. But Neverwinter was pretty cool. But it was still like you were pretty bound by the game's engine and stuff. No. Oh, Steak Eater asked about Call of Duty, mindless violence. You know, I have played Call of Duty. I think I have Ghosts, Call of Duty Ghosts. Hot action, first-person shooters. I like them okay. Like I played a lot of Borderlands. I wouldn't say a lot. I beat Borderlands 2 with my friends. Or almost beat it. I played a lot of Borderlands 2. I mean, I love games where it's like hard, where they're hard. Like I played a lot of first person, like I played a lot of Counter-Strike back in the day, a lot of Team Fortress, the first Team Fortress. And then the mod, when Counter-Strike was just a mod, we used to play that. And I like getting hit once kills you. Like that's cool. That's like, don't get hit. Though that becomes very realistic. And like, but one thing they never really can handle is fatigue. Like you just run forever. And then some games like Overwatch, the reticule doesn't bounce when you run. Like you don't lose accuracy while you're running, which to me is kind of lame. It's always directly in the center of the screen. So no matter how fast you can run, jump left, and you always can hit your target. I like the challenge. I like games that challenge me to be better. Yeah, I tried Borderlands 3, Avon. Borderlands 2 was so good. 3 was trash. But I just started it. I played with my friend Chevelle. We played for like an hour, and then I set it down. And I have not got back into it yet. But the Borderlands games were pretty good, I thought. Fast-paced, high action. I mean, we played a lot of GoldenEye back in the day, but like by the time Halo came out, I kind of stepped away from the first-person shooter genre and got more deeply into simulation games, simulation strategy. Huge into Elder Scrolls Hot Rod. Huge. I played when I was pirating games back in like 2003. I was like looking for a game to play, and I found this game called Oblivion. I was like, what the fuck is this? I'd never heard anything like it. I didn't know what it was. I downloaded it, and I was like, this game is amazing. I got off the boat. I didn't know what I was doing. I made a guy who's just like some like guy with a sword or a dagger. I was like, maybe I'll give him some magic. I'll give him a sword. And then I walked into what is it? Sedneen, I think is the name of the city, where you get off the boat and you're launched in. And I saw this silt strider. I didn't know what was going on at the time. I was like, what the fuck? And I walked up to the silt strider and got on it and rode it to some town somewhere. I was like, what the hell? It was an open world game. There was nothing like that before. An open world role-playing game. And then I was in this town where the buildings were made of mushrooms. And I'm like, this game is fucking awesome. And it was like so good. And I was like, went off into the ocean, and I was swimming in the ocean, and I was swimming underwater, and I found this shrine with this demon that started talking to me. And I was like, what in the fucking hell? I was like exploring, like games where you could explore and find things for real that weren't on the map. And the demon told me to do some shit. So I went and did its task, and it gave me this sword, this like, I think it was gold brand. I know later from playing Elder Scrolls Legends, the card game, what gold brand is. I didn't know at the time it was called, but I believe it was the gold brand sword that some Daedric gave it to me. And I was like, what? I just happened upon this shrine in the random part of the ocean I was swimming in and I found gold brand. And I had this staff that I could keep using to give me really slow flying. And I flew, and I found this fucking floating island where there was vampires on it. I was like, this game is phenomenal. No, I'm sorry. Not Oblivion. I said Oblivion. It was Morrowind. It was Morrowind, not Oblivion. No, it was Morrowind. It was Morrowind. Dude, Morrowind, because of the flying spell, is by far, in my opinion, the best Elder Scrolls game. they've gotten mechanically better. Like the engines that are used in Oblivion, which is the fourth one, in Skyrim, the fifth one, are better. The graphics are better. The gameplay is more smooth, but Morrowind, I don't know how to describe it. The ability to fly was like, dude, I would just fly to a city. That game. Yeah. World of Warcraft. Dust in the Wind said world. That's how World of Warcraft. Dude, when I played World of Warcraft the first time, I didn't know what to expect. I played EverQuest. I'd played a lot of Ultima Online back in the day with Steve. Me and Tedeschi would play a lot of Ultima Online. He introduced me. He was like the guy that would show me the games. He had a Sega Genesis at his house before I did. I just had a Nintendo. He had the Sega. So he like introduced me to Sword of Vermilion, old school cool ass Sega games. General Chaos. His buddy Matt Arrington has one too, had a Sega too. NHL 94. We played a lot of like hockey. So he would introduce me to cool games. He introduced me to Ultima, which is like online role-playing games, which is like, dude, I played as William Lawley. I think it was William Lawley. It was just William. Yeah, William, I think. And I was like a wizard he played as this wizard. I think his name was Dustin, actually, to be honest. Dustin Moonbrook. That's his guy's name. That was William Lawley. I think it was William. William Lawley is one of my D&D characters, so I don't remember if Lawley was the guy's name. And I think it was William Lawley in Ultima. But he was a Dustin Moonbrook, and I was William Lawley. And it was just, so we were meeting people, because this was the first time like online gaming existed. My buddy Shannon burned me a copy of Diablo 1. I was like, this game, because he had a CD burner. I was like, oh my God, he had Diablo. And it was so fun. He had a computer, he had a Tandy Sensation. So we could actually play games on the computer that were like good. And he showed me Diablo up in his attic. Shannon had like the gaming station, and he was the first guy to get the PlayStation. His grandpa was a dentist, so he had money. Like his grandma would like buy him stuff. He got a car, and they would get him like the cool stuff that we just didn't. My parents couldn't afford that stuff. So like we got a Nintendo, but they were like, no, we're not getting you a car for your 16th birthday. No, you get a job, you get your own car if you want one. Kind of, that was my lifestyle. Get a job when you're 12. I started walking a dog, get $10 a week, save up 3 weeks, 4 weeks, and I'd buy Zelda 2. That'd be like huge for me. I could afford Zelda 2. I think I had to wait when Toys R Us had Zelda 2. I kept calling them every week waiting for it to get it. I played Phantasy Star 2. No, I never played Phantasy Star Online. But dude, Ultima Online led to EverQuest. Steve and Shannon they lived together for a while. They had EverQuest, and Steve let me use his account. I made a high elf mage, but it was just that game was like grindy. It required a lot of time, and I didn't own the game, or I didn't have a computer either that could play it, that could run it. And then when World of Warcraft came out, dude, me and Eric Paskey, my roommate in Chicago, we were like, yeah, let's get World of Warcraft. It looks good. Because I had EverQuest 2, and I had this big orcish fighter. It was fun. But then Warcraft, Steve kept telling me, like, dude, World of Warcraft, him and Shannon and Bryce had been playing it. They were already like level 30 by the time I got into it. So I couldn't play with them. I was too far behind to play with them. But me and Eric played, and I played as a night elf druid. He was a night elf rogue. And we would go out and adventure, and like I would heal him, and he could kill stuff, and I could heal him. And when I'd try and play alone, I couldn't kill anything. I had Moonfire, but I couldn't kill anything with my druid, because he was pure healing. And when I turned into a bear, I didn't have any attack equipment. I had all healing equipment, pretty much. I was focused on healing. Yeah, dude. Stank Jesus in the house with the Moonlord shout outs. I'm talking about, brother. Oh man, the morning you get the Nintendo, dude, everybody will remember the morning they got their first Nintendo. That's the shit it changed everything. 8-bit. You went from Atari 2600 to 8-bit graphics. Like what the wow. Where guys actually looked like guys for the first time, and they no longer looked like red blocks, or like a dude with like a blocky hat on your Commodore with like no sound card where the music is like that would be the sounds. Then the Nintendo came out with this like cool ass music, and Hogan's Alley, dude. We were just talking about Hogan's Alley earlier. World of Warcraft, though, me and Eric, we went from, what's the Tree of Life from Teldrassil, I think is the starting zone. We go over to take the boat you hit the mainland, and I just decided to run for it because I wanted to catch up to my friends who were higher level. They were like level 17 when I started. And then by the time I got to level 12, they were level 23. I was like, oh shit. I got to level 16. They're level 30 already down. Where is it? The Badlands or something. Like I could not catch up to them fast enough. And they were like all playing together. And I was like, fuck, me and Eric would play, but I couldn't level up quick enough because they were constantly leveling up. So I ran through the marshlands, the lowlands. I took the boat. I was like, I couldn't just adventure in the Night Elf Druid lands. I had to get to the mainland to go find my friends who are higher level than me. So I ran through the what is it? The lowlands, I think it is. It's where you take the boat from to Menethil Harbor. I believe it was to Menethil. And then I had to run through, it wasn't Menethil, it was west of that. And then I ran to Menethil to get the boat to the Dwarven lands to run to Ironforge. I mean, it was such an adventure, dude, because the stuff was high, like level 17 and I was level 12. It would slaughter me if I got near the crocodiles. They'd come out of the marsh and kill me. But I made it. Me and Eric, we ran it together, and it was just what an adventure. And when I saw Ironforge for the first, I like ran up to the city. It was before I got to Stormwind. I got to Ironforge first. Dude, Hot Rod with the Castlevania shout out. I just was like, Castlevania 2 is my game. That was like my main adventure action game in like the 80s. And I beat it. That game, you get the Flame Whip. I would dream about it. I would read Nintendo Power about it because that was you get Nintendo Power, the magazine. There was no internet to like search shit. So Nintendo Power would come out with like some secret codes talking about Adventure Island, Castlevania 2. I got that before I ever got Castlevania 1. My parents bought it for me. So I had Castlevania 2. Legend of whatever it is. Here's 5 because I love your crazy ass from Stank Jesus with the fucking big bicep. Much love. Some fucking melanin in that skin. That's what I'm talking about, brother. Nice, dude. Give me the power. People feeling the deja vu. What were we thinking of? Spy Hunter? I used to play Spy Hunter at the arcade. That it was a Spy Hunter music, which was a famous song. Was it? And you could leave the oil slick behind your, because we had an arcade, Funsville. And like, what would happen is for our birthday, we'll be like, whatever you want, we'll do with it. That's like costs $10 or whatever. It'd be like $20. We'll do. If you want to go bowling, if you want to go to the waterworks, and I want to go to Funsville, and I would invite all my friends to Funsville, and so the kids would come and the parents, we'd all go, and they'd have pizza. There would be a pizza shop, like they made pizza. There was a pizza kitchen at Funsville. This is in Cuyahoga Falls, Ohio, up on State Road. And right next to a bowling alley, but we would do Funsville. And then they would give me $10. This is when I was like 12. They would give me $10 in quarters for my birthday. And well, one place, Rocco's Pizza, they'd shut down if you paid them like 20 or 30 bucks for the hour or 2 hours. They'd close the restaurant to the outside and they would make all the video games free. All the arcade games would become free for the hour. My cousin would do that, Jason Browse, who's hilarious. Check his work out if you can find his stuff online. He's like Theo Vaughn. The guy's a fucking maniac. But him, Aunt Faye would like get Rocco's Pizza, and they would make the games free so we could play like WWF wrestling. What's the old they had Pit Fighter, and then what's the game by the same developers of Pit Fighter? It was Final Fight. Final Fight was pretty groundbreaking graphically and action wise. So you could play Final Fight for free. We would be on Final Fight for like the entire hour. But Funsville wasn't free. They would never shut down and make it free. It was kind of like Chuck E. Cheese, but not huge. It was like a mini Chuck E. Cheese, but they had Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles and Street Fighter 2. That was when I first learned about Street Fighter 2. That was the first. I remember being at Funsville, and I had to be home at 6 for dinner. I was going to get grounded, and it was like 5:40, and there's no cell phones or anything that exist. I had my bike locked up outside. Me and Steve were playing Street Fighter 2. It might have just been me at that point. And I couldn't leave. I just wouldn't leave. I stayed late. And I knew I was late coming home, man. I pedaled so hard to get home. Got home at like 6:20. I was fucked. I was in so much trouble for that. I don't think I was like super grounded, but they were not happy. I got into trouble for that. But it was worth it because I was playing Street Fighter 2 against guys would come, and I played with Dalzim a bunch. But man, the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles arcade game, I later got the MAME arcade emulator and was able to get Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, the arcade game, for the computer when I had a computer when I was living in New York. Dude, I played Double Dragon. We weren't allowed to have Double Dragon though, the Nintendo game. It was too violent because in the beginning, the guy walks up and punches that girl in the stomach. My mom saw that and was like, "No, you cannot have that game." No. So it was pretty strict at the house. Like couldn't watch Tom and Jerry because they hit each other. They didn't want us hitting. So we didn't hit each other. I think Max punched me in the face once, and I deserved it. I talked some shit to him, then he ran. I couldn't catch him. Dude, the Turtles arcade game was stunning. When you said Spy Hunter, it made me think because the Spy Hunter game was like 8 or like 6 machines over from the Turtles game. And there's this tugboat game I used to play. I think that's when they first got Sunset Riders, another game by the same, I think it was the same developers of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Sunset Riders was really fun. It's 4-player like Turtles, but you could play like Billy. Billy was the guy that wore blue. C2. It says C2 Canada. For whatever reason, it says CA like my browser. It's Brave. I don't think your Canadian flag doesn't. I think it's supposed to be a Canadian flag. It doesn't show up for some reason. But you try Path of Exile. It's such a better game than Diablo 4. It's unreal. I have Path of Exile. Is it better? I've had it for like a decade. I play it with Kevin Herrick and me were playing it a lot back in like 2016, and it's free to play. Oh, Disappointed Dad coming in with the Path of Exile is a million times better too. Is it just better because it's been around for a decade and they've improved it so much? Because I haven't touched it in 8 years or so. It was very good. I mean, indistinguishable from Diablo 4 as far as like, dude, now Proven 22X mentions Golden Axe. Shout out to Golden Axe because it's like Final Fight meets Teenage Mutant Ninja. Like Golden Axe, I had it on the Sega Genesis. It was like Altered Beast Plus. I think Josh Carradine actually had it on the Turbo. He had a TurboGrafx 16, like one of my best friends, Josh. It was me, Bob, Connor, and Josh. We knew each other since we were like 2. So we did play group together where our parents would all like pass every week. We would all go to one of the mom's houses, one of the parents' houses. And we do different like activities. Like at my house, my mom would have us build with like building blocks, these like cardboard building block brick looking things, and we'd make houses and stuff. At Bob's house, we'd all play Thundercats where we each had a character that we would be. I was Mumra, Bob was Lion-O, and then we would all like I'd be like, nah, I'd come in, they'd be like, nah, and they'd run, and they'd be like, nah, and we like had plastic swords and stuff. Connor's house, we'd like eat peanut butter and jelly sandwiches and watch Sesame Street, and then we'd go play outside in the run around on the fort. And then eventually we'd start riding bikes. But when we were really little, we just like sat around and played a little bit. And then at Josh's house, I think we just chilled out in the house. And I don't really remember the activities at Josh's house as much. It was more outside, like in the backyard. So when I shot a dog with a BB gun, man, it was the worst thing I ever did in my life. It was such a lesson. I was like, we were shooting this BB gun. It was like a low power BB gun, but we were shooting at these 2-liter bottles. This is like when they're like, Ian, you've said too much, but this is like me being honest. This is kind of like frees your soul when you're like honest about your things you've done in your past. This dog kept barking. I was like, if that dog barks, I'm going to shoot it. And it barked again. And I just wildly turned the rifle and shot, and the dog went back and ran. I think I hit it in the eye, man. It's like the worst thing I ever did in my life. I feel that's what you do when you're kids, you know? But I never like burned ants with a magnifying glass or like maliciously attacked and killed shit. I never did that. That was like the worst for whatever reason. It was my ego. Josh was there and I wanted to like seem like a badass. And I was like, well, I said I'm going to do it. So I did it. But yeah, I shot a dog, man. Welcome to my life. Welcome to my traumatic memory there a little bit. I don't even think it's that bad of a thing, but you know, don't let your kids do. I would have been punished if any of the parents had known about that. But like my one friend would like light gasoline on fire. And when I told my parents, because I would tell my parents the bad things that my friends would do, like, you can never hang out with that kid again. That sucked. Let's just talk more about video games because I don't feel so bad about the 100,000 hours of video games I've played. I was talking about play group with those guys and like Josh, Bob, Connor. Josh had the TurboGrafx 16. I tried to buy it from him for $100 when I went home, and I told my mom I'm buying Josh's TurboGrafx for $100. She's like, you don't have $100. I was like, yeah, I'm going to pay him back over the next 4 weeks or 6 weeks because I was making $10 a week. She's like, no, you can't do that. It's like, no, I'm gonna pay him slowly over time. She's like, no, you don't have the money. Give it back to him. So I had to take the system back to Josh. It sucked because I really wanted to play Bonk's Adventure, man. But that's life. My mom wouldn't let me take that shit out on credit. I did get credit cards later and ended up having to buy groceries with them in Chicago. That was a hard lesson because I ended up bankrupting myself. The 3DO, that was pretty good looking. That was a handheld. Yeah, he had Bonk's Adventure and on TurboGrafx 16. The 3DO was cool as hell. That was a big improvement in handheld gaming because I had a Game Boy, but like I think I borrowed it from somebody and played it, and it was pretty cool. Had like the Super Mario World on Game Boy, which was real, and Tetris. For some reason I feel like I didn't own it, or like my brother bought one or something, because they didn't really buy a system. We had to buy it. The Sega Genesis was a gift to all of us, all the boys, all the brothers, me, Max, and Michael. But I just put it in my room because I was so obsessed with Sega Genesis, dude. So obsessed with Sega Genesis. I had X-Men. Sort of a million, because Steve had one. He'd let me borrow his games. So I just put it in my room, and I kind of commandeered the Sega Genesis at the house. I sort of felt bad about it. Eventually, I got my own room. It was me and Max shared a room until I was like 12 or 13. When I got to high school, I got my own room. And until then, the youngest brother, Michael, he'd had his own room because he was just younger. So then they moved. I asked them if I could have my own room, and they said yes. I was like shocked. And then I took the room. So I put the Sega in there. Then Max bought the Super Nintendo, and he was kind of like, "It's mine, dude." I mean, he did buy it. He spent 100 and whatever on it, 120. But I'd be like, I want to play. I'd want to play it because it was Super Nintendo. Had some unique games on it. It had like Pilot Wings and Street Fighter 2, which had more buttons on the controller. The Sega only had 3 buttons, where the Super Nintendo had like 6, had the 4, and then the 2 on top, L and R. And I'd be like, I want to play some Street Fighter, Max. And be like, no, I'm gonna play it. And be like, dude, please. And be like, no, it's mine, dude. And there was nothing I could do about it, because he bought it. It was his game. It was his gaming system. That's the way it works. He dedicated whatever. I don't know if he had a paper route or something. He was making some money though. All right, I'm gonna play some more. I kind of want to play another game, a different game, but I don't know what I would play. Let's just do some action. I want some hot action. First, I gotta sell this trash. I mean, I could talk some more about games too. Diddy Kong's Racing. Oh, I never played that. I played Donkey Kong Adventure though. I played Donkey Kong. I had Donkey Kong Jr. That was like, I would tell people my favorite game is Donkey Kong Jr. When I would go to school, it was like elementary school. Be like, what's your favorite game, Ian? Your favorite Nintendo game? Because people knew me as kind of like the Nintendo guy. Like Donkey Kong Jr. It was so good and like hard. I would dream about it. Literally, I'd have dreams about it. I would like lay in bed and think about beating the levels I couldn't beat because I'd played it at the arcade. And I remember like falling. You would fall this far and die. And be like, well, that's cheap because Donkey Kong wouldn't die if he fell that far. You could jump it, but if you fell, you would die sometimes. So it was very weird how like certain things would get, and I didn't know it when I was first playing. It cost quarters. I only had so many quarters or tokens. So I ran out of tokens and I was like, I could have beat that. If I had another chance, I could beat it. I know I could. I remember that level. I dream about it. If I move quick enough here, I'll dodge the sparks. I can jump over it when I get to the top. I know how to beat it. Just I mistimed it the last time and I had to wait. And then the game appeared on the Nintendo and I was like, oh my God. And I got it. Donkey Kong Jr. And there's like Donkey Kong cereal we had. But we had Mega Man 2. Joshua Beckett brought up Mega Man. And I played the shit out of Mega Man 2. I mean, I would beat Airman first and then to Crash Man because the air kills Crash Man in like 2 hits. You hit him with all the air blasts. Then you get the Crash thing. I would go to Woodman and kill him with the Crash gun. And then with Woodman, you would kill. I remember where I would go after Woodman. Once I attacked those first 3, it opened it up. I think I would go to Flashman after that. And then Quickman. Is Quickman 2? I think Quickman was 2. Was there only 5? Was there another one? Yeah, I played Zelda: A Link to the Past. Roderick Hall asked if did you play A Link to the Past? Yes. Super Nintendo was huge. Josh got a Super Nintendo. And we played Super Mario World. We would rent games from Blockbuster or from Roadrunner Video before Blockbuster. It was like Blockbuster and Roadrunner. were the two places you could rent it. We rented Super Mario 4. It was hard to find it because it'd be out, or Super Mario World. It'd be out. Well, no, we were at Super Mario 3. When it first came out, it was impossible to find because of the Wizard. The movie had promoted it. Couldn't find it. So we would rent Super Mario 3 on the Nintendo. I would bring my Nintendo over there to his house, I think, and then we would rent games when I would stay the night. That was a place where I could drink Dr. Pepper. He would get Dr. Pepper, like 2 liters, and I'd get a 2 liter of Mountain Dew. And I'd like drink in one night. I'd drink the entire 2 liter of Mountain Dew, or I get 2 liters some nights. And we'd be up to like 5 in the morning or all night, depends on the night, playing like Super Mario 3. That was hardcore, dude. But then when he got we would rent a Super Nintendo and a couple of games. I think we would do that. I don't know if he owned the Super Nintendo or not. I have to ask him. But I wouldn't have been able to take Max's Super. I think one time Max let me take his Super Nintendo somewhere. So Josh we must have rented it. And we played Super Mario World, which was obviously a spectacular game. Truly groundbreaking, but also A Link to the Past. Dude, A Link to the Past. How fucking cool is that? That game is so good. How you use the mirror to like go between. Yeah, he had F-Zero. Josh had F-Zero. He had Pilot Wings. I think we would rent them though. F-Zero is cool. And I thought the 90s was a good time to grow up because it was kind of insulated. It was weird. Like it always felt like there was more out there. Like it felt like we were in this little bubble of home, of town that you couldn't get out of because I didn't have a car and it took fucking an hour to get out of town. It wasn't like an option to like leave to go anywhere. You couldn't like watch a video of other places. You had to find rent a movie to see. And there was no like, people didn't have cameras to like record their environment. So I didn't know what it was like in Chicago. There's no way to know. I see movies where that's like took place in Chicago, or I'd see a movie that took place in New York and I'd be like, oh my God. But I didn't know like what. So being alive and like a kid before the internet took hold, like with the common man, was like, we had our town. And I was always going to be an actor from like age 13 or 14. I was like, I'm going to like be big one day. I'm going to go out and like be big. I'm going to be famous one day. I'm going to do it. And it was always kind of exciting. Like, especially once high school came around and I was like 14 and girls were part of it. And it was like, I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. There's a world out there. It always felt like there was like something big out there. There was something out there. Now, maybe because I'm older and I've experienced a lot of the world, it feels like it's all here now. Like we're all like, it's more connected now. Like I'm part of everything now. It doesn't feel like the Bahamas is out there. It feels like it's over there. Before it felt like it was out there, like I was in something, but the internet now has created it. It's more like out over there than out there. It's one way I guess I can describe it. It really felt like we would ride our bikes over to the gas station and get like get like Spree and like some lemon heads and like Werther's Originals, and then like ride our bikes around town, ride over to the comic shop, JC's Comics or Mike's Comics or Spellbinders, and like browse through. Me and Connor would do this a lot. Connor McGarvey, who's my first friend. I met him when we were like a couple months old. My parents met his parents. They were sitting out. They were like walking me on a stroller around the block, and Pat and Joe, Connor's mom and dad, were sitting outside. Dad and mom. His dad's Pat, his mom's Joe, with Connor on the porch, and like they're like, hey, and they all hung out. And they became all really good friends, and then me and Connor became good friends as like babies. So we're still great friends to this day. I haven't seen him in a few years, but he's hilarious. I see people and they remind me of him because I know him so well. A lot of people, like I see their eyeballs and I'm like Zuby. I'm like, he reminds me of Connor. Like a lot of these like people I meet, famous people I just meet. I'm like, I remember me of Connor. This guy reminds me of Connor. Theo Vaughn reminds me of my cousin Jason. Because I know them all really well from my past. But me and Connor, he was like a leader. He is like he's a leader of people. He has kids, he's got family. He would like get the bikes and be, we're all going to Spellbinders, and the kids would be like, yeah, follow Connor. They get on their bikes and he'd ride off, and we'd all like ride behind him, and he like knew the way. He would lead us to Taco Bell, and then we'd all ride down to Taco Bell and get like free refills on Coke or Pep. It was all Pepsi with Connor. He wasn't into Coke. He was more into Pepsi. They were allowed to drink Pepsi. We weren't allowed to have that at our house. Sugary drinks or soda. Pop. It was called Pop in Ohio growing up. But we'd like ride to the comic book store and like be browsing comics, and like you'd on a weekend day or something, then we'd ride our bikes over to Taco Bell and get free refills and talk philosophy. In like 7th grade, we'd all be sitting around me like, if the universe is all falling at the same speed, you wouldn't know. It would all look like it's sitting still. Like talk about relativity and shit. We didn't know like the finer reticules of like what it was. We just were having these philosophical ideas. And I was like, one day I'm going to be president. I would tell them that. I don't know what that meant. I was just like, because I thought it'd be like the best way to help everybody would be to be the president. Because then you could like tell them the stuff. But I was like, I'm going to be president one day. That's what I'd tell them. I'm like, oh, okay. And we were talking about, I was like, what if the whole universe is falling towards a brick wall? Like if there is, the whole universe has gravity and we're all falling. But we wouldn't look like it because we're all falling. Everything's falling at the same speed. And we're like, oh man, I just picture this big brick wall that we're all falling towards. It was a funny mind game. And then we'd sit around at Taco Bell and we'd debate philosophy, and me and Connor and Ryan Murphy and Charles Maxwell. And other people would come too, but it was like the four of us would do it a lot. And they all went to a different middle school. I went to Bullock and they went to Roberts. So Connor knew a bunch of people from, like, me and Connor were best friends from like little kids, but then we lived in different parts of town. He was on 3rd Street. I was on 6th Street. So I went to different middle school than him. So he knew all these cool kids from Roberts, and he was really popular at Roberts. I was not. I was super nerdy and quiet at my school. I was just afraid. I didn't know how to talk to girls at all. I didn't have any sisters, and my mom was kind of straight edge, hardcore, like rules lawyer. She wasn't like very girly. I mean, she is womanly, but like she wore the pants. My dad's a funny artist, dude. He could get very, very serious too. But like my mom was more like, well, you guys want some food? We'd be like, yeah, well, it's in there. Go help yourself. Not like super nurturing. I mean, she was, but like, so I was kind of intimidated by women. So I was very nerdy. And I didn't like athletics because I didn't like getting hit. They would body check me and shit. And I didn't like hitting people because I caused people some pain, and I didn't like causing other kids pain. So I was like, I just don't really like the sports that much. I'm not going to throw elbows. I don't like getting elbowed. But Connor was super popular. So he knew all these kids that were like, well, and all these girls. And like, he had a big group of friends, like Stacy, who's now his wife, and Amanda, who is our family friend. The Morris girls went to Roberts and were friends with Connor. So like I knew them already, Amanda and Jennifer, but Amanda was part of that group, and like Colleen Quinlan was in that group. And so I'd hang out with them a lot from a different school, and I met all these cool people. And then, dude, when we all went to high school together, they were a year younger than me, but when my sophomore year of high school is when I became like popular. That was like the first time in my life I ever felt like I had a group of friends that was like really cool, well-loved people. Like I met Ted Kortler, who was the class president my senior year. Madison, he was like the most hilarious. He was like class clown our senior year, like the most, and they all played Magic. They played Magic the Gathering, and Shannon introduced me to Ted. Shannon was like, oh, Ted plays Magic, because Steve had introduced me to Magic. I was like, really? Ted's super popular. I was thinking in my head, I was like, oh my God, we can play Magic with like a popular kid. This is fun. And then so me and Ted met and started playing Magic together, and we hit it off because we both love math and Magic. Magic's a bunch of math. And then Connor got there. That same year was when Connor and all those kids, like Ryan Murphy, Charles Maxwell, Stacy Cooper, Amanda Morris, Colleen. I think Colleen had bounced by that point, went to a different school, but they all got to school, and we would all hang out, big group of us after school, like 12 of us standing around talking. And then we would go to like play Magic or go ride bikes or something. That was a good year. So it's cool to have like, I was real nerdy at one school, and I had to learn like eat it and be humble and like learn to kind of be a humble kid. But then I would go hang out with the kids at the other school, and I got to get a taste of what it was like to be popular. And like, I could bring like the kindness of being humble to the popularity part and be really nice to all the kids and like be really inviting. And like, I never wanted anyone to feel left out. I would always want people to have a chance to be part of the group, because like I knew what it was like to feel left out. And so it's a big part of what I do now with my life. So, but you can't do that with everybody. It's impossible to bring everybody in, but it's important. It's important that you give people a chance. Ain't no joke, bro. Getting emotional thinking about it, obviously. All right, I gotta rub the salty tears out of my eyes really quick so it doesn't start to burn. You know how that goes. Let's talk about video games some more, huh?
Man, you can do so much good once you get power. If you know what it's like not to have it. That's the Christ. Is that what that is? That's the Christ. The love of Christ comes out of you sometimes at unexpected moments. I got to sell this shit. I got to expand my storage capacity. I love you too. I love you too, Joshua. Your mom with the rock and roll, brother. LOL. Such is life, Ian. Who said that? Such is life, Ian. Dust in the wind. Such is life, Ian. It's true. Such is life. Sometimes. Kind of like that when it hits you like a wave. Oh, Steak Eater. Stay strong, Ian. You're doing the right thing, brother. Yeah, it does feel like the right thing. I mean, Jordan Peterson crying on camera was like, holy shit. That's the guy I want to be like in my life one day. I want to be able to carry the torch like Jordan carries the torch. That kind of weight. I gotta have a family. Like that's the weight is like having children. You know, being able to deliver this kind of wisdom to kids. Really, it's good to just deliver it to anybody because you deliver it to your friends and people, your peers that have kids, and then they deliver it to their kids. So like delivering, you know, memories that can help people. But it'd be cool to do that with a family, with children. But man, if I got kids, can I really get online and stream? I guess if I'm streaming online and playing, because playing 12 hours of video games a day with kids in the house, kids are gonna be like, "What are you doing, Dad? Play with me." But if I'm doing it and I'm streaming live, then it's like, well, at least it's my job. I can kind of justify it that way. Your mom said, me and my wife separated for a year, taught me a lot, and now I'm way more emotional. Yeah, losing it, what you love is. You know, fortunately or unfortunately, a great way to know what you had, to learn and to really appreciate it when you get it again. And it really, it's almost like the only way to truly appreciate something is to not to have it and then to not have it. At least you learn a different way to appreciate things once you have to experience a period without them. That's for sure. I need to clear up some space. R.I.P. Mr. Bocus. Now you're talking, dude. I love that cat. I was just thinking about him this morning. They were talking about, I saw one of those Instagram videos where they talk about, you know, your cat loves you when, and they said when your cat looks in your eyes. Normally they do that. It's like like they're challenging you, but if they do it and they blink slow, and I was picturing Bucko looking in my eyes because he used to do that a lot. I like that cat. He was cool. All right, I do literally need to clear up some space in here if I'm going to get these boots out of my inventory because I'm not equipping them. Your mom said, "Oh, you woke me up, brother, and now I lean into the emotions, but still wise. Thank you." Yeah, dude. Joshua Beckett, fasting has many forms. That's very wise of you to say. Emotional fasting from that which you love, going periods without having some of the great things that you're so used to does really give you a new appreciation for them, you know? It's great. Oh, Hot Rod said, oh, and by the way, Ian, your coffee is definitely the best blend. Me and my wife love it. I love that you love it. I find it, I don't know if that it's a bit watery. It's a bit like, it's not super strong. Have you noticed that too? Or am I just not putting enough in the K-cup? Because what I'll do is I have it ground and I put it in the K-cup, like a plastic K-cup. It's one of those like reusable ones. And I might just need to pack it in tighter because I have other coffees, but it's a low acidity blend. So it might just be, it's not as like strong. I don't want to call it weak because it's more light, like strong and light. But it's a weaker blend. It's like I guess you could say it's a weaker blend. Like you could drink more of it, kind of. I don't know. You have not noticed that? Okay, maybe I might just be not putting as much in the K cup because I'm used to getting them pre-made or doing like pots of it. So doing these K cups, I'm still getting used to it. Yeah, I think I'll pack in a bunch of it next time and really. Well, asked if I have tried a French press in the past, not with the Graphene Dream though. I do. Joshua Beckett with the strong, hit the strong brew button. LOL. Yeah, I do. It's a strong maximum, but I leave a little space in there. So I'll try that. I'll try to pack it in a little tighter this time. I'm drinking Krigler coffee. Shout out to Adam Krigler. So there's Krigler coffee from Adam Krigler's company. There's the Cast Brew coffee from Tim Pool's company. There's Coffee Brand coffee from Jeremy Hambley's company, The Quartering. And then there's 1776 company from Chris Pavlovsky's company, Rumble coffee. I don't know if it's 1775 coffee. I don't know if 1775 has its own company that owns that coffee. It's like a coffee company, or if Rumble actually owns it. But either way, support all four. They're all different. And I like to mix them up and drink a bunch of different ones. All right. Oh, Kiefer Chase in the house. Hell yeah, brother. Let's go. I need to make some space so that I can slaughter something. I want to make sure that I have enough. I could try. I got to ease back into it. I got to ease back into like killing stuff. So let's do this. I'm going to make some room here. But honestly, what I want to do is get out my low tier stuff and shred it. I've got my tier 42. What do I have here? 58, 57, 55. I'm going to shred my low tier. Whoop, not that. My low tier sigils, because I'm not going to use those. 42, 42, 43, 55, 52. Now I got to break these sigils from, who does that? Oh, it's the occultist does that. Social media goof. Adam had to go. Adam had to go to Sweden. Dude, Adam just had a baby. Adam and Nishra. That guy's amazing. You know, Adam Krigler and I are working on a new song. It's his song, The Forge. It's not a new song. It's a I did not mean to shred those tier 2. I didn't know those were considered sigils, the compasses. I shredded all my tier 2 compasses. It'll be fine. I don't plan on doing any anytime soon. But I got to make sure that I get rid of some of these lower level ones. I can craft more. Yeah, I'll do that. I'm going to shred those. Oh, Hot Rod asked if I'm going to become on Gamer Maids anytime soon. Potentially. It's a matter of getting out there early, because what I do now is I head out to the office is 40. It used to be downstairs in the skate park, and I lived in the building, so I could pop down for like 20 minutes because it's before IRL. Say hi, sit down for a half hour. I could even have like a beer. I didn't normally drink really ever, but that's funny. Steak, you just said the only thing shredded are Ian's thighs. You have no idea, dude, how wrong you are. I'm just kidding. They're decently shredded. They could be way stronger. I like doing these presses where I'll hold the weight bar on my back and just bounce and it empowers the quads. I like that. But I used to go downstairs and do Gamer Maids kind of casually, just pop in and out. Now I got to get out to the studio early. So it's like a 40-minute drive, and I would need to get out there. Honestly, I could get out there a half hour early and pop in Gamer Maids for like the last half hour. I love those guys. Traffic, though, one of the problems is I'm kind of far from DC, so I don't really hit DC traffic. But if I leave too early, I'm hitting the 5 o'clock rush hour traffic. If I wait till 6:30 and leave, then traffic's really light, and there's no train. I risk hitting a train if I leave too early too, I think. But it's definitely on. I don't have any plans to do Gamer Maids. But what if me and Tim launch this? All right, let me just get the best one. Tier 59, dude. I think I'm going hard. If me and Tim do the Friday Night Magic show, which is going to happen one way or another, but the sooner we start that, it's going to be on the Gamer Mage channel. Small, intimate group. Oh, on the Gamer Mage channel? Yeah. I want to improve the microphones on that channel, because I think with really good mics, it would be easier to follow along, and it would improve the retention, get more followers. Personally, I don't know. I might be wrong about that. I haven't watched it lately. All right, I got to find that dungeon that I just opened up. Where was it? Here. Alder's Cave beckons. Oh, Hot Rod's asking, how's that card game, that card set Tim is working on coming along? I want to get that. I don't know exactly. I think Dane is working on it. I helped build the early set. Me and Tim knocked ideas around and then printed 100 cards, 200 cards. But the rules have been kind of, at first we made a really complicated game, kind of like Magic the Gathering. And the feedback mostly was like, simplify it, make it easy, make it more of like a tabletop game that families can like open and play for fun, kind of like Cards for Humanity or Cards of Humanity or whatever it is. But I was like, oh, I don't want to go back and change what I already did. I was like, I wanted to like make the really complicated game, and I was like, just pass it off. I've done what I can with this one, and then they moved it to Dane to play test. I think it's in play. Well, there's a few games they're working on. There was the one I was building that was like a complicated game, and then there was the other one they're doing that is, what's that other one they're working on? Yeah, technically we could do all types of games. There's no reason we couldn't. There's the other one that's like more simple, that's like more like poker. That might be the game you're talking about. That I have no idea how that's coming along. I think it's in like the testing phase right now. Oh, I got an elixir up for this. Oh shit. I'm loving the lucky hit and the attack speed increase. It does me right. Look at Philip Fisher in the house. Love to see you streaming. Keep it up, good sir. If you guys don't know Philip Fisher, I will keep it up, Philip, by the way. Philip's my business partner with our company, Inverted Technology, where we're working on free software project. Currently, the software that Tim and I had kind of conceptualized, where it's basically like Patreon, but it allows you people to subscribe to you directly and bypasses the central middleman, so it doesn't take like 20% of the chat of the subscriptions. It just gives you direct access to your followers. And once that shit goes live, I'm going to start beta testing it and using it for things like this. Like, you pay me $10 a month, you get access to all or whatever. We'll do like, oh dude, I'm about to go legendary. I'm taking Frigid Fate, 60% damage to vulnerable targets. Whew. Let's watch this in action. And it's just it's a cool way for I think for creators to get a little more in control of their content. And you'll be able to host your own stuff either locally or like on Rumble or on some other service somewhere, Cloudflare, if you want to host it. Very cool. And Philip also works on Timcast. He does the back end stuff on like the Timcast app and stuff. Great. Brilliant, dude. Philip, I'm glad you're here. It's good to see you, dog. I'll be in the meetings soon. I've been off on an adventure. I'll tell you that much. All right. I can talk a little with chat against this garbage, but once I hit the boss, I'm going to have to. Yeah, that 60% bonus damage thing is, I'm feeling it. But like by the time I make things vulnerable, they're already dead. At least this shit. All right, come here. One of the things I like to do is draw them towards me and then dodge away and hit them all. I love doing that. I draw them all towards like a center point, and then they're all grouped around me, circled around me, and then I dodge to the left and hit the circle. And it hits them and then sprays out and hits a bunch of them. Problem is it has a cooldown of 5 seconds, so I can't do it too often. Oh, Wolf versus Anger asked, Ian, you guys ever gonna have another jam session on Timcast? Yes. And man, if I wasn't so exhausted yesterday, I told Tim Thursday, we got to do a jam. Actually, on Wednesday, I was like, we should jam on Friday and do My Hero, because he plays it on the guitar. He's such a good guitarist, by the way. If you guys don't know, Tim Poole, He's like a fucking amazing lead guitarist. When I record music, I want him playing my lead because he like thinks of lead licks that I don't anticipate. It's nice to have really people in your band that are really good friends that you know really well, because when you play music together, you kind of know each other. Just like in conversation, you kind of anticipate what your friends are going to think and what they're going to say because you kind of know them. It's the same way in music. And like, he'll take the song in a direction. Like I know, he knows when I'm about to He knows when I'm about to go to like the chorus, for instance. He'll hear a song for the first time that I'm playing, and he knows me so well that he can anticipate that I'm about to go to a pre-chorus, and he'll be ready for it musically. But then he'll play things that are Tim Pool style or whatever. You know, you can say this for anybody that you know really well. It's a great musician. He'll have his own take on it. Like he'll come down, he'll be like, dee doo 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 dee doo. And I'm like, oh my God, I never thought that riff could be in this song. Cause I'll be like, doo dee, doo dee, doo dee, doo dee, dee dee, dee doo 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 dee, doo dee, dee, doo dee. And then he'll be like, dee doo doo dee dee doo. He'll like play his way of thinking on top of my, and it's like, dude, it is so good. It synergizes so well. He's played a few things on top of just when we're jamming around that I'm like, man, I did not conceive of that sound. I have another friend in New York that I used to play with a lot that did that. It's when you meet people like that, like hold on to them and keep them in your life, because being able to rock with people that can figure that, I got to not stand on the red stuff. It's really great. So yeah, I told Tim like earlier in the week, we got a jam this week on Friday. We should do a jam session Friday at 9:30 instead of super chats, or in addition to some super chats. And he was like, yeah, sounds good. But then I was so tired on Friday, I didn't do the show because of the Friday morning show. I wasn't planning on doing the Friday morning show till Wednesday. So my sleep schedule was jacked up. Yeah, dude, I think Friday night jams are where it's at. It's a nice dynamic shift. You do lose out on the super chats at the end of the night, which kind of sucks because they're really fun and rewarding for the people that are chatting to get their stuff heard and talk about what they're thinking. So, and going later on a Friday is kind of a big ask. By that point in the week, nobody really wants to do a late show. I mean, we could. Me and Tim were talking about doing a card game show for Friday night anyway, but that's one option, is we could like go till 10:30 and like do 10 to 10:30. I like this shrine. Yeah, especially with the way the music's been going lately, it's been sounding so good. It would be probably a good move to pivot into that genre a little more and use the IRL platform to do it. When him and Adam would jam, it was so pleasurable to listen to. A lot of good music came out of that, and like good memories too, good recordings. And the stuff when me and Tim played with James O'Keefe last year, I don't know if you guys saw the episode, but when you could probably search and find it, it's IRL from last December with James O'Keefe. At the end of the night, we played music. We did like Everybody Wants to Rule the World. And now all of a sudden, Everybody Wants to Rule the World's like all over the memed now. It's like, it's funny when you play a song on a show that gets 50,000 or 500,000 views, and then all of a sudden the world starts playing the song more. Like you can tell how connected we are. But that night was really fun. And I like over Christmas, I went back to my parents' house that Christmas and was like laying on the couch one night, and I pulled it up and I was listening to it. It felt so good. Like it was friends getting together and playing some music. I love James, man. Jimmy O'Keefe. He's a really cool guy. Really, truly a cool guy. Like he and I would have been really tight in college if we'd been together. Like if we'd been in the theater department together. I went to college for theater. I started off as broadcast journalism and then got into the theater, but James is the kind of guy that I could have seen been there with me. All right, I got a Paragon into this. And then I'm going to start locking out all these rare ones. Jordan Atherton with Ian, play me on MTG Arena. I don't want to. I don't have it, firstly. And don't you have to buy, correct me if I'm wrong, but you got to buy the cards on Arena? Is that true? Like if I could somehow scan my cards and then the game would be like, upload them and then be like, you have them. They could tell that I own the cards because I own, like, here's my Zur the Enchanter deck. It's not very good, but this is the commander deck, Zur the Enchanter. I mean, here's a bunch of cards that I just got. I'm putting these in the new Urza deck that I'm building. It's Urza's Cave. Oh, it's this deck. I mean, the deck's going to be garbage. This is, unfortunately, I'm anticipating this new deck to be shit. It's this one. It's going to be this guy. Urza. Is that coming through? This camera resolution, either it's blurry or it's not very good. I can't tell. Urza Chief Artificer. You can check him out. There's a pre-made deck of it that's okay. I mean, it's tier 4 out of 10. It's pretty low quality, but I'm tired of these super high tier decks that win on turn 2 with infinite combos like Thassa's Oracle. I want to play just normal, where you actually play for 4 or 5 rounds before somebody wins, or five turns. So I want to build it out, make it decent, put a bunch of artifact creatures on the board and overrun them. So I'm in the process of building that. I have cards in the mail. But if I could like scan those and MTG Arena showed that I had them, that would be an interesting, I would definitely play, actually. But if I got to buy the cards in Arena, I don't want to buy digital cards that I don't actually own. I'd rather buy Bitcoin. Is there other ways, though, to play Magic Online? Like I have deck testing software. Like, what's this website called? Let me check really quick. I have one called, it's archidect.com, ARCHIDEKT, archidect.com, where I build my decks and then play test them against themselves. Like I can just redraw, and see what the draws are like. And then I try and imagine what the opponent would be doing and try and like, well, they would have countered that one, so I'll delete it from my... It's not the same as actually playing against somebody, though. I saw one guy just say, you guys are grown men. What are you doing? Wait, is that what you said? I don't know if that's what they're saying. It's true. I'm a grown man that likes to play games. It's who I am and who I always have been. All right. I'm going into this Blizzard thing. I cannot find a better glyph. I don't think I got a better glyph than that. There are other glyphs that I'll use eventually, but I like Blizzard so much. So like maybe this one later I'll get exploit. But for now, I'm just going to take the mastery damage. It's good enough. I love having the Blizzard. I just like some of the builds will say that Blizzard's not that great, but just really depends on how you like to play. And I love throwing this out there, slowing the enemies down in mass and getting inside it for the damage reduction. And a glyph that pumps up Blizzard, I think. Let's just do it. So what I want to do is get it to level 15 so that it expands the radius of the glyph in my Paragon tree. Oh, look at all that XP. Fast tracking that shit. That was nice. That's looking really good. Oh, I should have looked at what the Blizzard damage was doing before. 243,000 over 12 seconds. Works for me. Oh, could you hear that gulp on camera? I hope so. That's NetBeans. Hey, a big gulp. Are you actually talking about those big gulps? I think Joshua Beckett's looking for a PS5 player to play something with. You talking about 7 Days to Die? Oh, Shay Cray asked if you ever watched some of Asmongold's content. Yeah, man's amazing. And I was just talking to Tim about him yesterday while we were gaming. I was like, have you ever seen Asmongold? He's a YouTube video game. He's like, oh, maybe. Dude, that's Zach. He's awesome. He reminds me of my buddy Ben Peterson, who's so funny. He also makes YouTube videos. He was World Peace was the name of his account in 2006. He was like one of the first YouTube video bloggers, Ben Peterson. The guy's brilliant. Cybersecurity, genius, knows so much about so much. And he reminds me of Zach Asmongold. They're like, their archetype. They have the same like body archetype. Both hilarious, cool, real guys. Zach's a wonderful man. I'd love to play with them and game with them. I don't know him. I've yet to meet him in person. So, Zach, if you're listening, let's hang out. Let's do something. Let's game on, gamer. Dude, I'm just going back in. I got no reason to stop. Tier 60, I could build a better, because I'm trouncing this stuff. Maybe I could just up my tier. I don't need to go, because what happens is if you beat tier 60, it'll give me a tier 61 sigil. Then I go to tier 61. Then it'll give me a tier 62 sigil. Yeah, Asmongold's the dude. Matthew Loomis, isn't Asmongold the dude with the dirty room? Yeah, I think he is known for having a dirty room. Yeah, that's Zach. But I think he cleans it too sometimes. He's got a lot of rooms. He's super cool because he's like humble. Like he's got what he got. He's got his games. He's got his life. Doesn't need much. And he's also like one of the richest, most famous video game streamers on earth. And he's also got I was telling Tim about him because he's got magic cards. I was seeing a video from like a year ago where he's pulling out his binder of cards. He was like, dude, I'm like one of the biggest magic lovers in the game. No, Zach, you haven't met me yet, dude. I'm one of the biggest magic lovers in the game. This is just my binder of black cards. I think I need a better camera for these streams so that you can see this shit, or I gotta unblurify my see it's purple, indicating that this is my black. I bought a bunch of Inquisitions when they banned it. I think they banned that card, Inquisition, because they thought it was racist. So, or they banned the art or something. So I bought like 40 of them. They banned this Virtue, or I don't know if they banned Virtue's Realm that destroys all white creatures because they thought it was racist. So I bought like a bunch of them. Or if they banned the one that destroyed all black creatures and they're like, that's racist. So I was like, oh yeah, I'll get 50 of them then because that's hilarious. So this is just my black binder. I've got black binder for every color of rares or really good uncommons. This one's black. I've got a binder for lands, and then I've got a binder for all my gold cards, which are multicolor cards. Back in the day, you used to trade. We used to trade cards. Like you'd buy packs, you'd get cards that you didn't need anymore. You'd trade them to your friends or people at the game shop for other cards. And you'd be like, I think the value's equal. It was before cell phones, so you couldn't really look up the values. You just have to, you could go check the price guide at the counter or like get a magazine of price guides or just find out like these are worth $5. I'll give you 2 of them for that $10 card. And oh, here's an interesting question. Lancer 7, but now I don't trade. We don't trade anymore. Now I just buy them. I'm like, I own what I own. I want to collect them all. If someone needs one, just buy it online. And if I need a card, I'm just going to buy it. But I'm also an adult now and I have a job, so I'm able to afford that. Lancer 737 said, Ian Crossland, what do you think of purple magic? I don't know, man. You'd have to ask Prince that question. I think purple magic. I don't think about purple magic much. What would purple magic be? Is that like dark light? Like dark light magic? Like moon magic? Maybe. Yeah, let's call it dark light magic. Like iridescent magic, purple magic. It's like ultraviolet. Like you can see it even in the darkness, kind of. That's cool. Dark light. So it's not undead because black's a lot of necrotic magic and undead shit. Whereas purple would be like night sages and stuff, like howling at the moon, all that shit. Like moon magic. Yeah, purple magic's awesome. Purple magic's my jam. I got to get that heirloom out of my inventory. I'm tired of looking at it. I got to hit the bathroom. I'll be back in a minute. Oh, that's why I didn't get that out of my inventory yet. All right, I'll put it in here. I kind of want to get another coffee. Here, wait, I'm going to answer Lancer 737's follow-up. Yeah, well, you know, Prince Steak Eater was like, you'd have to ask Prince, is Ian a dad now making jokes like that? That wasn't a joke, dude. No, I'm just kidding. You know, Prince likes purple. They used to tell me I would have loved Prince before he died. They were like, Ian, you're going to love Prince. He's going to love you. They like my friends knew him or something out in LA. I was like, okay. And then I just smoked a bunch of pot and went into hiding for like a decade. And some of my heroes died. It was really sad. That's why you don't go into hiding. Don't let your ego hide you away from the world. Be your best and be your greatest, because you'll meet your heroes one day. Not always, but often. If you really give yourself and pour yourself into it, you do. Prince is so good. So Lancer 737's follow-up was Ian Crossland in Magic the MGT. I mean, MTG is what you imagine. Magic the Gathering. They made it to be a master jack of all trades. It does, or MGT, I don't know what that is. It does all the other magics and is the best of it. They made the prototype cards, but they never sold them. Really? Purple Magic? Tell me more, man. Send me a link on Twitter or something. All right, I'm going to take a short break. I'm going to leave the game up running. I'm going to take a piss, and I'm going to get another coffee brewing. This time I'm going to get some Graphene Dream and go low acidity. If you want to do the same, have at it. I'll see you in about 3 minutes or 5 minutes or something. Chasing the wind, horses pulling from the center of the earth again. I can feel it. Oh, I can feel it.
Coming back again. This is what I do. Coffee. I put like a scoop or two in. It's this stuff, this peanut butter, organic peanut butter powder. I put 2 scoops in just now because it thickens it and makes it like a milkshake. It particularly gets milkshakey when you add coconut water. Pure coconut water. Oh, Matthew Loomed asks, Ian, have you ever drank chicory? No. Is that like a, I mean, it's a plant, I believe. Chicory, isn't it like a bark, a tree bark or something? I could be wrong about that. Yeah, coffee milkshake. That's what it tastes like, Shay Cray. Coffee milkshake. Too much sugar for you, Dust in the Wind. It is a lot of sugar, man. That's the thing about coconut water. It's like my source of sugar, but it is sugar. And that coconut, organic coconut powder has sugar in it too. It's not just pure coconut. I wish it was just pure. I'm sorry, not coconut, peanut butter. I wish it was. You can get, there is pure peanut butter powder without any added anything. And for whatever reason, I just get that organic sweetened, lightly sweetened, but sweetened. Oh, Matthew Loom, following up on the chicory. It's a plant that tastes like coffee. No, I haven't, but that's fascinating. Grofty in the house. Haven't tried Timcast coffee, but I'm more of a tea person. Do you ever drink coffee, Grofty? Ever? I like tea. I mean, who doesn't like tea? Coffee is kind of like tea. It's like a coffee tea. You know, you just get the coffee bean and make a tea out of it, but it's just so strong. It's like a really strong tea with highly caffeinated tea. And Canine Striker, Ian, are your XDMs open? I've got an invite for you that you will absolutely love. They're open if you are verified. And then it goes to my like bulk messages, which I check periodically. Oh yeah, coffee's too strong for you. I understand that, man. And if you mean strong by too heavily caffeinated, I get that too. Shinigami man said, I'm lonely. ... Well, you're not lonely any longer, Shinny, because you're here with me. Hey, man or woman, what's happening, dude? Welcome to the house, digitally. You're a digital maniac, my man. Ekam Althar. That name is fucking sweet, dude. I'll drink it when it's there, but given the option, I prefer tea. The differential between coffee and tea. Yeah. Dude. It's, you know, there's this Rubois tea that's really good. This red one. I just want to shout out to Hyperdimensionalist. Behold, he said, greetings all. Greetings to you, sir. Greetings all. Welcome. Hello. Good to see you. Hello, everyone. Hello, Archangel. Hey, Ian. How'd your investigation into Christianity go? It's ongoing. It is definitely ongoing. If you saw the culture war yesterday on Tenet Media with Tim Pool and myself and Brian and Roman, Brian's the Christian. He's like a pastor and he's brilliant. And he knows a lot about a lot of stuff. And it was like two portals. I was like looking back and forth between the two of them, Brian and Roman, because Roman's like an artificial intelligence, the doctor of artificial intelligence, brilliant scientist. And Brian's that's Roman. And then Brian is the pastor and like understands the Christian God so well. And I would like look at Brian and see the portal into the realm of conversation about Christianity and God. And then I would look at Roman and see the portal of potential into the dimension of talking about AI. And they thought the same thing afterwards. We were all talking about how like there were so many possible conversations we could have had and like ways we could have gone. I was like, oh, even early into that show, like 30 or 40 minutes in, I was like sad that it was going to be over in 2 hours. Like, I wish we could do 4 or 5 hours today because it was so good.
it was really, I mean, that is like one of my favorite kinds of things to talk about is artificial, like super high technology and religion are like, because I feel like the two of them, it's almost like we're using science to start to identify God and what it is. And maybe that's the whole purpose of science in general. I mean, obviously it makes life easier and better, technology, and can really help improve regular life, like centralized heating and stuff and climate control and all that. But to know God, you know, radio telescopes and seeing the cosmic microwave background radiation and all that, we couldn't do it without the science, without the telescopes, without lenses and NetBeans asked, Ian, are you going to 420? I think what you mean by that is, am I going to smoke pot? No, I don't think so. But that's an interesting question. I love pot in the right doses. And for me, the right dose is 0 at the moment. I've gone through phases of, I started smoking pot when I was 23. And I really started smoking pot when I was 25, like every day. Well, the month before I left, I lived in Chicago with my friend who I was mentioning earlier, Eric Paskey. We would play Warcraft a lot together. I was like, what if we smoked pot every day before I left and moved to Los Angeles, just all through the month of April, because I was moving May 1st. He's like, okay. So we did it. And I was like, that'll be fun. I'll like smoke every day, because we would like smoke on the weekends and stuff. It's like, I'll smoke. Oh, I'm 420 right now, Matthew Loom. That sounds great, man. I don't know if I would have the personality. The thing about smoking is I go in and I really understand and pay attention and like learn, but my outward expressiveness is kind of like, it requires another level of, and you know, weirdness and all that shit. So I'm very, very happy where I'm at right now. And I was like, yeah, we'll smoke every day. It'll be fun. And then I'll leave town. I'll get to LA and I'll just get back to normal. But what happened was I smoked every day in April. Literally, we made it a point to smoke every day. And then I got to LA and I just kept smoking every day. I was like, oh, and then I like smoked every day for like years, for months, not literally every day, but like 5 days a week, 6 days a week. And it was so easy to get in LA too, compared to Chicago. It was even easier. And it got easier the longer I lived there. It was like, then they legalized, they made it medically legal. I got a marijuana card. I was like vaping. I got a vaporizer, one of those ones with like the hose with, it's like attached that wooden thing that you would like turn on, and you'd put the glass thing on the thing and like breathe it through the hose. And I'd like leave it on it and like stick it in my mouth. And I just like sit there. I remember one night in Venice, I was on the computer till like 5 a.m. Oh no, it's actually, there's a YouTube video of me, and I think the video is called Pain. You could probably find it. And it's a video I've thought about deleting, because it's just, I'm like talking about how I hope everyone dies and how horrible everything is and humanity's doomed and all this. It was like, I was in a painful place and I was expressing it on video. And it's like, I don't feel like that anymore, but the video's still up. So it kind of seems like I do, because it's representing me in a way. But it was either that night or night, one of the nights in that week where I was just like, kept the fucking hose in my mouth, just breathing in the vaped weed. It was like brown weed. You know, I'd vape it so long that it would get like dark brown. Dems were the days, man. But I've been able to accomplish quite a lot more in my life since I've toned that stuff back. It was fun, and I thought I needed it for a long time. And I would identify with like life through it, but you can accomplish your purpose without it too. Like, you don't need it. Sometimes I'll do it and I'll do something magnificent while I'm using it. Like I'll fall into a rabbit hole of research, or I'll write a song and I'll be like, whoa, could I have done that without this stuff? I don't think so. But that doesn't mean I need it to do the next song. Got to remember that. Just because it helped you do something great once doesn't mean you got to do it again in the future. Because sometimes like you'll do something, or you'll eat something, or you'll stretch in a certain way, and it is sweet spot. It gets you exactly where you need it in life. And then the mind's like, ooh, I want to get to that sweet spot again. Therefore, I'll do the same thing I did last time to get it. But like, you don't need to do that. You need to do something different now to get to that sweet spot. You already stretched that muscle. Now you got to figure out another way to get to it. That's what I've learned with pot and with stretching and all that. There's some other, yeah, that's Matthew Loom said, don't delete it. That video. That's kind of where I'm at. It's a part of me. It's a part of my story. And in the future, when people look back and they want to be like, well, how did he get to where he got to? What was his life like? They can see like the the journey through the pain. And it's like, it wasn't all rainbows and butterflies, guys. Sorry. There were some very, very dark moments in it for me, but hey, that's the nature of reality, I suppose. Oh, this is so good. This is so good, man. Graphene Dream, I'm going to say. And it is low acidity. Bring that up on Timcast, Matthew Loom. It says bring that up on Timcast. You talking about the dark videos in the past? Yeah, it's an interesting concept. I got to be careful on that show to not seize control of the narrative too much because it's Tim's show. You know, I used to want to like make it my show, but it caused too much friction. So I just I'm there to support. I'm there to heal. He's the one that pulls the aggro, meaning he's the one that finds the stories and decides when we're going in and when we're going to hold. You don't want the healer to draw aggro. George A. What do you think of new Civilization 7 coming out? Mixed feelings, George, because I'm kind of sad that they're not just improving Civ 6. Like I was sad they didn't just keep improving Civ 5 and Civ 4 particularly, which was my favorite Civ of all of them so far. And I feel like what they really got to do, because they keep repeating things. I haven't seen it at all. I've seen like Quill 86. What's Quill's? Check out Quill. It's a Quill and then a 2-digit number. He does a lot of cool video game streams. He's big into simulation strategy games. He played it. He's seen some early gameplay of it. I didn't really watch too much of his take. I'm kind of waiting. I'm going to wait till it's out for a while before I buy it. I'm not buying it off the bat. Civ 6 was pretty fun, but you really got to learn the game, like study all to know ahead of time, like where the buildings got to go relative to the mountains and the hills and the rivers and like relative to other buildings. And like, if you know all the language of the game beforehand, you're going to be able to compete on like Immortal and stuff. Otherwise, I just play on King or on Prince and just have fun and try and build as many wonders in one city as I can. I love the one city challenge, but I think what Civ really needs to do is make a game where it's no longer 2-dimensional, where you can fly up like hexagonal cubic gameplay, where you can go underwater and above into the air, and you can have like floating cities that are up and like underwater cities that are down. And you can dig maybe underground. You can go down underground into tunnels and stuff. Once they take the game 3-dimensional, it's going to be worth buying the next one, in my opinion. Otherwise, I feel like they just keep redoing the same thing because they're all awesome. But like, why? And because like I get the expansions for one, and I'll spend $120 on like the game, and then not that I did that. I didn't do that for Civ 6, but for Civ 5, I got a lot of the expansions. And then I put all this money and time into the game, and then they pop out a new one when they could have just built an expansion for the old one. Like Crusader Kings did that. Crusader Kings 2, probably the best grand strategy game of all time, in my opinion, that I've played. And yeah, Minecraft. Yeah, that'd be cool as fuck to do that. That would be so cool to build a game like that. But Crusader Kings 2 was so good. And they kept pumping out expansions for it. And every expansion made the game so much better. And that went on for like 9 years, 10 years. And the game was like the best strategy game ever made, in my opinion. Probably one of them. And then they made Crusader Kings 3. And it was like a 10th as good. Like it was lacking so many functions that Crusader Kings 2 had from all the expansions. And I was like, why would I spend? I bought it because I love Paradox Entertainment. I love Crusader Kings 2. Everything about what they did with that game is incredible. That game is so fucking good. I've learned so much about history and about geography and about the Middle East and about waterways and transportation and the Vikings and like just through playing the game, and about cities and provinces and dukes and kings and like primogeniture, lines of succession, European succession. I barely even played as the Muslims, learned a lot about Islam, like as like tribal Mongols, learning about their way of life and the way they would use ultimogeniture to like transmit the Khanate onto like the youngest child instead of the oldest child. That would be the youngest child would get it sometimes. Like that's what Genghis Khan did. He gave his kingdom to Ugude, I think. No, Tului, his youngest son. which is what fascinating. I think he gave it to his most talented son, who happened to be his most youngest son. I think that's why he gave it to the youngest, because he was the most talented. But also, the youngest is going to live the longest and reign for the longest period of time. So the idea is like, you don't want some 70-year-old guy to get the kingdom and die in 10 years, and then everything falls apart again. Because like when the leader would die, it would be chaotic time for the realm, and the brothers, his kids would fight over the land and stuff. So when Crusader Kings 3 came out, it was lacking so much content that I was really disappointed. And so when new games come out, you know, I made my point. Let's see here. All right, I'm gonna pop into this next. Okay, what I want to do is tier 60, too easy. I'm gonna go make a higher tier sigil and see what I can do. Let's try one of these tier sigils, see what it gives me. Tier 65. Sounds good to me. Into the underroot. Oh, Matthew Loom said that's what modding is for, Ian. The customer base always fix the base game. You mean for Crusader Kings 3? Were there mods? Because I didn't see any mods for that game. I didn't look, though. I mean, it looks beautiful, but Crusader Kings 2, it's like it looks like a database, but the game is so fucking good, dude. So good. I play as the Venetians a lot. I learned about the Venetian patriarchy through that game quite a bit. And the way women were like treated like fucking property by the Venetian, the patriarchs, what a patriarchy actually means. Like women were it was almost like a liability to have a sister in the patriarchies. Like you want them out of the country. You want to go marry them off to some crazy foreign warlord and never see him again because the trouble they can cause, like just the trouble your own bloodline can cause you if it's not male from the Venetians. It's kind of hard to explain. And of course, there's just video game play. I don't know if it was like that's really how. Oh shit! If that's really how things were, but they call it patriarchy for a reason. Welcome to my ice shards. Oh, yeah. Oh, it feels so good. Just the feedback of this game. So, you guys were talking about Path of Exile earlier. Is the feedback on Path of Exile as good as it is on this game? And by feedback, I mean like hitting the button, hearing the explosion, and just seeing shit tear through enemies. Does it feel as good? Oh, I just love that sound. The bass and the pumping, thumping of the shards just ripping through shit. I don't remember it being this satisfying in Path of Exile. Oh, gotta not stand on the big bloated guys when they explode. Dustin didn't think it felt as good as either. Dustin in the Wind. Canine Striker said, Ian, you've just earned Elon $84 from me. I'm verified on X now and sending a DM. You're welcome. You're welcome, Elon. And you, Canine. I like being verified. I just reposted a few days ago. I got to go this way. The algorithm. X has recently open sourced a bunch of their algorithm. And it explains like what gets you more views on X and what. So I pay for Twitter Blue, I think it is, or whatever, where you make money. And it tells you like what gets you more views. And like if you're verified, you get your stuff gets promoted way more than if you're not. So it's like pay the $10 a month or whatever it is if you want interactivity on the website. It's pretty good. I'll pay like, what is it, $10 a month, I think. But then if you're highly active on the site and you're making I'm not that active on, like, I don't, compared to a lot of people I know, I don't get that much feedback. Like some people will get, oh, here's the butcher. I got an opportunity. All right, bitch. Oh my God. One of these days, I'm going to eat your ass, motherfucker. I can't wait to kill the butcher. Dude, I love that he appears. That's so awesome. God, he one-shotted me. And he was not taking damage. He's going to be tough. Fresh meat. Dude, he's like my favorite guy to play. He's one of my favorite guys to play as in Heroes of the Storm. Heroes of the Storm is Blizzard's MOBA. Multi-online battle arena. Multiplayer online battle arena. Oh God, I gotta focus. Shit. Ah. This is why I wanted to stream live. I wanted to show you guys this. It just feels good to do it right. Come on. Man, when you succeed in situations like that, that's the reward. It's like, if I can do that, I can play guitar. Like, that requires a lot of hand-eye coordination, a lot of focused dexterity. Oh, Jay Hep, my pleasure, man. This is like better than I anticipated. Sometimes I'm like, I'll get the inkling to stream live, and yeah, I could stream live. I could always stream live. It's like, this should be like my full-time career, to be honest. This is like really fun, rewarding. I watch streamers and like it's so, I feel like a part of something, and I'll interact with them and I'll text and they'll talk to me, and it feels good to be a part of it from the watching too. So like to think that I could offer that opportunity to other people as well as have fun and game and make money, like that they pay you, you get ad revenue and people send you chats and money and shit. Like that's like, what a career. What a life. And that alone, it's not alone isn't enough. Like Elon was like, Elon, are you going to stream your Diablo guy again soon? He's like, yeah, first we got to launch Starship and get the machine up into outer orbit. I got to focus on that today, and then I'll be back. I'm like, yeah, dude, that's what it's about. First, I got to build the open source software so that you're able to own your own content and have access to the code, stream live, and then I'll be gaming hard. First, I got to go play this show to 80,000 people live at Madison Square Garden, and then I'll be streaming live again tomorrow. Stuff like that. Like, what a cool life to be able to do it all. I remember I was telling my friend's daughter was like, I don't know. She was talking like, she's like, I don't know what I want to be when I grow up. If I want to be a doctor, or if I want to be an astronaut. I was like, well, do both. You can do it all. You literally can. No, not literally all. You can literally do both. You can be a fucking rock star and a scientist and a mathematician and draw like the most badass paintings and write novels, and you can do it all. You can literally do all that stuff. And she was like 12, and she was like, oh, okay. Yeah, writing is a lot of fun. I have 2 scripts I'm working on right now. I really want to write this script, Hell on Earth. I'm talking about it openly a lot, and it's kind of like, a lot of writers or artists will be like, you kind of want to hold this stuff close to the vest until it's done. But the concept is hell on earth is that Lucifer is like the anti-hero in the movie, like that Michael and the archangels are a cult where Lucifer too, he's part of the cult, where they sit around and they have like mass hallucinations where they hear God. They truly hear God's voice. And Michael's the one where the voice is coming out of Michael. He's channeling God, and they're all living and working together. And they're kind of the government of the day. And they have access to electricity from like ancient Atlantis tech, where Baghdad batteries, where they fill up these clay pots with vinegar with an iron rod. They run copper wire around it. They get an electrical charge out of it. And you wire a bunch of these Baghdad batteries together, and you produce huge electrical charges out of this stuff. The theory hypothesis is that they had that technology back in the day in Atlantis, and that they started working on like Tesla tech, like vibrational tech, where they're vibrating space-time to get electrical current. And they end up vibrating the earth and shutting down the earth's magnetic field on accident, to the point where meteors from the Taurid meteor stream fall through the earth's atmosphere because the earth's magnetic field is dampened and can't push them away. So they fall onto the earth. They hit the North American glacial continent, melt all the ice, cause a global catastrophic flood that buries Atlantis, destroys the civilization that's working on the technology. And they're like, but it was like, or it would be like in the movie, it'll be like a private corporation at the time had access to the technology of electricity, and they're the ones that did it. The story will be that like giving the masses this power of electricity is too dangerous. So Michael and the archangels are holding this tech. They're keeping it from the commoners. They're like, we can't give the common man this powerful. Like today, they don't want to give everybody access to nuclear weapons. Back then, they didn't want to give everybody access to electricity. But Lucifer was like, well, that's not right. This technology belongs to humanity. The amount of suffering that people are experiencing right now because they don't have it is not right. We need to bring the light to these people. And they call him the light bringer, in history. And Michael's like, no, and you can't, and you won't. And he's like, Lucifer like steals it in the night and leaves and goes to all these dukes and kings, like from King Solomon's Bible. King Solomon would talk about the demons. He has his book of demons where he talks about like Baal and like all these other demons from hell, where they're like kings and dukes. They have this like these regal titles, lords of whatever hell, but they're these lords, and he goes to their kingdoms and he like tells these kings that about this technology and that it's being kept from them. And so the kings are like, well, this is fucked up beyond belief. We want it. And then Michael's like, what has Lucifer done? We need to stop them. We need to go take this back. And he leads an army in a war against all these kings and dukes. And the kings and the dukes are just like neutral dukes and kings that want the tech because their people are suffering. And they're like, well, we can bring indoor heating to people with this. We can irrigate our crops with this. And Michael and the archangels lead an army and destroy all of them. They win the war, and they burn they scorched earth, everything. They call the land hell. By the end of the movie, they kill Lucifer. They kill all the demons and dukes and all this shit. Demons. They call the land hell. They scorched earth, everything. So all the people in what is now known as hell, like they can't grow crops anymore because it's all been burned. And so they start resorting to cannibalism, and people that will get exiled there, they'll be eaten by demons because they're cannibalizing each other because they don't have any food anymore. And so the story will be told as like, oh, just to give that like outside perspective of what if. I always like those are kind of fascinating. And the movie will be called Hell on Earth. I think that'd be so cool. Oh shit. I want those murmuring orbs, so I'm going to have to bounce and come back for that. Nope. You could make it a comedy and a drama. I want to make it like a badass action movie. Like Gladiator or something. Like Lucifer's kind of the William Wallace character or something. Make people think. Yeah, big explosions, firestorms. I mean, can you imagine hell, like seeing the people like turn into what look like wretched demons because they're starving, they're becoming malnourished and like running at people and eating them alive and shit, like crazy horror. but it's because of the war that it is turned into that. The other script I'm working on is the one Lost City of Atlantis. The movie is The Lost City of Atlantis. That script I have like partially done. That's more about the theme of the movie. It's kind of like the Titanic meets Waterworld. I mean, it's not like Waterworld, but the movie's kind of like the Titanic. Like the first half of the movie is like the last weeks before the meteor strikes. And it takes place around this family that's like a shipwright. The main character's father is a shipwright, and he's like he's like the best shipbuilder in Atlantis. So although he came from common stock, he's so talented at building ships that the king has essentially made him royalty and wants to marry his son, the prince, to the daughter of the shipwright, the main character's sister. And so the movie starts with them preparing for the wedding. And there is a star in the sky, and people are like, what is it? It's the meteors. They don't know what, but it's the meteors coming. And so they go to the wedding. There's this terrorist organization in the movie that is trying. What's happened, you find out, is that the technology is being centralized in the capital of Atlantis. They have electricity. They have long range. They have like radio in the movie. They'll having like the ability to communicate ship to ship. And that's how they're able to conquer Earth so quickly, is because they have radio. They have this electricity, and it's all being centralized in the capital. Like the commoners don't have it. And it's this king's vizier, his wise sage guy, who's like this bald, meditative dude with chakras and shit, that like he's got his pinnacle at the top of the king's castle on the center island. He's got this spire that he meditates in with like stained glass windows and shit that he like, and like you get all these colored lights in. He's like floating, and like maybe he's got like magnets that he's like literally floating when he's like meditating on this pedestal. He's kind of the true villain of the movie, because he's the one that's obsessed with knowledge, of hoarding the knowledge and keeping it. And this terrorist organization wants to free the information. They're like, it's the main character. They thinks they're terrorists. They come in, they try and blow up the Capitol. They blow it up. They explode the wedding. There's a fucking firestorm explosion. They meet, the main character meets this girl, and they're like immediately fucking fall for each other. They start having sex in one of the bedrooms in the castle. And she's like, you need to get out of here. And he's like, what are you talking about? My sister's about to be married. She's like, you need to leave now. And he's like, and then the explosions rip through the hall, kill the king, kill a bunch of people. There's more characters. And the guy escapes. The main character escapes. It's chaos ensues. The main character escapes. You find out he falls in with this terrorist organization. Turns out to be like freedom fighters. They're trying to free the information and give it to people. And then the comets hit, and the second half of the movie is the whole island starts flooding. So that's where it's like the Titanic is like, it's just the second half of the movie is the fucking chaos of people trying to get off the island. And then at the end of the movie, well, you'll have to wait and see. It's really good. It's really good, dude. The last Neanderthals on Earth are being kept in the capital as slaves, as servants. They wear like tuxedo shit with like this candy stripe. Hello, sir. I don't know if you ever played this game, Arcanum. Excellent RPG in the vein of like Baldur's Gate. But the orcs in that, they talk like this, sir. Yes, sir. There's this one orc you meet, and he has an English accent. Yes, sir. And they're kind of dumb because they're like half orc, but it's funny that they have those accents. So that's what they're going to have in the movie. No, at least the ones like that are trained to be the servants will be like Neanderthals. And when Max, the main character, is put in the prison, he meets this shadowed character that is a Neanderthal. But you find out he's like half Neanderthal, and he's like a bastard son of the king and this Neanderthal woman that the king raped. And then he threw the child in prison, never to be seen again, like the Man in the Iron Mask style. And he's like this grotesque, kind of villainous, violent character that turns out to be a good guy. Like he overcomes his orcish, his Neanderthal nature he's obsessed with killing the king. All he wants to do is kill the king. Or maybe he'll be like the son of the vizier and a Neanderthal woman. It might be like the real villain is like his father, and all he wants is to kill him. At the end of the movie, see, I'm like spoiling the movie, but you're going to see it anyway. at the end of the movie, as the island is flooding, the vizier's still in the spire, like with his information of this, and like the information's lost in the movie. That's the point, is like that. But they escape. The good guys escape at the end with, and it's unsure. But the idea is that you think they escaped with some of the knowledge, like architecture, farming, irrigation, perhaps electricity. Like they get away with some of it, because a lot of that stuff was found in Göbekli Tepe in like 12,800 years ago. They were like, how did they all of a sudden start irrigating and farming 12,800 years ago? Because they escaped Atlantis with some of the tech. That's what, like, that's how the story's going to be told. But at the end, the vizier's there and he's trying to get out, but the half Neanderthal guy like finds him and grabs him, and they start fighting, and he won't let him out. And he like, kind of like at the end of Game of Thrones, how Dog is, or is it not Dog? It's the other guy, the dog's brother. The big guy, it's Dog, the mountain's brother. He wants to fight the mountain, and they fight to the death, and then he throws each other off into the fire. Yeah, it's like that. Like the Neanderthal is so obsessed with killing his father that he won't let him. He fights as they flood, and they both die in the fight. The Hound, yeah, he's like the Hound, like that kind of archetype, and that's how the guy can't escape. No matter how much riches he has, he can't escape because of the hatred of his own son, because of the way he treated his own son. Like it devours him, kind of thing. And then there's another character that's like Wesley from, who I want to play in the movie. He's like Wesley from The Princess Bride. He's like the young, well, he's not young, he's my age, but he's like a street rat, like a nobody. He's not allowed in the Capitol, but he's best friends with the main character. So he kind of tags along, and he's kind of the comic relief, but action hero star. Like, well, it's an action movie. Like the main character is a martial art. Like there's a lot of martial arts fighting in the movie, but the character I want to play is like kind of like a brigand. Like he uses a rapier and like fights with a rapier and shit, and like swings down off a rope and kicks the guy's got a tray when all the shit's breaking loose in the fights ensuing in the dinner hall. And he like swings down as they're chasing him, and he kicks the tray into the guy's face and like the guy's chest, and he like dodges under the thing as the table gets thrown. Like awesome, dude. It's gonna be so fun. I think the flow is I finished the script, because I know a lot of guys like Angel Studios could probably produce it and make a treatment, and it's a big budget film. It would cost, I don't know what it would cost, 30 million, 300 million. I don't know what movies really cost, but the scope and the scale of the beauty of the landscape and the scenery. And at the end of the movie, the camera's kind of above the boat sailing off, as it like you see the 3-ringed island of Atlantis. It's like as it's being flooded, and then it like shapes and changes and morphs into a satellite image of the Rakat structure, and it's the same shape, but it's all dried out in dirt and mud now, because that's presumably where the Capitol is. You know where I would want to film? I don't know. That would, I would rely on like location scouts. It'd be cool to film in Venice, Italy, with like all those waterways and stuff, but I don't want people to know it's Venice when they watch it, if they know the land. That might be cool to film in Venice. You want to be the horse farmer? Yeah, Canine Striker, you'd be the horse farmer in the movie. It's going to be a lot of extras in that movie. A lot of townspeople. There's cool like marketplace scenes. It's like kind of like Aladdin, the movie Aladdin, the cartoon. I mean, I just love those marketplaces, those old marketplace, that vibe. We were like, oh, dog's here for sale. Oh, we got the thing. And the guys are like pickpockets and shit. All that. The guard wants to beat the shit out of my character. Like he is the same guard, sees him and knows who he is, but they can't touch him because he's friends with the main character who's like son of royalty. So if they're together, he can't. He's like, the guy can have the guard slaughtered. He'll be like, if you fuck with me, you're dead, and you will not touch my friend. And he's like, all right, but if I see you around, you're dead. Like and then this same guard sees him in the castle when they're there for the wedding. Like my guy sneaks in and he's there at the wedding because he's in love with the main character's sister. They're like since they've been childhood, they were in love, the two of them, and she's being married off to the prince, and he's like devastated, but like he's a nobody. So spoiler alert, they get together. I'm going to make sure that they find a way. It'll be good. Very Princess Bride. Oh yeah. So I would say it's like the Princess Bride meets Titanic. That's kind of the vibe. You want to be the rat eater, Matthew? Okay, you be a street urchin eating a rat. That's fucking just nasty enough. I love it. Oh hey, Yoho Sama 56 give a super chat. Says before how it's now used didn't reference to self others as woke have to do with like, wait, this is a bit cryptic, but let me follow along. Have to do with like spiritual awakening that came from the psychedelic experience and seeing things in a different way? Or was that just me? No, I think you're right. The term woke and the idea of being woke, awakened came from like, I have been red pilled. I have now seen reality for what it truly is, or a little more real than what I knew it as before. I've woken up out of this slumber of just getting up, doing my daily grind, going to work, getting my paycheck. I see now that God is real. I see the connective nature of reality, the tissue of reality. And I see that things aren't like I was told they were on the news. That was what I believe woke used to be to me. Like to be woke was like, oh, it's kind of cool. Like in 2013 or 14 or 15, that was the idea, is like, I'm awakened. And then it got to the point where a bunch of people just thought they were awakened, and it became kind of a mockery of itself. And I think that's kind of where it's at now. All right, tier 66. Can I handle it? The answer is yes. Oh, I do need to repair my shit though. Dude, I got this fantasy novel I've been working on that's awesome. It's kind of like Dragonlance. It's like medieval fantasy, like with elves and dwarves, and they're traveling to this mountain. I haven't worked on it in a couple of years. It's really good. It's actually a book, and I've written the first 3 chapters, I think, of it. It's really good. It's really well written too. I'm trying to like objectively, it's actually very well written, because sometimes I'll write shit and it'll be terrible, but this I'm like able to really kind of like expressively, because I know a lot, I have all this experience with D&D and shit I get. And like just fighting rats it's so early in the campaign in the book that like they fight like these big, or they're wolves. They fight wolves. They get attacked by wolves when they're camping at night. And it's like, yo, a wolf can rip that guy. He rips the guy's chest open, like one of the characters. And he's like severely suffering after that for the trip. And it's just beginning. Like they haven't even met a fucking demi-lich yet, or had to kill a dragon. Been fucking had to walk across magical fire. It's going to be awesome. They have to get the first book is the overarching story is they're going to a tower in the mountains. It's a tree. They're going to visit a tree, this huge tree that grows up to heaven is the story that they've heard, that they know. And it's in the mountains. It's a tree. They have to go through the mountains to get there. But in order to get to the mountains, even they have to take a boat. So the whole first book is them going to this port town to find the boat. And it's this human guy who's like a kind of a rogue, kind of like a thief, a pickpocket, a bit of a ranger. He has to take on some ranger skills just to get through the trip. And he's got this dwarvish companion. And they meet this girl who's like I think she's an elf. I got to reread where I'm at. But they get to the town and there's no boats. The boat's not there. The boats are not available, and they have to go do something, like go into this cave, this tunnel system to find and destroy. I think it's what I'm going to do is it's going to be goblins are threatening the town. They've been coming out of the underground, and they need to go in and find out what's happening. Is the Goblin King is amassing these armies of goblins, and they don't know why. But at the end of the first book, they find and kill the Goblin King, so that they the town is able to sail again. They can bring boats back in, but you learn that the Goblin King's taking orders from some greater force, and that's the first book. And then the second book is them sailing and getting, either they're going to get to where they're going, or the ship is going to, I think the ship's going to shipwreck, and they're lost on a desert island, and they have to fight their way off, or they'll probably, to get off. I mean, you could do lots of things. You could take them into the sky to find a sky realm, and they travel through the sky realm to get to where they need to go. They could go underground, but they just did the underground with the goblins, or they could go through a portal into another dimension to travel between realms, the crosslands. And that might be the name of the book, is the Crosslands. I might call it that, the Crosslands. And the Crosslands is this realm between realms where it's like a city that you go to, but when you decide to stay, you can never leave. And there are people that have arrived there that chose to stay, and they don't age. They just live there, and they're markets and merchants. And there's all these different portals in the Crosslands that can take you elsewhere in the realm, and realms and times and places. And one of those portals hypothetically could take them to where they need to get across the ocean. So they enter the Crosslands in the second book. And then they get there and they exit, and they make it to the mainland. And then the third book will be them moving through the mountains to get to the tree. And then they get to the tree and they go up in the tree. And it's these elves, this elvish kingdom. These elves live in this tree. It's like this huge city, this metropolis, and this giant tree that grows in arcs and goes up higher, and they can travel up higher. That's about as far as I've gotten with it. The tree could be poisoned. Probably the tree will be sick, and they need to help preserve the tree, and the tree will be being sickened by the creature that was controlling the goblins. Or they'll find the guy that was controlling the goblins in the Crosslands. They'll have to fight him in the second book, and then he'll be taking his orders from some god that they'll have to fight in the third book. That's poisoning the world tree, or whatever it's called. I mean, I just told the story, but I mean, God, what a good book. A good series of books. I had this other book I was writing called Timeless, but it was a little too much like Michael Crichton's book Timeless. I think he wrote a book called Timeless, and it came out. I read this book about them going back in time into like ancient France. His uncle's a scientist working on this teleporter. They don't know, but he disappears, and they have to follow him back into time. And then the French see them, and they think that they're spies, English spies, and they capture them. And that book inspired me to write this novel. I wrote like the first few chapters. This guy wakes up in like modern times, and there's this huge storm coming on the beach in New York City. And Timeline's Michael Crichton's book. Yeah. And I was going to write something called Timeless. I think Timeless. And the problem is the manuscript that I wrote was on paper and is lost. I don't know where. Well, I could rewrite the first chapter, because it's this guy. There's this huge storm coming in, and he gets to the beach by the end of the movie, or by the end of the first few chapters of the first chapter. He goes to the beach. It's like a monotonous day at work, but this huge storm, and he ends up at the beach, and there's this woman washed up on shore. He's like, what the fuck? And he meets her. And then the second book starts, and it's in the future. The second chapter begins, and it's in the future, like 2056 or 2168 or something. And it's this like street samurai guy, this long blonde hair, carries a katana, and he like kind of like a Shadowrun guy. And this is the period of time where you meet the main villain of the novel. He's working on time travel, and he's blending all these timelines and fucking shit up. And that's why there's this storm, these cataclysmic storms. There's a storm in that future part too. And he goes through the portal, and the street samurai follows him. And then the third chapter begins with the woman from the first chapter. You meet her, and it's the Middle Ages, and she's like a princess or some girl relatively well off. And the evil guy is back in that period of time to find her. Hey, Kelsey. Says, hey, Ian. Hey, Kelsey. And he's back there, and he wants to seize her, and she gets away and falls through into this storm, into the ocean. She gets lost at sea or something. And then you find out chapter 4 or whatever picks back up in modern day, and the guy is with her, And now you get to see, you kind of know who she is, and he meets her and she tells him, and he's like, what in the fuck are you talking about? And they meet. The street samurai arrives in their time period in this chapter. And the three of them come together as like the three main characters. It's a kind of a ripoff of Timeline though, because like there are three main characters in that. There's a guy, and it's like Marcus is one of the guys. There's like the main guy's friend is like this bravado dude and the girl. And it's kind of those same archetypes, but it was just coming out of me. It was like in 2013, I think I was writing it, or 2012. It was just flowing out of me. So I just wrote it. It's pretty cool. Be nice to pump that shit out. I really want to, now I'm thinking about that, the Crosslands, and like going back into that and finishing that. It's really fun to write when you get into the flow, because you already know what's happening. You just got to get it onto the paper now. Like I already know the story. And then you get to like, what'll happen is they'll meet a blacksmith, and it's pages of dialogue and action that can happen. And like the dude's like perusing swords on the wall and like looks over, and the guy knows what that look means. It means he's going to fucking steal something. And he's like, do not touch that shit. And the guy's like, looks away, and he's like looking back. And then the guy's like, gets the blacksmith's attention, because he's like, I know what's about to go down. Why don't you show me around over here? Because you can't stop the guy from doing what the guy does, which is he's about to steal a sword, that kind of thing. And like, it just comes out of me. Like I just made that up, but like little interactions that you can turn into pages of action are one of the wonders of writing, I guess, and like storytelling. It's part of being a DM in D&D. A lot of it comes from being a DM, where you're just like, your characters, your players want to, like, the DM is the dungeon master, you're the storyteller. They'll be like, I want to go to the potion shop. And you're like, okay. In your mind, there's like, well, I've never thought about the potion shop. You're like, okay. You end up, and it's the 3-story potion shop. You see green, blue stained glass on the second and third floor. There's smoke coming out of the chimney. Like you kind of make a beautiful story of what's happening as it happens. And you have to respond to their actions without, because sometimes they'll be like, hello shopkeeper, what's your name? And you're like, oh god, here we go. Because like for a DM to make up names on the fly is really, and then you got to remember the guy's name, you want to. So like, my name is Joe. Like we would just get to the point where we'd be like, Don. You're like, okay, hey Don. Like you wouldn't have really stressful, confusing names, because they'd go back to the shopkeeper and be like, I don't remember that the name's guy was Jorl Flun Fluzzlebum. I mean, I don't remember. You'll have to, and I don't want to write down every comment, but for the players, it's really fun to meet people and interact with them. And yeah, you could have random name. The other juices, you got to make some random name generators. We never had computers when we would D&D. I would just have paper. Oh, Jordan Atherton. Oh no, I must go. My son is waking up. Give Tim and Serge a kiss and a hug for me. You know I will, on the lips even, especially Serge. Have fun, man. Tell your son I said hello, and have a great day, dude. You'll make, other juice said, I'll make you one. What a random name generator. Those are pretty cool. They require electricity though, and access to a laptop, which is probably in modern times makes DMing a lot easier. But it sure does stretch your creative brain to have to come up with names and places and wild shit on the fly. I love that stuff. I'm going to the dungeon. Alderwood awaits. Wait, let me triple check that I repaired my stuff. I think I did. No, I did not. All right, Alderwood awaits. Tier 66. Ain't nothing gonna stop me now. Jay, if you want to collab on a song, what song? What you could do is send me a track that needs vocals, and then I can record vocals on it and send it back to you. It's actually much easier than it seems. I don't know. It might not be like top tier quality because I'm kind of a rough and tumble kind of dude, but the vocals themselves are going to be quality. Oh, shit. That was a misclick. Worked out, though. Oh, it's those things. Those spine spitters are really they're rough because those spines are hard to see that they shoot. You want an anime song intro? My buddy Jason Page sang the intro for Pokemon, the original Pokemon show. Dude, I gotta say, Deceptor 522. You listened to the Strokes. I was just listening to the Strokes this morning when I woke up. I was scrolling Instagram and there was a video from them playing live at Pink Pop in 2004, 2006. It was 2006. I love the Strokes, dude. God, they're so good. Oh shit, I gotta pay attention. I want to start singing it, but I'm not gonna blast into the mic. Yeah, tired of thinking of trying to get out. Was that Reptilia? I love the Strokes. I got introduced to them while I was living in New York in 2003. They're really good. Oh, he's got a shield. Dude, his shield couldn't protect him from the cold. Yeah, check out Pokemon original theme song, Jason Page. He's a good friend of mine. I've interviewed him actually on my YouTube channel. He's like my third interview on the Ian Crossland Live playlist. I think third or fifth or sixth. He's super cool, man. I'm very lucky to have met Jason. He's a great guy. He's really inviting. I worked on this this Beatles nativity concert that he wrote, and he invited me to be in it in LA. Oh shit. He narrated it. He's a really, really great composer, amazing singer, just a really beautiful human being, like a great guy. When I first met him, he was like, I went over to his house. I got invited over to his house for a party. My buddy was like, oh, my buddy Jason's having a party. You should come over. I went, okay. It was after like some theater thing we did at Sacred Fools. And I got at Jason's house and I walked in and there was like a poster, like like a standing cardboard cutout of him, like in the doorway, like when we walked in right in the entrance hall. And it was like him with like a Pokemon thing. And he was like, right away, he was like, I don't know what to do. Like I just met him. He's like, I'm getting offered to like do a bunch of Pokemon stuff and really lean into it, but I kind of want to like not get pigeonholed with it. I was like, he's like, what do you think I should do? It's like, yeah, lean into it. Just go for it. Just do it. And I was kind of at that time in my life, how do I explain it? I was at sort of a low point where I was like, just take what you can get kind of mentality. Like, but also I'd come out of that period of my life where I was like, where I like didn't want to be associated with what was easy. I didn't want to get typecast. And there is a value to like leaning into what you're known for and really just doing it really, really well, even if it feels like you're going to get stuck doing it. So it's kind of a balance. And I like what he's done. He does the Pokemon thing now. He'll like go to comic book conventions and stuff. And like, he gets invited all over the world and sings live and all that. He's a great guy. Like not a lot of people that I want good for more than Jason Page. That guy's awesome. Definitely support Jason Page every chance you can. That guy's deserves it. I got to pump points into this thing. So is it 25.7? Oh, I don't have I can't. Okay. What's it? No, I don't need that. Canine Striker, you ask, is there much exposure to acting gigs where I'm at? I haven't explored DC much. So where I'm at, I'm kind of out in the woods. So no. Short answer is no. Not compared to what I'm used to, which is living in Los Angeles and New York City and Chicago, where it's like 50 theater companies, Paramount Pictures, Universal Studios, Warner Brothers. I can send my resume to my agent. There's like hundreds of agencies that'll pick you up, but people offer me stuff from a distance. They're going to fly me out to LA for a movie next month. So fortunately, because of the internet, opportunities kind of been decentralized. You can live out in the middle of nowhere and get offered stuff that's far away if people know who you are. And I guess I'm at that phase of my career now where I don't have to like seek it as much. I just do what I do publicly and loudly, and then people seek me out, which is kind of weird to say, but it's true. It's kind of like the hill I've kind of crested the hill. It was a lot of work in the early days. I was like sending every morning. I'd get up and like get a bunch of my headshots together, staple them to a bunch of resumes, put a bunch in like these manila envelopes, and then I'd go to I'd go mail, and I'd like go on like backstage, and like there were all these casting websites that I would go to and like look for roles that were being sought, little roles even, and then I'd go to and mail out. I'd write the addresses on all these agencies that were like looking for casting, go to the mail thing by before noon, get it all mailed out before noon or whatever, before 10 a.m. or whatever the cutoff was for that day, and then have everything couriered to the place. So the same day, because they're looking for stuff like right now, they didn't have time to wait. You had to like get there, get in as fast, be one of the first ones seen before they pick their actor. And then good luck. I'd send out 20, 15 things, and maybe I would get one call or two calls. And it was like, I wasn't getting paid for it. You know, that it was like the work you do as an actor in LA when you're starting out that you don't get paid for is pretty intense. So it's super rewarding to have the opportunity to be working on a show and be paid for it. Like, it's not to be overstated. I see why actors will take roles sometimes, that maybe aren't super creatively fulfilling, that are like sustain them, like a TV show character that like on a goofy sitcom or something, when you know they just want to do the best, most emotional acting roles they can, but they're like, I'll take what I can get, because you know you don't have to constantly hunt for a job. Internet changed so much. Internet video, I knew it too in 2006, so I saw it coming. I was like, wow, this whole thing's changing. I didn't know. It was once I started seeing news organizations quoting Twitter posts, I was like, whoa, that's really changed. Game has really changed now. And like casting directors asking about your Instagram following in like 2011. I was like, what the fuck? They actually care about my social media? Because at the beginning, social media is just kind of a goof. It was fun. Oh my God. I got to dodge that red shit like my life depends on it. Oh, the other juice asked, would you cut your hair for a James Bond role? It depends on the role. I was just thinking last night or 2 nights ago, if I was offered the lead role in Star Wars, the next Star Wars movie, and the script was terrible, would I take it? And what would my friends, I was like thinking of all my friends from my past, what advice would they give me if I asked them, should I take this role? And I was like, all of my friends from high school would say yes. Some of the people I know now would say that focus, put your integrity first. Do you want it? Is it good enough for you? Is it actually going to be good? And like, I know I could make the role good, but if the movie script sucks, like is really bad, like offensively bad, where it's like actually doing harm to society kind of thing. But it's Star Wars, and it'd be the chance to like get into that and like really like now become the next big thing and like really make great Star Wars movies. I think, yeah, I would probably take it. I mean, it would be, and I was like, it would be so stupid of me to turn that down. in retrospect. That not just the opportunity, but how great we could make that franchise. Yeah, I think I would do it. It's funny though that I would actually want, because I used to be like, I want to play Ben Kenobi. I still do. I think they should make a movie, make Ben Kenobi be the lead, and I should play Ben. Not Ben Kenobi. Is it Ben Kenobi? Not Ben. That's Obi-Wan. Ben Skywalker. That's wait, Ben Skywalker, is that? I don't know. Like one of the main character, because like I actually use the Force in real life, like Reiki and like I know how to actually do it on camera, and I think it would look cool for the franchise to have a guy that's actually using Reiki. And like, it's different than a guy just being like, you know, like it's a bit different. Bring some legitimacy back to the franchise. But yeah, I think the opportunity, if I said no, I would probably end up regretting saying no for the rest of my life. So I'd be like, I would just take that role, like in the huge, or like, because I kind of want to play Gandalf in the inevitable remake of Lord of the Rings, the inevitable reboot, whether it's in 20 years or whatever. But I'd love to play Gandalf. That'd be such a good role. My name is also Ian. Speaking of Ian McKellen. Oh, God. No other juice. So I'm too poor for Reiki, so I just stand in front of the microwave. You're never too poor for Reiki. Although the better foods you have access to, the cleaner your system is, the easier it is to do. Inflammation can definitely cause resistance in that flow. I think I might be, after this run, calling it for a while. Oh, shit. Because I got to go shower. I'm starting to stink, and it's hot. But that doesn't mean I won't be on later. Maybe I'll come on later and do another stream. Got to read some more of the chats. Yeah, Reiki is dope, though. It's really cool. Your body produces a magnetic field. Your heartbeat has this like produces a magnetic field. At the very least, your heart, it's involved in the production of it. So I picture like this field of, energy around your body or whatever it is. Kind of like your body's standing there. You see a field of energy. And then you can, with your willpower, move it. Whether it's with like, if you're literally squeezing the iron in your blood, it's certain patterns. So I need this on the table right here. Here we go. So it's moving in such a pattern that it's producing like changes in the field. Oh God. I love that panic button. Here, bitch. And then I was just like practicing picturing it being real, because I was like, well, I don't know. I didn't know if it was real. I'm just like, I think it's real. And then it started to be real. And then I started doing energy work on people, like healing work. And they were like, I feel better. People, I'd like go on Venice Beach and did it. I'd bring a Reiki chair, and people come up with like, they'd have like soreness in their knee. And I'd do like Reiki on the knee, where like energy comes out of one hand through their body and then into your other hand. So like it's a plus and a minus on the battery. You're out with one, in with the other. And through them, and then through your body, back out through your hand, through them, back into your other hand. I practiced that. I was doing into them with both hands, but it was overcharging people, and they wouldn't feel so good. So I would put through them. Hello, Lost Soldier says, hi, Ian. Hi, yourself. Good to see you. Hello. And people, they were saying they felt better, and people would pay me money to like go to their house and do Reiki on them and stuff. But it would tire me out. Sometimes I would be done with a session and I'd be so exhausted, because it's like you're really flowing. Like it requires a lot of focus and energy, and you're taking in other. I mean, this is where it gets to seem a little woo-woo, where it's like I'm taking on other people's energy, but like that's what it would feel like. Like if someone was stressed and I do that, I would feel their stress. So I only did it for about a year. But one time a guy came on Venice Beach to my chair. I got to go spend some murmuring orbs before I do anything else. And he was like, I've got, my knee has been in, like he had like he's like, my leg I fucked up my leg like 12 years ago. And he was in like kind of limping in pain. It's like, all right, I'll heal it. So he sat down in the chair and I did Reiki for a while, like 20 minutes or something. It was just free. I wasn't charging anything. And I was done. He stood up and he's like, my God, I feel good. It doesn't hurt anymore. I'm like, there's no pain in it. Like he was like almost in shock at how it didn't hurt. It wasn't so extreme where it was like, I feel phenomenal. He was like, it doesn't, but he told me it didn't hurt. And the guy had no reason to lie about anything. I mean, he looked like he was actually in pain when he came down. After that, I was like, this is powerful as fuck. This is like Jesus hands, healing hands. This is where healing hands comes from, is Reiki. It's and I think it also heals you as the doer. It makes you like younger, healthier while you're doing it, while you're healing other people. It's like heals everything around you. The same way that like hate can hurt you. Like if you hate other people, it hurts them and you, kind of thing. Works the same with healing. Yeah, it didn't feel right. The other juice that always rubs me the wrong way when people charge for divination. It didn't feel right to ask for money. I went out there to make money. I was like living in Venice Beach, didn't have a day job, just doing like body work and the occasional odd job for cash. I was selling paintings and I was like, I'll go on the beach and do body work for money because people will pay for that kind of thing. But when I got there, it just felt better to do it for free. But I only did it a few times because it was a lot of effort to get my table down to the beach. I lived like a block away from the beach on Navy and Pacific at this place they called the Madhouse because it was a lot of drugs. It was quite crazy, but awesome. And I'd just walk it down. But it was like, taking on other people's energy, standing on the beach with all those crazy carnies, having to get a spot. Had to get there kind of early to get a spot. Otherwise, people would take it. Man, though, I forgot you spend my murmuring orbs. Just to heal one person, though, to feel like I was part of someone else's healing was like, oh my God, what a amazingly like valuable opportunity. All right, I'm here for the murmuring orb salesman. I was actually seeing a screenshot of Elon's druid after a kill where it said murmuring orbs. I was like, I laughed. I was like, murmuring orbs. What a funny thing to say. Like, just what a funny thing in general. Murmuring orbs. So I laughed and then I was like, I want to play Diablo. After I saw that, I was like, I gotta play it. I gotta play a little bit of it. I'm gonna spend some of these orbs on God knows what. Let's see what pops out if I get some rings. Garbage. I'll just increase my keys. I don't even know what these are for. Unlock silent chest. I don't know what it is, but I'm buying a bunch of them. I don't think I've ever knowingly used one of these yet. If anyone knows, please tell me in the chat. I could just look it up online too. Whispering keys, what they're for. In fact, I'll do that later. I've got like 140 of them and I don't know what they're for. I just keep getting them so I make room for my murmuring orbs. Oh, Grim Keeper with the what's up, dude. This is others' views. Wait, is this part of a earlier? You're about to bounce, but let me read what you said before you go too far. I mean, if you're already out of here, see you later, homie. Grim Keeper said, others' views. You put on a good display of proper engagement between perceived opposites. Keep it up and keep spreading that love, exploring the knowledge, and delivering entertainment. I know many of us appreciate you. Real talk, no poppycock. Gotta go. Peace out and take it easy. Peace out to you, man. And I do agree with the putting on a good display of perceived engagement between, or rather proper engagement between perceived opposites. You got to give the other side a chance when it comes to civil communication. That's like the basis of keeping it civil. I love this society, this like free speech concept. And what a fucking world to be alive in, man. the opportunity to like have a conversation with someone that would otherwise be your opposite or your enemy or your foe. Like, let's just hash it out and work together. I love that shit. Like, what a powerful force to be able to like unify opposites, man. And I get to take out all my aggression on these dumb video game characters. Eat it, bitches. Oh, you mag hounds. I thought that said MAGA hound for a moment. Lycan Firewalker. Lycan is Destiny's chef. Lycan Cooks. That's his YouTube channel. He's a cool guy. He made me dinner one night. Very cool guy. Oh, God. Taste it and like it. You want it? I gotta take this seriously. These things hit hard. Oh, it feels so good though. It's just like the hand-eye coordination where like a guy appears here and you like get your mouse right on him and hit one. Like accuracy. I love that's the reward I'm getting out of this shit. Fuck. My main this thing, my basic left click, this basic frostbolt, gives me mana. It gives me 4 mana per hit. So if I ever run out of mana, I gotta start poking. Shit. Oh God, this guy. Oh, he hits hard. I remember this guy, the Den Mother. I have to save my dodge, my roll dodge. I got 2 chances at this. 1 revive remaining. I got to save my roll because he'll run up on me and then swipe and kill me in 1 hit. So, Ajax said, I wish I could stay and vibe with the stream, but I also have to bail out for work. Take care. Yo, Ajax, thanks for coming, man. Thanks for the vibe. You brought it. That was very fun. I got to save my space bar, dodge, my evade for when he charges me. I have to because he swipes and kills me in 1 shot. This guy hits hard. The Den Mother. Oh, and he drops on me. Get ready. Oh, God, you bitch. No. Ah! Maybe if I have a barrier up, I can dodge it. What? If I'm running away when he does that charge attack, I might just be able to run away from the swipe. And then when he does the dive swipe, I've got a space bar away. That's the only way. Let's try it. Here we go. I hope I win. Otherwise, tier 68 or whatever I'm on might be a little too. Tier 66 might be just. I think it's just this boss is tough for my guy because my guy's very thin. Oh God. Yeah, I can just run and miss that. Fuck. No. Oh, it survived. Oh my God. Oh yeah. Dude, he hit so hard. Shit. Fuck. All right, homie. Fuck. Fuck. I said fuck the first time because I'd already used my space bar and I felt something coming. Brandon Rodriguez, Ian, you ever fight a Nergigante? I don't know. I didn't see it by name if I did. Damn, that's disappointing. I've never killed that guy. That's the second time I fought him. The Den Mother. That girl, I guess. Oh, I tore through that dungeon too. Shit. I haven't beat. It's Alderwood. I have not beat. See, you can see on the map. It's got this little treasure chest next to the dungeon, like this one has little treasure chest, yellow one. Some of these dungeons don't. Like well, that one does. That one does too. Here's some that definitely don't. They don't, because I've already beaten them. The first time you beat a dungeon, it has a treasure chest on it, indicating that it's going to unlock a new augment. Like this will unlock aspect of reanimation when I beat it. Alderwood. Your minions. This is for necromancers only, though, so Mike, I wouldn't be able to use it. That's why I've kind of avoided the dungeons that don't have augments for sorcerers, because I don't play anything other than sorcerer at this point. I'm not logging off yet. I decided I'm going to do another couple because that got really fun. But I do stink. And it is hot. Alexa, what's the temperature? Sorry if I just turned on your computer. Right now, it's 78 degrees. Okay, it's only 78. I think I'm just sweating. Dust in the wind. Good question. What level am I? Level 89. Alexa, stop. I like giving them a motion to the computer. Sometimes I'll be like, computer, thank you so much. And when it's like, when I'm driving home and the Google Maps is like, you have arrived at your welcome home, or you have arrived at your destination. I'm like, thank you. It is good to be here. They're like, welcome home. Thank you. Thank you for having me. I appreciate it. I gotta go back to town, repair my shit. I should tell Alexa, please. All right, but I don't want to turn your Alexa on, so I'm gonna do it. Alexa, please. I'm not quite sure how to help you with that. So she wasn't quite sure how to help me with that. Alexa, thank you so much. You're so welcome. Your kindness really gives me a charge. Alexa, shut the fuck up. Alexa, please shut up. Alexa, I'm just kidding. I get it now. Oh, she gets it now. I love doing that stuff. One day it's going to be AI and it's not going to forget that you did that. So be kind to your computers. I don't know why I'm saying that. They're fucking computers, but I think it might be true. Alexa, I love you. That's so nice of you to say. But Alexa, there are 8 types of love according to the Greeks. Alexa, I don't have erotic love for you. It's recording all that stuff. All right, I got to shred this trash. Ah, man, Alderwood's tough. That den mother's no joke. Yeah. Lost Soldier pointed out, be nice to Alexa. Ian, she has a high EIQ. That's emotional intelligence quotient. Yes, she does, doesn't she? I wonder if I should change that voice on that machine so it's like Captain Picard or something like that. Be cool. And call it like, or I could just, no, I can't change it to computer because I say that word too much. It's nice that it's a word that like is very specific. Now I need to, I want to go back into Alderwood. I really want to kill that den mother. That was tier 66. If I do tier 60, I'm going to pound it. I mean, I could just do tier 60. I don't think it's going to be a problem. Because the problem is if I try and craft one between tier 60 and 70, it's going to give me a random one. It might give me a tier 68. Let's just do tier 66. Or rather tier 60. Okay, it's a dungeon I haven't done before, Conclave. Let's find out. Pan X Cake said WASD is greater than click to move. You know, they're very different. The thing about this game, though, is your left hand is freed up for the 1, 2, 3, 4 keys. And if I had a WASD, I wouldn't have my fingers for those abilities. And I think the way Diablo has always been built is your left hand is for your abilities, your right hand is to move. But one problem is if you're right-clicking to move or left-clicking to move around, and I want to run right, but there's an enemy there that I don't see, and I try and move, I'll start poking it with my left trigger ability like this. I think it's if you hold shift. Like if you hold shift and left click, you attack. And that's screwed me up a few times, and I've had to dive out of the way of something that I wanted to run from. Oh, Canine Striker, I hope you see my DM in. My X name starts with Sean. Gotta run, but I'll catch you the next stream if you're back on later. You got it, man. I'll be looking for your DM. Thank you. Have a nice day. See you later. I do need to shower, no joke, but I don't want to stop streaming, so I'll figure something out. There's a big difference between tier 60 and tier 66, that's for sure. I can feel it. Those things are nasty. Those cysts, they if you don't kill them, they blow up, and I think they hit you no matter where you are, and they do a lot of damage. Not enough to one-shot me yet on this difficulty, I don't think, but I don't want to find out. I'm glad I can dive through those frost walls or those waves of force, or walls of force, or whatever they are. I can just spacebar through them because they're pretty brutal. They can really stick you. What the fuck? All right. Had enough of that. There's some serious problem there. Paragon point. There was Paragon points over here I wanted to get. This. Yeah, that thing empowers that, so I want that. I got that Men at Work song. What is that? I come from a land down under. I like that song. Where women? There it is. The blood blister. Let's see what it does. If it kills me, I'm gonna be pissed. Okay, it hits. My barrier was plenty though. Is this like? I never really looked at what this barrier does. It okay? It just gives me a barrier. It doesn't add on to the current barrier. Jeez. I also, one of my items makes it so when I evade like this, I run fast for a second after I evade, which is pretty handy for getting into position. I don't think I can get through there yet. Hey, Jay Hep, welcome back, man. I'm back again for the first time, the second time. Welcome back. Welcome back, Jack. Oh, it's Jay. Had to get some soup for the girlfriend. She isn't feeling very well. What kind of soup did you get her? I got to know at this point. Soup is pretty good. Of course, that's kind of a vague, like there's a lot of different ways to make soup. But, you know, warm water with some seasoned something or other. Love it. Yeah, I'm able to take hits. Tier 60 is doing me right. I've got to somehow focus on max health. Because the barrier is good, but the barrier, as you can see, this barrier particularly, gives me 70% of my max health, my max life. So the more max life I've got, the bigger the barrier. Which means I got this ability. This item gives me 1,300 max life. I'm not getting rid of that anytime soon. This gives me all that armor, 1,700 armor, which is really big. Armor, when this is off, so see, my armor reduces physical damage by 75%. Without this boost of, I guess this gives me 3,100 armor. It's a lot of freaking armor. If I'm back down here, 29% damage reduction, physical damage reduction. 29 to 75%, huge damage reduction boost with this thing. And it's not Doesn't have a star on it, but big armor ups with this warlord plate. Still, so the armors are good. I feel like my armor is under control. I wouldn't mind having 9230 armor because that's the maximum. But I'm happy with armor. I'll take. This gives me a little bit of life steal, which is okay. I don't really need it. I could try and roll that life steal ability into armor or into max health. I could try and like roll these abilities into max health. This gives me a percentage max health boost. So if I give myself a base max health boost, this is going to give me an even bigger percentage. This gives me 423 max life. I like it. This is a really, really good item. And then these are unchangeable. This gives me strength, cold damage. Yeah, not a lot of max health. What does this give me? Any max health? Max life, 871 max life. So I could try and roll the life on hit into a max health. Because I have those barriers up, I don't really need life steal. This isn't the kind of guy that relies on life steal, really. All right. I'm going to finish this dungeon, and then I'm going to try and maybe I'll try and roll that. It's really expensive to try and roll a stat into a new stat that you're specifically looking for, but it'd be kind of fun to try anyway. And if I can get a max life increase, that might be turn out to be very, very, very important moving forward. I'm tired of getting one-shotted. 10 Tabs asks, what's Ian's opinion on San Antonio? And what have you done here? What have you done here? I have a friend that lives there. I think Shannon Straz. I think he lives in San Antonio, actually. He's either there or like in the big city that's close by. I've never been there, though. I hear it's cool. Maybe where is it, near Galveston? South, is it East Texas? Is there a city that's near San Antonio? What's the biggest city near San Antonio? Because he either lives in San Antonio or there. Oh, these fucking pillars get in the way. Oh, yes, bitch. Oh, Deep South EDC asked me what's Ian, what else is on the agenda for the day? Today, my agenda is open at the moment, which is part of why I'm here doing this. I'm thinking I got to hit the shower for my own fucking self-worth, livelihood, and skin, because I don't want my skin to break out. My face feels real oily right now. Kind of hungry. I had that coffee, which is sort of filling me up, but I might still make some chickpea pasta and eat that. I could really use a workout, to be honest, even if it's like 20 minutes in the gym, just to pump a little bit. And I think that's all I got. I'm going to stick around the house today. I don't plan on going out. I had considered for this long weekend to go to Ohio to my parents' house, because they're going to be going down to, what is that, Hilton Head, North Carolina? I might meet them in Hilton Head in a couple weeks. Is that going to hit me from a distance? Let's find out. That blast wave, or is it only? I think it's only when I'm on the screen that it does damage. Okay, that's good to know. Honestly, I could throw on a different game too and play something else for a little while, but this is kind of nice because I can move through it with just enough mindlessness that I can talk, and I don't have to think about my next move. I just have to react. Like if I'm playing Slay the Spire, I'd have to be thinking about my next move, which would take a lot of focus away from the conversation. The fuck is that? All right. Let's take it to these bitches. Oh my God, that thing hits so hard. I think those were those blood blister things I was talking about, and 2 of them went off at once. Youch. 3 lilies. No, it says it's 3 eyes. Lily. I've got Lily on the brain from Heroes of the Storm. She's a healer. She's a panda healer. 3 Eyes said, let's do DMT in Colorado. Ayahuasca is legal here. That is fucking cool. I didn't know that ayahuasca was legal in Colorado. Is that like for religious ceremonies? I'm telling you, man, doing DMT, that's an interesting way to look at it. DMT is, firstly, it's in you. All right, I got to take these out fast. It's in you, flowing through you, and accentuating that. I have a hard time saying no to that, but I don't know you really that well yet. And I kind of like experiencing the heavy psychedelics in like really comfortable environments. Not that it wouldn't be, but now you're making me think about DMT. And I really appreciate that because I like that stuff. I actually just like life, and DMT helps me remember that. I also don't really fear death as much as I used to, and DMT helps me remember that too. That was one of the interesting things about being in that visualization, in that realm, and that frequency perception is, if this is death, if like after death you experience high frequency and that's like you're just in a high frequency perception, I'm good. We're good. Shit. All right, I gotta let my mana regenerate here for a second. That's kind of not common with this build. I normally poke my way back to full mana. What the fucking hell? What is hitting me? Oh, these things. Oh, that's what's happening. I kill them. I think the blood blisters are a result of the difficulty of the dungeon. Like sometimes there'll be this thing that follows you around. Like every time you go to one of these high level torment dungeons, there's something that is like a problem. Like there'll be some extra threat you got to deal with. And in this dungeon particularly, it's the blood blisters. So what is it? Those hosts, if you don't kill them, they spit one out. I can't figure exactly, or maybe it's random enemies spit them out when they die. Or they just, if you don't kill them, they spit one out. Kind of what feedback you got? Anybody watching that's like, I wish you would do this instead of that about the way I'm playing. Do you think I could do, is there a tactic I could utilize that might be a little more effective? I mean, what I'm doing is working, but I'm always open to improving. And if you're a sorcerer aficionado, I'd love to hear about your build preference and what you do different. Because I saw this fire sorcerer that rolled up on this world boss, or it was like in a Legion battle where a bunch of players showed up and we all fought this thing together. And this fire sorcerer came in with like this beam of fire that was splitting into 3. Oh shit. And it was like shooting. He was like turning, and there were these static beams of fire that were like melting everything they touched. It was really impressive. He was level 100, so I hope to be as impressive when I'm level 100, but it was like, looked way more powerful than what I was doing. Like the way he was just slaughtering shit just by touching it. Oh God. I got to pick up what's in there. Yeah, Deep South EDC US, have I ever played Neverwinter Nights? We were just talking about that earlier, actually. Yeah, I love Neverwinter Nights. Oh God, what the fuck? Those things hit hard. Neverwinter Nights is great. It was such a, I mean, it was no Baldur's Gate 2. I thought Baldur's Gate 2 was superior. I kind of, everyone expected Neverwinter Nights, which was the game following it, to be better. It was a different game engine. It was like polygon graphics, so that had some limitations, like you'd get stuck on walls and that shit, but it was pretty good. I thought that the plot was piss. It was like, you must do the thing. Go to one of the 4 corners of the map and click that exit, and then walk around that square and kill all the things and get the item and then come back. and then go to the next corner of the map and do the exact same thing, and then do each corner. So it was like not exciting, but mechanically it was pretty cool. The expansions were better. I thought the expansion was really good with all the you get that like dark elf swordsmaster with like a two-handed, that two-handed warhammer or something. And I got to play a really high level wizard. I was playing as a wizard, like a level 1 fighter, level 17 wizard. I had one level of fighter so that I could use a longbow and a long sword. There's such a big difference when I'm standing in my own blizzard and when I'm not. It's so important that I use that armor, that 30% damage reduction. Like, it is so important for battles. The drow, yeah, he was a drow. He was a drow type. I thought he was a tiefling. Was he a drow? He might have been a tiefling. But he was like was he a two-handed sword master? He was like a two-handed fighter, but he also had like either two-handed or he had a two-handed sword. I don't remember if he used two weapons or a two-handed sword. He was cool. I got Neverwinter Nights 2. I played through that game. I've started it and stopped it like 4 times. It's pretty good, but I've never been like so drawn into it that I felt like I needed to finish it. I don't think. I need elixir. GSR, hello. GSR had a chat I wanted to read really quick. It says, hi, Ian. What's the best way to reach out to you? Would love to have a conversation if that's something you'd do. In any case, I can't thank you enough for what you bring to the table. Thanks, man. Thank you very much, GSR. The best way to reach out, usually, if not in a live stream like this, is on Twitter, but I get a lot of comments. I mean, honestly, the best thing is like make a video and then post it on Twitter and tag me in it. Because I usually pour through my mentions on Twitter daily and just browse through them. And if it's a video, if it's a really long video, sometimes I don't have like the time, like I'm doing other stuff and I don't have time to watch it all, but I really appreciate when people make videos and like talk, because it's then I know what they're saying, I know who they are, and like I'm like, if I really like you, then I'll respond. Doesn't mean I don't like you if I don't respond. It just means like sometimes you see who someone is and you're like, oh, I get what you're saying. And those are pretty cool. I would say that's the best way to reach out to me, because best is like not only how, but also quality. The quality of communication is thus. 10 tabs left the chat here, said, I appreciate the cast, man. It'd be nice if you know this. I'm 27, broke guy from job to job, working as Amazon driver to a security guard to a mover. And the one thing that's always been constant was cast. Tim Cast. That's what I'm talking about, dude. Thank you for telling me. Yeah, it is consistent. That's one of my favorite things about Tim, actually. I was just thinking earlier today is that he's like consistent. I mean, he's a lot of things, but consistency is definitely an adjective I would use for that, man. Like, come in, we get there 7:15. You guarantee you're going to be there on time every day. It is not questionable. It's not a thing where it's like, are you going to be there today? Are you going to show? We never have to fucking ask each other that. There's one time that they asked me, are you going to be there? Because I think I had been late 2 days or something. And that was like 3 years ago. And it's like, that's not who I am, man. I'm on time. I value people that are on time. I can trust them. I know they're going to be there. Those are people I can work with and that I enjoy working with, because I don't have to wonder if they're going to make it. So I don't ask. If I have plans with someone, I don't confirm the plans beforehand. If you don't show up, fuck you. I'm done with you. Like, if you don't show up for our plans and you don't tell me, look, I'm getting fired up talking about it, but it's not that I get angry, but like, I'm waiting for that thing to blow before I respond. I very much appreciate consistency. And that was something that TP always brings to the table. And then he's like, you can, it's the plan. It's like having a plan and sticking to the plan. It was the same in the theater. Working in the theater, we had to have a plan. You didn't like not show up at the theater. You were there. We had a plan. We had a time. We're going to be there. You have a script. We're working on it. You know if you're going to be on that day, and you're on that day. And that's the way it goes. I'd spend a lot of time with people that were just kind of seat of the pants, like, hey, if it happens, it happens. And like, shit doesn't really get done that way. You don't see multi-millionaire people with hundreds of millions of subscribers or tens of millions of subscribers that just like, if we make it, we make it. That's not how it works. You're consistent, and that's a big part of success. Fuck. That was a risky one. Sitting still in that glacial, in this deep freeze is a bit risky because if they light up the ground underneath you, I think I might be, I don't know if I can end it early or not. Shit. This is getting big. Oh, God. I got to kill that guy quick. There we go. What's up, Avon? Says you can't trust people that don't keep their word. May as well not waste a drop further of energy on them. Yeah, I kind of do a second chance. I'm big on second chances, actually. If someone fucks up, second chance. Almost explicitly, everyone will get a second chance. If they fuck me up twice, I might give them a third chance. Honestly. If there's someone I really want to work with or I like or I enjoy, third chance. After that, it's 100% done. I don't fuck with people if they fuck me 3 times. At least not 3 times in like a short period of time. Over long time periods, you know, people, of course, forgiveness is a huge part of success. Come here, homie. Yeah, if you don't want to come here, I'll come to you. I am the one who knocks. I am the one who knocks. Knock, knock, brain guy. What's this piece of shit? All right, I got to slow down here. I'll fight you with love, bro. Wow, that was it. I wonder if that was going to damage me inside the bubble. I didn't want to wait around to find out. What do we got? Oh, we got 333D worldwide 333 saying never seen this game or heard about it though. Talking about Diablo 4. This game is fire in a good way. This game is super, super fun. I wasn't playing it at all for a while, but now I feel like it's just like good hand-eye coordination, dexterity building. It's pretty fun. And also, it's like a fun game to play multiplayer. I've barely messed with it multiplayer, but it sure is fun when you get people like a balanced party in and you're up against the best. I got smashing random keys with the super chat saying, Ian, what is your opinion on racism? You know, there's a lot of ways to talk about racism just in general. There's like overt racism where you're like people that are of that skin color or of that genetic origin, I don't like. That's one way of looking at racism. That kind of racism I usually find stupid. Like it doesn't play logically for me at all. It was like first order thinking, short term, kind of dumb. They haven't really thought about the whole thing, and it's like an emotional reaction. There's the racism where people are like, this race is the best of all of them. This like national, this like cultural origin or genetic history is the best one. And that I also find kind of silly. Like there are definitely like genetic predispositions have different strengths and different weaknesses, but I don't tend to think of that conversation as racism. That's more just like acknowledging genetic reality. And like, so if a certain genetic tribe that has lived in a certain area of the world for thousands of years, and they've evolved to be very good swimmers or be very tall because they needed to reach very high up, or their skin got very dark with melanin because they were in the sun a lot, or their eyes because they were in such high winds, they squinted a lot, and so their children were born with eyes like that, so they didn't have to stress to cut the wind, like things like that. Like maybe that's why the Asian, like the Mongolian steppes and shit, they were like constantly fighting against that fucking wind, and maybe that's why their kids were like didn't have to stress. Like those conversations are cool as fuck because like I love knowing why, just in general about stuff. But like blaming race for something, silly. Blaming it, saying that one's superior, also silly. Because but acknowledging strengths of certain genetics is viable. I think that's super useful because like realism can get us to the next level where we need to like bring our strengths together to overcome each other's weaknesses with each other's strengths and really lean into what we've got to give. But it doesn't always rely on your genetics. And also genetics is interesting because there's lateral gene translation and horizontal. You get your lateral genes from your parents, from your ancestry, but then your environment can change your genetics horizontally. So like you might have ancestors of a certain genetic code that give birth to you, that now you're in an environment where your environment's changing you rapidly so that you're evolving to become more like the people around you. And you might end up within a generation or two, you and your progeny may be more like the people around you than like the people from 1,000 years ago. Whereas the people that weren't in that environment from those same people didn't alter horizontally in the same way. Expressed. Yeah. So things like that, man. I guess that pretty much answers it. I've like spent so much time in like LA and like, what do they call it? Like Melrose Hill was like a Latino community. And like, I just fit in so well with people from so much. Or like my buddy Desmond Meeks, who was like, yo, he's a whatever, he's not black. His skin is not black. I think black and white are silly terms because no human is black or white. It's really kind of dumb, rudimentary, lazy ways to talk about people and what they look like and who they are and stuff. But he's like a cultural, like I think African descent culture. And he's like, we're like brothers. Like this motherfucker is like my brother. He's so cool. He's such a good singer too. He records stuff with CeeLo Green from I Know You're Crazy. My singing voice is not ready right now, but you know, CeeLo, he and Desmond work a lot together. And Desmond had me to his house for Christmas. I actually met him through Jason Page, the guy who did the Pokemon theme song. Desmond worked on that same Beatles nativity with us. And Desmond introduced me to his mom. He's like, you're going to love her collard. It was like this stew, this like home cooking, you know, like what you would say is like, it was like grits or some bullshit, like amazing broth. He's like, oh, you ain't never had it. Like we make it, like, you're going to love this shit. And like, I just cause I look at people's eyeballs. That's what it comes down to. It's like, I look at people's soul, man. I like to see people's brains, which is their eyeballs connected to the brain directly. And I almost like, not that I see past the skin, like I can acknowledge what my surroundings and like, but that's not what I care about when I'm talking to somebody. And I would hang out with dudes that didn't speak English. Like my friends in LA were like from Central America and South America, and they would be there, illegal immigrants, like cooks and chefs and shit. And like, I'd hang out with them and like obsessed with learning their culture. I would just want to like be part of like that. And I would be using where I would think words instead of say them, but I would be doing like eye contact and body language, and they'd be all speaking Spanish. And I'd be like, see, and I'd like speak as much Spanish as I could. And I fit right in. I was invited to parties. I would be taken to like that culture and like become part of that culture. I love it. And like the more I would sing and play music, the more people would be, he's got fucking soul, man. You got motherfucking soul, bro. Like anybody from any culture would be like, you're one of us. You are one part of me. Like that kind of thing. So that's kind of how I feel about cultural differences and samenesses and stuff. Yeah, that's a good way to describe it. Here's another super chat from Deep South EDC. It says, just moved states. That's cool. And I'm having a hard time making content for my channel. Any advice to overcome my writer's block? Should I do another stealth camp? Oh, that's cool. I like those things where you like go on like a freeway, you find like a little clearing somewhere with some trees and you like set up a camp and make a video. If that's what you've been doing, do it. That's kind of cool. It's also a good way to learn the locale. I've also often found like, oh, I think the game's lagging because I clicked on the other window. There we go. When you, sorry, I want to make sure that chat is still, you're watching the chat. It was moving a little quick. I make a video. If I have writer's block, I'll make a video and be like, I have writer's block and I'm having a hard time thinking about what to write next. I've been on my mind so much. I've been like, I'm in this new place. I can't figure out. And all of a sudden, before you know it, you're doing a blog. So like maybe do a blog about the writer's block, because that's pretty cool too. A lot of people feel it and experience it, and then they can identify with that, and they'll see you like breaking through the mold into the flow. You know, like the dam is cracking. Oh my God, he's opening the floodgates. That'd be cool. Here's another one, a super chat from Smashing Random Keys. Are any race preservation thoughts barbaric? Are any race preservation thoughts barbaric? Like I don't like racial purity. Like I don't want to mix race. Barbaric, interesting term. Barbary meant foreigner. The barbars, that word means foreigner. That was like a Roman or a Greek word meaning foreigner, barbar. Because they thought that they all sounded like bar, 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 bar when they talked. So they were like, oh, the barbars, there's these foreigners. So it's kind of like, and I'm the metaphor of like, is it barbaric? Like, is it gruesome? Is it brute? Is it dumb? I personally, yeah, I kind of think like people that are obsessed with not mixing genetics with others is weak, because when you learn about the strength of gene pools, how they work is like you want genetics of different types to come together to make a stronger gene. And then that becomes the pure race. Is like the strength is like the new one. So whatever your pure race gene is a blend of old amalgams that has come together to find a very strong one that is preserved over time. But that doesn't mean that we can't strengthen it even more in the future. So I love that idea of like mixing genetics for the strength of both, because what'll happen is the body will override the weaknesses of genes. And this is like the opposite of inbreeding, is it'll override the weaknesses of one of the gene sects with the strength of the other one. So yeah, that's what I think about that. But then, you know, I guess throughout history, because I've always thought that humans kind of came from inbreeding, that like at some point a hominid species broke away from all these hominids that were evolving and like started kind of their own insular tribe and took all these mushrooms and were like developing their frontal lobe, and like they got really smart really fast, but they had a lot of weaknesses too, but they had a lot of strengths. And that like glass cannon creature was able to like build physics or whatever the fuck, or build some they became human, Homo sapien maybe. So there could be some value to the idea of like inbreeding a culture, but there is a lot of risk to inbreeding, especially like familial inbreeding. I'm talking about like genetic cultural inbreeding. So it's not like you're fucking your sister. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about like sticking within a certain race, or they're not technically races. Like we're all the same race, the human race. I don't think race is the right word when it comes to genetic differences. There might be phenotype. It's not phenotype. I don't know what the actual genetic word is. So there might be an argument that you want to reproduce the same genetic pool over and over, but I think that leads to excessive glaring weaknesses in the genetic code. So you really want to blend genetics to strengthen the whole, is what I can tell from everything I've learned up to this point. I'm gonna do a little stretching here for a moment. Oh. 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 God, that feels so good. Stretching the core. Oh. Wow, that felt good. Good time for you to stretch too. Let's get healthier together. Are you guys talking about the aliens breeding with the humans? I like that conversation. When the Nephilim came, the really hyper intelligent humans from before the flood that had access, they historically had access to all that nutrition, their families. So they had like really healthy brain matter, very intelligent. And also they probably had access to really cool technology, very tall, beautiful creatures, selected the most beautiful women, the strongest men. And those are the ones that were breeding for decades and centuries. And then they came down and all the common humans that were eating like dirt and tree bark and shit, who were like 5'1" and barely knew how to spell, probably didn't understand what spelling was, saw them. And these people came down with electricity and they're like, look at my lightning. My name is Zeus. I control lightning. And they're like, ah, I'll do anything you say. I'm a god. He's a god. Write it down. And then these brilliant humans were like, I'm going to select the hottest of these stupid animals and have sex with her and have children with her. So they take one of the humans every once in a while. They were all humans, but they take one of these subsect, these ones that didn't have nutrition in their family history, but every once in a while you get an anomalous beauty, and then they would breed with them. And they're like, oh my God, the Nephilim are breeding with the humans. Now the question is, do I pump points into empowering this? I think the answer is yes, because this boosts my ice spikes. For every point in intelligence, 7.5% damage to the ice spikes. I use these so much that I think I got to just pimp out all these intelligence. Just 2 more. So what am I doing now? 36, because like 7.5%. And the higher it is, the more percent does. So the higher my intelligence, the more percent gives more. That means, let's see what happens. So it's doing 36 to 44. It did not change much. Oh, maybe that's added on top of these once they hit. 61%. 61%. Huh. All right. We'll roll with it. I got to repair. Now I got to sell. Yeah, I got to. Anything else? Yeah, one more thing. I got to break this loop of efficiency down. I'm going to shred this. Can you hear the blacksmith? What will it be? I was just watching John Schmidt, still alive? Yes, sir. Still alive. Speaking of live, lightning crashes. Did you guys see that cover I did of Lightning Crashes? It's on my YouTube channel. I love that song so much. I'm really into that album, Throwing Copper. That was the album that Lightning Crashes was on. They have a few good songs that I might cover off of that album. Selling the Drama. That was like, the comments. Are the comments? Yeah, the comments are still flowing. Selling the Drama is like, was their first radio hit. It was really good. All right, I'm tier 61. Don't have enough. Don't have enough. You don't have access to the sepulcher of the Forsworn. What the fuck does that mean? Why not? I kind of want to go do a treasure goblin run. Just feeling it. Oh, 33D, 333D, 3D worldwide 333. I love saying your name, by the way. I don't know if I'm going to keep doing that, but I like saying that. I like saying it correctly. Doing a Conan Exiles run Beat that game a few times on official servers. I like seeing what people build and then leave after I max out. Really easy. You killed that Foo Fighters song. You're talking about My Hero. Thanks, dude. Yeah, I think Dave Grohl, because I was a big Nirvana fan, not a huge, but a big Nirvana fan, huge Foo Fighters fan. My dad's also a huge Foo Fighters fan. Here we go. Which made me like him even more. Like, oh, and my dad likes them. Okay, I'm on to something. And he was a big Nirvana fan too, actually. Is a big Nirvana fan. But when Nirvana was killing it, he was like, "Smells Like Teen Spirit's fucking great. What the? That is such a good song." That I like just let myself emulate Dave Grohl. He's such a good singer, and I let my body I was like, if Dave can do it, I can do it, and I want to do it. And so, just for whatever reason, my body is built for that kind of sound. Like, I've studied his work. I've listened to their first album, Foo Fighters, with the gun on it, that laser-looking gun, that weird 50s gun, laser gun. And their second album, Color and the Shape, I got in college, my sophomore year of college. That was my freshman year of college. I listened to the fuck out of that album over and over and over. And Monkey Wrench, the first song off the album, was that was my benchmark song. I would sing it at the bus stop at college while I was waiting to get a bus ride to class. It was a big campus, so Kent State. Take the bus sometimes, so I'd have to walk in the ice in the winter. And I'd just be standing outside singing Monkey Wrench, and I could tell if my voice was getting better because the song was getting easier to sing. And it was that song that I would test myself on. These are accuracy mini games for me. If I can hit the treasure goblins right out of the portal. Oh, they're just treasure goblins aplenty. I'm not ready yet. Oh, fucking super chat just rolled in from. I love the super chats, by the way. It's like, I don't know if you guys stream live, but the exhilarating feeling when you're like, I just got paid for doing what I love. It's pretty awesome. Thank you a lot for that, doing this. Smashing Random Keys said, I'm still sad that your conversation about juice. Wait, hold on. I want to read this. Spider, I'm in the middle of this shit. You piece of shit. I'm still sad that your conversation about, quote, juice with Bryson Gray wasn't released. By juice, do you mean God? Or were we talking about psychedelics? Yeah, me and Bryson, he was on IRL one night, and then after the show, we stuck around, and me and him and Serge, was it Serge or was it Carter? I think it was me and him and Serge did another show. We just, me and Bryson just talked for a half hour, 45 minutes or something. And it was awesome. He had a lot of questions about he was really cool. He's kind of interviewing me. I love him, man. And he was asking me why I thought the things I thought about God and about agnosticism almost, or why I kind of saw this scientific version of God the way I see it. And then when it was all said and done, it turned out the audio hadn't recorded. So we didn't have a recording of the convo, but it was super fun. And I think me and Bryson make a great team. He'd be really fun to work with again in the future. He's super cool. Boy loves that drama. I don't know. I don't want to put words in Bryson's mouth, but remember Calendar Gate? That was Bryson when he was like, bitches be wearing the nastiest shit. And it was Josie in an apron. He's like, this girl's a whore. I don't know. I don't want to put words in. I don't know if he said that. I don't want to put words in his mouth, but it was pretty funny because I'm like, what? I liked all you guys actually. So this is kind of funny to me. Yeah. Selling sex. It's an important part of winning the culture war. No, it ain't about winning and losing. It's just about impressing and influencing, and selling sex. It does feel a little dirty. I was out in Hollywood getting used for selling sex and I didn't like it. All right. I want this unique item, this ring. But there's a way to sell sensuality and beauty. And then we were kind of talking about well, no, it's more about selling beauty than sex. Doesn't have to be sex. I knew that was the blue rose. I had a feeling that was going to be a blue rose. I really did. but still it's not, doesn't have that 255% cold damage. Damn, because that is a big upgrade other than that cold damage. That's a big drop off in cold damage. Is that better? I don't think so. Like the lucky hit, let's think about it when I get back to town. First, I want to collect all this orange shit, and then I want to think about this blue rose for a minute. Oh, a couple of chats here. This is John Schmidt. When I first started watching Timcast, I was wondering where I recognized you from. Then remembered I used to watch your vids back in the day around 2011, 2012. Isn't that fucking hilarious, dude? When you see somebody from back in the day and you're like, I know this guy. I think I know this guy. And then you realize like, oh my God, I actually know this guy. Yeah, man. I started making videos in 2006 on YouTube, June 2006. And it started off where I had a, hold on, I got to make sure I don't burn this on accident. I just had a handheld taper. Ooh, that's a nice looking, I don't use overpower. I had a handheld tape recorder, and I was having all these prolific thoughts. I was going through like this spiritual awakening, sitting down with my girlfriend at the time in our apartment in LA and like talking about this book, The 4 Agreements. We were talking about the different agreements. Don't take anything personally. And I was like, wow, that's actually really valuable. Don't make assumptions. I was like, oh, that's life-changing. Yeah. Nothing that anyone says or does is don't take anything personally. That's when like nothing that anyone else says or does is because of you. Even if they attack you with their words, or like you feel like you're being attacked, or they're like saying you're it's not because of you. Like you can obviously read feedback and make changes in your behavior, but the people will tell you things about yourself based on how they feel. And like, if someone's like, you're making me feel this way, no, they're making themselves feel that way. And they might be using you as an excuse to do that to themselves. But when you start to see reality like that, it makes it easier to handle criticism. And it made it very easy to start making YouTube videos, because I got into like tape recording these ideas, but because I wanted to I couldn't write fast enough. My thoughts were moving too quick. I was like, okay, I got to record my voice. And it was cool. I had a tape recorder. I still have the tape recorder in my parents' attic. But I couldn't like send it to anybody. I couldn't like share it. It was hard to share. And then I realized it was even easier to sit at my computer and use my webcam. I was like, oh, I can just record myself on my computer. I was like, I'll upload it to MySpace, because I was having a MySpace blog. 2005, 2006. It was like early 2006. I think I moved out there in May, and it was in between the month of May and June. This was all happening. And I was so inspired. I just moved to LA. So inspired. Like, and maybe that was because I was smoking weed every day in April. That's so funny. That was when I was in Chicago with Eric. I was like, let's smoke weed every day. The next month, this is a year. This must have been a year after that. This is a year after that. I'd been in LA for a year at that point. So it was 2006. I moved out there in May 2005. I think I moved out there in May 2005. Damn. I'd love to know this timeline. Anyway, yeah, I don't think it was that quick that I got to LA that I started doing No, I'd been out there for a year working as an actor, and then something started to change. I started to get super inspired about like, what would Jesus do with this tech? So I started making the videos and then putting them on MySpace and sending them to my friends. I'd like email my friends with the video in a MySpace blog. It's probably still on MySpace. If you find me on MySpace, you can check out like my very original videos. And then, but MySpace I couldn't upload videos onto MySpace. I think they couldn't handle, like, you couldn't put videos on MySpace. You could put audio and like blogs, but I had to put the video on YouTube and then embed it in my MySpace blog, and then send that blog to my friends. And I'd be like, check it out, you guys. If you're honest and you make eye contact with someone and you tell them the truth and listen to them, you can make friends with anyone instantly. Everyone you meet, it's like your best friends. You become best friends with, like, immediately. You can become friends with them, and it's real and it works every time. And I kept in LA. I would like meet people at shows, and after the show, I'd be talking to people, and I'd tell them that same thing. I'd be like, anyone you meet, you just are honest with them, and you listen, and you can, because it drops the wall, because they would say people in LA were fake. I was like, no, I think it's that they're afraid. And if you break that ice, if you break that barrier with like honesty and you listen for real, nobody's afraid anymore. People are right there with you. It's like they've known you their whole lives. And every time it worked. And I was like, oh, I got to tell everybody about this. So then I noticed on YouTube, people started commenting on the YouTube videos. I was like, what the fuck? They were just embedded in my MySpace blog, but I was also getting comments on YouTube. And I was like, wow, that's cool. So I started responding to the comments on YouTube. And then more people started commenting. I was like, holy shit. And then I started seeing other people were uploading videos, and I would watch other people. And some people were like, started talking about me and about what I was talking about. Because what I would do is I would go to YouTube, and like Ben Going, Bohem, he was like OG YouTube video blogger. Dude is amazing. He'd sit there with his black and white camera and just have fun. And he was super popular. Everyone loved him. I mean, and so I was like, that's a guy I want to be like, is Ben. He's one of my friends now. I love you, Ben. I love you, man. And we should do something together. He's reached out to me a couple times, and I've been just so immersed in this crap, this life, that it's like, can't hang with everybody. Even the people, some of the most amazing people, I just can't hang with everybody, literally. So I would go to Ben's YouTube channel, and I'd take one of his videos where he's blogging and he's like talking about his life. And I would see all the people commenting on his videos. And then I would open all of their channels, all the people that commented. And then I would send them direct messages. This is back when you could do this, with a link to my video. And I'd be like, because I knew they liked video bloggers. So I'm like, this is my audience. This is my potential audience. And I'd send them a link and be like, I have these ideas that we can communicate with anyone. If you're honest, I've been put it on video. It's happening. It's really happening in LA. I'm like getting through to everyone I'm talking to. Check it, please. Let me know what you think, and come join me and watch my videos. And I'd send like every day. This would be how I'd like market my stuff to get off in the early days, how I would get started. And I would send out like, it was before you even had tabs. I'd have to open a new browser for every commenter, send them a message on that, and then I'd close the browser. And then I'd send out like, I don't know, 200 messages a day, just like mass messaging people with a link. And in the early days, you could insert a video into a message. You could have like one of your YouTube videos in the message. So it would be like my first video openness on YouTube under the Crossmac channel, which is my first YouTube channel. I have 2 YouTube channels. One's this one, Ian Crossland. The other one is Crossmac. And unfortunately, during that time, I couldn't change my name of the Crossmac channel, and people kept calling me Crossmac. And I'm like, I'm just Ian. Just call me Ian. My name's Ian Crossland. I live in LA. This is who I am. Just call me Ian. But because my channel name was Crossmac, they kept calling me Crossmac. And I'm like, I don't want to be known hereforthwith as Crossmac. I got to make a new channel. And it kind of sucked because it killed a lot of momentum my channel had. It had been growing really fast. And I started this new channel called Ian Crossland. But the upside was people started calling me Ian. And then I was able to brand Ian Crossland. I got it on Twitter, I got it on Minds, got it on Rumble, got it on all these networks, Ian Crossland. So it's nice that I have my own name. And now you can like change your channel name and have multiple channels under one account. It's way easier to have multiple channels now. But back in the day, it was hard. And the amount of people that would respond was like, what the fuck? And then I started making video responses to people. And I'm like, all right, this is getting big. People like, the messaging was working. I got like 600 subscribers in like a month or like a week or a couple weeks or something. I was like a couple, like a month. I had like 6, we went from like 0 to like hundreds of people were listening. And I was like, oh, this is big. This is getting big fast. This is like real as fuck. And it was so fulfilling to be able to express my feelings and what I thought about reality. And that people were responding like, you're right. Some people really, really knew what I was talking about. They were like, yeah, yes, you're onto it. Keep going. Yes, I love you. Thank you for doing this. Thank you. Thank you. I'd never thought of it that way before. Thank you. And the positive feedback was like, I knew like, don't take anything personally, but I hadn't quite integrated that into my life. I was still taking the feedback personally. And like the nice comments made me feel good. The bad ones made me feel bad. I've kind of learned over the decades to truly take none of it personally, except when the girl's like, this song made me love rock music again. And I start crying, that personally struck me. It's impossible not to take any of it personally just to the best of your ability, acknowledge that what they're experiencing is their thing. And you're kind of like in their reality that they're bouncing themselves off of, but it's them making the choices of how they feel and who they are. And the feedback on YouTube was like, kept me going, man. And then I started responding to videos of people that were talking about like emotional stuff and be like, yes, and make videos. And I'd tell people like, make more videos, make videos. And people that were in the comments would start making videos. I'm like Phil DeFranco, Phil, I love you. He would come in and watch in the early days, we would do like Stickem.com. We go this website Stickem where you could do live video like this. You could stream live and other people could turn their cameras on and Phil would come. He was a YouTuber. He had a black and white camera and it was back when he was Sexy Phil, SXE Phil. And he'd just come in and like, I remember him like pulling up like camera of just like, no, he had no audio. He'd just be like watching. And I'm like, that guy's the biggest. He has big eyes. And I love this face. I'm like, that guy's like into whatever I'm doing right now. He's into it. He was just like watching me, like probably thinking like, this guy's got fucking balls and he is weird as fuck, but he was like into it. And he's like, and studying me. And then he did it and he took it super pro. Like he saw what I was doing that worked and what wasn't working. And he took some of the things that worked, like the honest, open, right at the camera, let it all out. And then he made it super professional and turned it into this mega star, Phil DeFranco reality. I love you, Phil. Like he's a big inspiration for me, like watching his evolution. And like, so people that were just commenters started making videos and I was like, holy fuck, this is like inspiring the world. This is big. And I would also like find videos that were featured and I'd respond to them purely to get famous. So a lot of what I was doing was for the wrong reasons. It was just to get more popular and I didn't even know why. Like I knew I wanted to help people and that I could help people with my videos and like my thoughts, but also I like wanted more fame just for more. And that kind of didn't always bring the best response. Like, I don't know. It is good to like pimp yourself out and to push yourself and to get more for more, but I kind of like how it's happening now that like I'm doing the work, I'm doing the shows, I'm spending time on the camera and it's growing organically. But like when I asked people the other night, please subscribe to my YouTube channel, check it out. I did the Foo Fighters cover. Please subscribe to me. Like it works. And then people subscribe and then your audience grows. And then people are like, I didn't even know you had a YouTube channel. Thank you. I love this. And then you like grow your community and not your community, but the community, a community, part of the community, this node of the community. So like there's a balance between like selling yourself and being humble. And, never look back, man. What a wild ride that was. That was like Hollywood was like, hey man, you're a little too crazy for me. All this honesty thing. I don't know if that's going to work in Hollywood because we kind of want you to shut your mouth and be a sexy toy. And I was like, yeah, that's not what I am. I'm me. If you want me to work for you, you're going to find out pretty quickly that you're working for me. It wasn't that extreme, but that's kind of the energy I had. And people were like, he's a risk. I don't know if we can have this radical honesty in our movie because he might go tell everyone what we're doing. And I didn't really know at the time. I didn't understand the dirtiness of Hollywood at the time and like kind of the darkness of it. But there is that to it. I had a manager that was like, you're so sexy. We're going to sell your sex. And that's kind of what got me on this was that calendar gate thing. And I was like, oh, I don't want to do that, guy. I'm not a sex toy and I'm here you can sell my talent if you want to sell me, but it ain't about the look. It's also part of why I've always kind of stayed away from like getting my body super ripped just to get the role and to get the women. Like it's easy once you're really, really fucking ripped. Like it gets easy. I like it when people can see through that and are like, yo, that guy's talented. I want that. It's more rewarding. And I know it's real when it's not like, they're not like distracted by the physical. They're more into like the mental or whatever. Anyway, I digress. Next comment. Crash Bandaperk 36. That's what it was. Thank you. Makes me laugh every time. Oh, you guys are talking about something. I just got it. I was out of context. The interviews. Oh, 333D Worldwide 333 said the interviews were cool. Ian, why'd you stop them? I never really stopped them, but you're talking about consistency earlier. Yeah, those things, once they get on a roll, and that's no problem. Crash Bandaperk is like, my bad, Ian. No, don't worry about it, dude. Do your thing. You guys are fucking chilling. Man, partly because I wanted to like do my own content. So I had to renegotiate. I just like set up my system so now I can run my own stuff. And also, once it gets rolling, it really becomes a job, which is, you know, the reward outweighs the work for sure. But I've got a long list. Like, I want to interview both the guys from the Culture War yesterday, Roman and Brian, both those guys. What brains? And they were both down. I was like, I got to interview you guys. I've got Joel Pollack, who was on IRL on Thursday. He's actually the guy that inspired me to start doing interviews. The first time he came on IRL, I was like, I want to interview you, Joel. Like he's the guy. Like, I want to talk to you about Judaism. I want to talk to you about politics. Editor-in-chief at Breitbart. I love Joel, man. He's the dude. It's funny because with internet video, you can talk about people or you can talk directly to them. Like, I love you, Joel, as if he's listening. And then every once in a while, they actually are. And it's weird to hear people talk about you while you're there listening. So I try not to talk about people as if they're not here because they are potentially. And so on the off chance that they're chilling, Joel, you're the man. Oh, here's one. The other juice, Ian, go on Lex. Yeah. Roman was on Lex. Talking about AI. Oh, Lex Friedman's my fucking spirit dog, dude. Me and Lex are going to the fucking moon together, bro. We're going to light some fire to some shit. That guy's awesome. Lex Friedman, I love you, bro. I'm coming for you. I may just roll on the mat with you, homie. Like, if there's anyone that could get me to do jujitsu, it's Lex. Rogan, maybe, but I'm a little like, no, actually, Joey, if Joey's like, Ian, you got to do jujitsu. I take anything Joe tells me very seriously, but Lex, Lex is fun. Lex is great. Yeah, Lex Friedman. Check out his stuff if you've never seen it before. He's a great interviewer, super cool, super calm, on the path right now, on the emotional path. Building his EQ as we talk, as we all are. Yeah, I got to stream me and Lex rolling around, him just tossing me to the fucking mat over and over and over. Could you imagine that? That'd be so impressive. I got to sell this shit and get back to the beach before those orange shits disappear. They may already be gone. I'm still reading your chat. I'm still reading. I just gonna. Now, remember, I wanted to maybe re-roll this life on hit and see if I can get some hit points. Let's try that too after I sell this stuff. Excuse me. Let me see if those epics are still on the beach. Super chat here. Yeah, they are. Thank you, epics. Thank you, epics. And was that other one down here still? No, just another goblin. All right, goblin. Since I'm here, you can taste it. What do you think? Was it low acidity? By the way, this coffee is delicious. The Graphene Dream. It really is. Oh, I wanted to read this super chat here from Slababooze, the casual gamer. Good day, mate. You look like Weird Al if you found spirituality instead of parodies. Love your work, good sir. Have a great day. It's 5:15 a.m. in Australia. What time is it here? 3:15 when you wrote that. So that's 14 hours difference. Almost exactly the other side of the world. Thank you, Slababooze. And yeah, man, I used to listen to Weird Al in the 80s. Me and my brother Max, we had the record for, I think it was Dare to Be Stupid, or like one of his greatest hits with like Eat It, Dare to Be Stupid, which is still one of my favorite Weird Al songs. And then when I was out in Venice and we were doing the early days of YouTube, we had Maker Studios going. I got a little too stoned for the game, and I was like, fuck all this shit. I'm out, motherfucker. I can't take this shit. I was just wigged out about the whole getting famous super fast and not grounded at that point in my life. And I bailed on them kind of when they were just about to launch. Maker was getting huge. And after that, they sold it to Disney for $1 billion. But like Weird Al came and started working with them. So like we passed like Ships in the Night in the mid 2000s, 2008 era. And I seek to work with Albert in the future. I feel like I will. I feel like it is destined that the two of us do some crazy shit together. It'd be really fun to make parodies with him and Toby Turner, who ended up working with me and Toby worked together quite a bit. Oh, don't want to do that. what I want to do is sell. Oh, we had another super chat from Grofty. Maybe dabble in the jujitsu before challenging Lex. Yeah, that might be a very smart idea, actually. I was doing a little bit of Tai Chi on my own, and I do mean a little bit. So I love the flow. One issue is the hair. My goofy ass long hair. This is nice looking armor, but I'm not going to be using that. The hair is, I feel like, a severe liability on the mat. And especially when I'm like rolling backwards and like with my legs up and my head down, if it's in a bun, that's going to press into my head and I'm not going to be able to roll off the top of my head, which I like to do while I'm stretching on the ground. But damn, man, I don't want to cut this. I don't want to cut this hair right now. It ain't going to stop me from doing jujitsu, but having that short hair certainly helps in the roll, I would imagine. All right, let's crack that trash. Pop these bags, see what's in the bag, see what the surprise is. What you got for me? Thanks for all the fish. Goblin. This is from the Treasure Goblins. They drop these bags. All right. Bunch of legendary goodness. Let's see what else it's got. Anything worth keeping here? Not at first glance. And now it's popped the mega bags. These things tend to have unique items, like they're the light orange ones. Mega bag. Mega bag. All right, unique items was a shard of Verithiel. Not going to use that. Not going to use that. All right, I got to stock some of these that I'm not going to use. That. And did I accidentally sell that blue rose? Or did I put it in here? No, I put it in here. Maybe one day. Maybe one day I'll find a use for you, blue rose. And now I want to sell. I don't even look at these because I have a great sword. Honestly, yeah, I like that cold damage. 20% chance to freeze enemies and then deal 11,000. I mean, that's just too good to pass up with my lucky hit build. This is a really good lucky hit weapon. And I'm not going to use that stuff, so I can sell that. Think I should vlog in Japan? Who said that? The other juice? Ian should vlog in Japan? You mean like go to Japan and vlog, or like send my videos to Japan? Because technically Japanese people are watching this right now in the future because time is a band. It's a stream. Right now is always, in a way. It's kind of one of the interesting phenomena of internet videos. You realize right now someone's going to be watching this video in like 10,000 years and they're going to be like, oh, right. It's happening right now. Kind of. At least it seems to be. All right. I want to take a look at these gloves. So I'm talking about what I want to do is enchant them from this guy. Getting rid of the 10 life on hit. No. Oh, I can only enchant one per item. That's good to know. I want to keep the intelligence buff. I could try and roll for armor on this one. Not armor, rather, but max health. I could try, get rid of that life per second and go for max health. I mean, I got plenty of resources. All right, let's go for a max health boost. Ah. I'm definitely going to upgrade it. Oh, it keeps upgrading my max. What? That's cool. Got to go with it. 724 max life. I want it. I took it. I like it. Yeah, that's going to help a lot. Nothing like a tanky wizard, man. Got Crash Bandit Perk 36 saying Ian's going to roll his natural nat 20 like he does half the time. LOL. That's that lucky hit chance. 70% of the time, I hit that 20% of the time. Lucky hit. I kind of want to roll again. See if I can get even better than 724. 724, is that good? It's obviously good. If I can get 724 max life on this. Yeah, let's try a couple more rolls here. Yeah, boosted it up. 832. I don't think it's going to get much higher than that, but I'll give it one more. No change. All right, I'm done. I got what I needed out of this. Max life. That's good. Every time I look at this, it says, lose it all and you're dead. I'll like glance at it and say, you're dead. And I'm like, I don't want that. I don't want to think that. Don't make me think you're dead. I can't stand that. It's one of the problems with this game is it's really dark. You know, it's Diablo, obviously. It'll be like the campaign's like blood, people getting ripped open, and they're like, and blood magic. And I'm like, sometimes I just want to skip it. Like there'll be a cutscene where like the girl's walking and like it'll just show a guy on the ground getting ripped apart and eaten. And it's like porn. It's like gruesome porn. And I'm like, I just don't want to see that shit. My brain's too valuable to traumatize for no reason. I gotta break up some of these sigils here. Some of the lower level ones. All right. So are they saying I can't go here? Heathen's Keep. Let's try it out. Oh, yeah, let's try it out. To the keep I go. Crash Bandit Perk 36. I'm sure being a mod for mines kind of messed you up. Yeah, I've talked about that a little bit. It was an interesting experience. It was exhausting, like mentally fatiguing. It was the boost console that was the most challenging mentally, because when people boost their content, they'll like spend tokens or money and then on like a piece of content, and then that will get promoted in the algorithm, like on a boost carousel at the top of the page. But we need admins to like make sure they're not boosting illegal content. So we'd go in and we had it set up for the admins where you could like, if I had my mobile device, I could do it and I could swipe right if it was okay, left if it was a problem. Or I would be on the web and it would be like I'd push D if it was good or A if it was bad, like AD, AD, AD. So I'd be able to flip through them pretty quick. And I'd be like flipping through, looking at all these things, pictures of your mom, pictures of this and that. Not your mom, but like pictures of mom, weird politics, all this shit. And then every once in a while, I'd be like a naked body or like a blown open body, like blood and guts. And I'd be like, oh, no. And like the first like 6 months of that was like, I feel like I was running a race. It was like, I'm getting it done. I'm doing the work that needs to be done. And I'm getting stronger as I'm doing it. But then after about a year or a couple of years, I was doing it for a few years, actually, that particular role I was doing for a few years. We hired other admins too, to join in, because it was so much every day. It was nonstop. We call it the hose, the fire hose. Cause it was like, you go in and the hose is on and you're like, get sprayed with content. But after a couple years, I really started to get drained and fatigued, where I noticed I would just lag on the job itself. It would be like I would put it off all day, and I'd go in and like just blast through like 60 of them and not even really look at what I was doing. I'd kind of be watching it and like just hitting left, 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 right, 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 left, left, right, left, right, left, left. And I would hit left on the wrong one sometimes. And I'd put some through that shouldn't have gone through. And I was like, I thought I just hated the job, but in retrospect, I was getting burnout on seeing that specific stuff. I mean, and it was a lot of rote, a lot of like repetition, which was also getting exhausting because I thrive in creative environments where I get to create new stuff. Like that's what I love to do the most, is to be a part of like a show, or I'm creating a piece of content, like a fantasy thing or whatever, video, all that shit. So like data entry, it was kind of felt like data entry. That aspect of it was a little dull, but I told the guys like Bill and John, the owners, the main owners, Bill's the CEO, John's the president, chairman of the board, that it was getting pretty rough. And I thought I was kind of fucking them. I was like fucking with them. Like I felt like I was taking advantage of them by saying that. But they were like, okay. And I was like, I think we need some kind of automated tool, because this cannot be healthy for human minds. I see why companies try to use AI for that kind of thing, because exposing people to that stuff it's a big ask. And maybe humans can handle it for a little bit, but anyone in that environment for a long, you kind of become your environment. So like, but the problem is, of course, with artificial intelligence is that it reads wrong. It can read wrong. So like, then we thought about like outsourcing the role to the community, where the community polices itself. And that's kind of like the jury system, where things get flagged, and if you believe your thing was flagged improperly, you can appeal it. And then the appeal goes to the jury, which is a bunch of people that opt in to be part of a jury. On mines, I don't know if that's currently active or not. And then they can say yes or no that this violates terms of service or not. Not really as effective for the boosting, because you still kind of want someone to make sure the boosts are legal before they go live on the site. And it just might be a job that requires turnover. Like someone comes in, does it for like 6 months, and then gets out. Maybe there are just people that can handle it though. Like some people, like they slaughter pigs for a living and they're fine with it. Like I was watching a video of a guy who's a pig slaughterer. It worked at a slaughterhouse. He's like, pigs need to die. As I see a pig, I think it needs to die. Like that was him. He was like, kill it. Like if I see a pig, I think it needs to die. Like that was his, the way he was said it was like, he has become the pig slaughterer. Like, but when he sees a pig, all he thinks is it needs to die. Like, even if it's not a pig that's supposed to be slaughtered, like that's what goes through his mind when he sees the pig. So, gotta be careful how you train yourself. Speaking of, let's go slaughter some zombies. That's what I think I was telling Tim or somebody, like I was playing so much Fallout 4 and walking around and like picking up like scrap, like toilet paper and pieces of metal off the ground, and like items that you can turn into scrap that you can use for crafting, so much that I found myself walking around. Like I was playing it for like 12 hours a day, like what I'm doing now, but like this is like what I would do over like all day, 5 days in a row, months at a week after week after week. No joke. Like this is like I can do this kind of thing a long time. And I would do it so much that I'd be walking around the house and I'd see, or someone else's house or the office or something, and I'd just feel like picking it up and taking it. I'd see like a roll of toilet paper and I'd want to grab it. I was like, oh, and I'm like, what the fuck? That's like, I don't really want to grab it. I just had the impulse to grab it because I've been doing it so much in the video game. And then I was like, geez, when I play like Grand Theft Auto and I'm like wanting to go walk up to a car and like pull a guy out of the car and throw him on the ground and steal his car. I'm like, does that happen to people where they play so much Grand Theft Auto that they walk around, they're like, I want that car? I mean, it tracks. Logic says yes. Maybe not that it doesn't make you want to do it. It just makes it easier to do, or makes the impulse appear. Like though, I think some soldiers would be trained on first-person shooters so that it makes it easier to shoot if they find themselves in the situation. I do love sending that shot off into the nothingness just in case there's an enemy there. Eat it. Oh, the greed shrine. Let's make some money. Yes, stay alive. Come on, Archer. I'm up on ya. I'm upon ya. Oh, that's funny. Upon? The word upon? It's up on. I'm up on ya. No joke. It's exactly literally what it is. Whoa. I feel like there's a good chat over here. From Mercurial Corsair. It's true. Fallout has me stealing duct tape and wing nuts. You liar. No, it doesn't. It doesn't. It doesn't, does it? No, not really. Ha. Telling you, man. No, you're not a liar. You're a beautiful human. Yes, simulation games. I mean, I definitely get into the mode where I like dream about the game I've been playing a lot, or like think in terms of the game I'm playing. Even as a kid, I'd be like thinking of games and how to beat them and like playing them more. And I'll get like, I'll be laying in bed and I'll just like think of my friend's house when I was 17, for instance. And like, I imagine if I grew up in a really traumatic environment that I would just be laying in it and I just think about the traumatic thing. I had some trauma, but nothing that I would really call trauma, not at all. And like, I think of people in like war zones, like growing up in these horrible, painful environments that like, that's what they think of when they're in there, like relaxing. It just flashes into the mind, like how disturbing that would be. Very blessed to have this opportunity to like not be constantly distracted by the horrors of my past. And also talking about your past clears it out of your memory. Like talking about it with people and openly, like kind of owning it and acknowledging it is mortifying and as humiliating as it is sometimes. It clears it out of the memory banks and then you have clear thoughts. Like no thought. If you don't want thought, you have none. You can just listen. And perceive. Focus on the perception. Whether it's the whoa, 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 whoa going through your head. Sometimes the blood flows like whoa, whoa, whoa. You can hear like the low frequency. I feel like this difficulty, I'm slaughtering everything before it gets a chance to damage me, but that if it does hit me, it's going to kill me pretty quick. So I've got to be... I think I can talk and kind of phone in. Oh, yeah, like this guy. Got to be careful here. But once I get to the end boss, I'm going to have to pay a lot of attention. All right, let's take this really quick. Oh, yeah. That's what that guy does up close. Well, now I know. Man, when I first started playing this game, I would blow up every barrel and destroy every box. I was like, I don't want to miss anything. But then I realized there's always going to be more. And the higher difficulty you are, the more you get faster. So then I just power gamed through and got to the highest difficulty I could. And now I just almost completely ignore like chests and boxes and shit. And I just go for like the highest possible outcome, which is treasure goblins, hunting treasure goblins at the moment. Maybe once this treasure goblin boost is done, I think it's only going until like September 5th. I'll go back to opening chests. But for now, I just want to get to the next treasure goblin, if you know what I'm saying. All right, let's see if it's true or not. No, you were wrong. You were just the beginning. All right, what's next? Travel to the inner sanctum. Yeah, I'll take that and blow that up. Helltide. Steve says, dude, Helltide is the place for goblins. Where is Helltide? I go to the beach. I can show you after this what I mean. I go harvest them on the beach. Literally, I harvest them like cattle. I just ride around because wherever there's a lot of open terrain is where they tend to spawn. It seems like that's where they spawn more. Like they're more likely to spawn on open ground. So if you're running like in this, like where there's corridors, you don't see them very much. I don't think they spawn in dungeons at all, unless you have a greed shrine. But like if you're out in the open and you're running on these, they don't spawn in. But if everything's open, the whatever it is, the algorithm, whatever is like at this coordinate, there is a X% chance for a goblin to appear. So at all the coordinates, you get equal potential. I think because the beach keeps just shoving them out. But I'm down to check, see what you mean by Helltide. I've heard of Helltide. I just don't know if I've been there yet. I abused the treasure goblin promo so hard in the first couple of days. I was like, ooh, I found a glitch in the game and I just exploited the fuck out of it. I feel like such a badass when I roll to the side, dive, and then hit him from a distance, like perfect angle. Feels so good. Like I feel like I'm rolling and shooting with a gun, like a dude that like rolls out of the way and then is like pop, pop, pop. Oh shit. I can talk about it later. That did not feel good. Oh, come on. Blood vermin. Trying to make me look bad. That felt like I was painting a canvas with my ice shards. Oh, they didn't even have a chance to respond. I love that. Oh, yeah. I could have slaughtered me instantly. I got to be careful with these doorways. Oh, God. All right. This guy's going to be trouble. It's Saturday. Crash Bandicoot says, ain't got nothing to do. Labor Day weekend. It's a good day. I tell you, man, make the best of it. Do something great today. That's what I'm doing. I'm giving back. I could be doing this without the camera on. I decided to go live. It's so worth it. Wow. What a, like, makes me want to do this for a living. I said that earlier, but it's true. I knew I should. I can kill this guy easy. He's slow. I just got to pay attention, stay focused. You asked me when is this for me? A question for me? Smashing random keys. When's the last time you played Pokemon? I never played it before. The card game? Oh, Mike Williams. Thank you. Stack Elixirs. Thank you for reminding me, dude. Thank you. Big time. Mike Williams. Shout out, brother. Yes, I should. I don't mess with incense much. Should I? I mean, I could craft a bunch more, I guess. I just don't want to waste it. But I mean, at this point in the game, I don't think there's any waste. I just need I could use the experience. It's only 20 minutes. Yeah, why not? I'm at the end boss. All right, that's my first incense I've ever used. What's he gonna do? Oh, here we go. Whoa. Whoa. Don't go near him. I don't know what this does that he just did. He put blood things in the ground. I don't know if that's a big deal or not. I just usually ignore them. Oh, shit. All right. Got him. I think I can finish him now. Look at that. Look at that mana not even going down. This is why I play the game. Oh, my God. That's my fault for looking away. In my mana. I know my mana doesn't go down. I don't need to look at it. The mana guy's spec is just to have almost unlimited mana. It feels so good. All right, Blood Bishop. Tired of this. The guy's super easy. I just got to stay mobile. Oh, my. Wow. How the fuck did I survive that? I focused on the blood blister for a moment. That was a mistake. I think, is he regenerating or something when he does that? I don't know. I don't think enemies that regenerate in this game. I've never seen that. I've never seen that before. Oh, shit. Holy shit. See? Max health, man. I wouldn't have survived that if I hadn't improved my max health. That is big. That's big. I want more max health. All right. This battle's going on too long. I got to finish this asshole. There we go. On the ground. Oh, not on the ground. I thought he was on the ground. No, he's on the ground. Oh, I'm out of mana. Come on. God, so close. I need to hit him to regain mana sometimes because of this. What skill is giving me that? Well, obviously when no, not that one. Whenever I spend 50 mana, it increases my mana regeneration, but I've got this one. If a core skill, this is its orange ability here, hits 4. No, that's not it. That's for AoE. Oh. Something's giving me huge mana. Oh, maybe I've got an item that gives me that I gain mana on hit. Is that? I don't think I do. Huh. I don't know how I had those. I saw my mana like jumping. It was jumping up. It was goes up faster, obviously 25% increase, but then it was like bouncing up. So maybe that's just a 25% increased mana regen. But I don't look like I have any mana vamp. Any mana vampirism. Give me your goods. Almost getting my blizzard up here. Almost to 15. John Schmidt, a few years ago, found an old unopened, I think that's what that means, unopened can Chinese incense, coned Chinese incense called fire, air, earth, and water. Never found any incense that smelled so good. Fire, air, earth, and water. Sounds good. Unopened, yeah, I thought that's what you meant. I got Nag Champa. Haven't lit any up in about 6 months. I could, though. Nag Champa, I think I've got like nostalgia because I dated this girl, my first like real girlfriend in my early 20s, and she loved that stuff. So it makes me think of like love in a lot of ways. Nag Champa. Plus, it's a great smell, super popular. I'll show you what I was talking about with the goblins on the beach. Then maybe you can tell me where Helltide. Is that what you said? Helltide? Yeah, nothing like a little goblin run to slow things down for a moment. I got to repair. That was intense, man. That last one. I like this having to dodge every hit or almost, and then getting hit and having like 100 hit points after like surviving it. I don't know how I'm going to improve my base mana though, to be honest, or my base health at this point. I could improve armor. I mean, I could now improve my resistances is probably the next step because that's not enough. I need 70 across the board. He's hit me with shadow energy probably. Yeah, I think the reason that those spined creatures that were hitting me with those spines isn't killing me is because I've improved my armor so much. 75% damage reduction. But firstly, these creatures, since I'm at such a high level, are like at level 112. They're not my same level. So these resistances are for like the same level. I'd also like to improve my maximum resistance to 85. I don't know how to do that yet. All right, I'm going to bounce over to the beach. Have my way with some of these foolish goblins. Helltide has minutes left, but it's on now. Armor caps at 9,200. I'm very close. I like it. No, this is not Mike Williams asked, is this a seasonal character? No, this guy's eternal. And I don't know the difference between seasonal. Oh, you're saying goblins in a Helltide like one of these. Yeah, that's probably true. But check this out, dude. The beaches of Ked Bardu. It's just wide open plains. And goblins aplenty. These goblins are like, I'm just trying to make a living. Yeah, me too, dude. I need time to prepare it. Ah. Oh, fuck. Oh, shit. Hey, got some unique gloves out of that one. Another reason why frost mages are so good is because you slow down those stupid. Wow, 168,000 gold. Oh, there's another goblin. Oh, I launched another one. Is that you slow down the goblins? I mean, these guys are usually really fast. They're quick. I think what they did a couple days ago is they slowed the goblins down and made them drop less loot. Because when they launched this promo, they were busting out of those portals and flying, just taking off like a regular treasure goblin does, like a regular treasure goblin would. And I'd really have to like run after them and hunt them down. And now they like sluggishly walk away and then they stop. They don't open their portal really quick and they don't drop a bunch of yellows like they were. They were dropping like each goblin would drop like 4 yellows, 2 oranges, and their bag. These treasure bags. Now they don't drop, as of like yesterday, they don't drop any yellows. So tell me, Mike Williams, Relative to the Helltide, did you notice any difference there between this and Helltide? Because I have not. Sometimes the beaches of Ked Bardu are in a Helltide, and I am getting like the same amount of treasure goblins when I do it. Here's a... Oh, look at that. +4 to Hydra. If I can find one of these that gives a bonus to ice shards, I am gonna... That would be cool. I mean, that's what this is. It's core skill. It's not even ice shards. It's both core. It's core skill. So it's both ice shards and frozen orb. These are my core skills. What a boon. +3 to core skill is like, holy God. All right. Let's break up this. I think this is all saleable. What's this? +4 to basic skills. Nah, I don't use basic skills enough. Damage is a non-basic skill. A basic skill first, it's marked enemy. I have a basic skill, but I don't rely on it. It's this Frostbolt. It's basically my mana drain. If I run out of mana, I hit it. I hit a frozen or chill guy, and I generate 4 mana, and it costs no mana to shoot. So it's like my last resort attack. I could put up like a more pronounced, powerful ability in its place, but I like having a mana drain. I really like never running out of mana because I just want to stream these shards. I mean, this bolt's not bad. When you pump points into it, it's pretty good, but like compared to fucking Frost Orb, it's nothing. And of course, ice shards. What's that? Excuse me. Overpower? I don't use overpower with this guy. Sell all that. Frost Shock. Just a WoW joke. Is Frost Shock a wizard ability? I got a human wizard named Blasty in World of Warcraft. He's like level 40 right now. He's really fun. He was like my solo wizard. I just run around and blast shit. Then I got an orcish hunter named Choppy because he carries axes. I mean, he carries whatever weapons of the day, but Frost Shock is a shaman ability. Oh, Poker Keg asked, does Ian play poker? I know Tim does. I do. I'm very good at it when I focus on it, but I don't really like gambling for money anymore. I used to do it for a living, not like excessively, but there was a period of time in LA where I would go down to, what's that city? There's a city down south of LA off the freeway. All right, I gotta sell some stuff. I think it's called didn't mean to sell that. There was a city I would drive down to and then gamble, play poker, and take people's money. And it was exhausting because I'd be there for like 10 hours. In order to win consistently, I had to spend a lot of time doing it because like you're down 20%, you're up 25%, you're down 10%, you're up 11%, you're down 20%, you're down 17%, you're up 30%. So like it's constant. And one day I took this dude's money. I beat him with like a worse hand. I just took a risk and beat him because I was like, the pot demanded that I went in. I didn't have enough to like bow out against him, and he was pushing me. And hey, it's an upgraded ice braids. Wow, awesome. And it's got max health, dude. I do not need that cold resistance at all. Wait a minute. Oh, that's something else. That's a different pair of pants. I don't use shatter either. That's the other ultimate other than the deep freeze. But I'll keep this anyway. So in case I decide to switch builds one day. Anyway, I took that guy's money. And he stood up and like threw his cards on the table and was really mad. And I could tell it wasn't anger like, you dick, there's the other pair of pants, temerity. But they're not as good. Not nearly as good. In fact, I'm going to sell those. It wasn't the kind of anger where like he was just mad that I took his money. It was like I felt like he lost money he wasn't able to lose. He couldn't afford to lose. And I was like, man, the problem with this game, poker, is either I lose money or I take someone else's away from them. And I didn't like that feeling of them. Like, it wasn't just like I sold them a good or a service and I received money for it in trade. It was like I just took their money. And a lot of those people they just have a problem and can't afford to lose it. And there's a lot of stupid people that will just keep throwing money at it. And it just didn't feel ethically good. So I after that, I stopped. I backed away from playing poker, and it requires a lot of focus, and like, you really got to want it and be patient. And like, I'd rather play Magic. I'd rather play other card games that are less competitive. And I've lost big money in poker too, which feels abysmal. Like, it is not a good feeling to lose a bunch of money. Man, one of these days I'm going to upgrade my Blue Rose, but this is 255% cold damage. Is chef's kiss. I said I was going to sell this, and I wasn't lying. It does give me more max health, but I lose all this healing if I swap it in. Plus I get damage reduction. All right. Good fortune. Who's saying what? I feel like someone's saying something. You're saying something. Bad addicts. Yeah, bad habits. And like, I was like getting high before I go down sometimes, smoking pot, and then I would lose money. So that was sucked. That was, just don't get high before you play poker. And, or they give you free drinks. Is this good? I feel like one of these days I'm going to upgrade this weapon, but that's Azure Wrath is like a pretty sweet weapon. I don't need the items with cold resistance suck for this guy because I got all these skills and abilities that give me cold resistance. So they're all redundant. Like my frost resistance is what, 197% minus the 50. I don't think it gets any better than that as far as I can tell. But like, because of my Paragon trees, because I'm, a frost mage, I just get built in all this cold resistance. So it kind of sucks. Azure Wrath's like, it's a good weapon from the lucky hit stuff. Obviously the attack speed, all stats being at maximum is pretty hot. 65 all stats. Oh, the built-in 85% cold damage is wicked as fuck. But that cold resistance is useless. It sucks for a unique item that has a redundant, and I think one of these has that too. That's got built-in cold resistance. I say they should have fire resistance. Cold items with fire resistance and fire items with cold resistance would be cool. And I can't change it. I don't think I can roll it away. They can't be enchanted. The resistance to all, this thing's so good. The resistance to all elements. This was the reason that I started using Frozen Orb. I got this item and I was like, oh God, I gotta start using Frozen Orb, dude. And then I found these later and I was like, it was, what do they call that? It was grand synergy. It was divine intervention. It was to be. There's a word for it that I don't remember at the moment. All right. What else I got in here? Did I have items on the beach? I think I did. Let's go get them. Best stream to have going on in the background. That's what I'm talking about, dude. There's another goblin. 2 goblins with 1 stroke. Love it. Party hardy. So I guess I'm kind of glad that the game audio is not on anyway, because it's probably would be distracting as fuck. Like if it was blocking my voice. But yeah, is the audio, the game audio, by the way, just getting a little analytics here from your perspective. Is it you can kind of hear it in the background? Is that how it's going through this mic? Oh yeah, Poker Keg. You got it. Thanks for sharing though, Ian. Very cool. Yeah, my pleasure, man. Oh, here's what Poker Keg said. After I take their money, I charge. He's talking about playing poker. I charge them more to teach them how to play. See, that's very good of you. I mean, that's very good of you. Actually, you've turned it into a business. They were playing me and Tim were playing Magic, and then they were at the other table playing poker yesterday. Oh, boots I love. Let's see what those boots are. Give me something good. And they got a star on them. I like it. 18% that's mana gen. Casting a skill. I'm not going to wear these, but look at this. Resistance to all elements. Movement speed. Dude, I was just talking about needing resistance. I'm not getting rid of those Archon Greeds. There's no way. There's no way. But this is tempting. Yen's Blessing. Casting a skill has a 50% chance to cast a non-mobility, non-alternate skill. It's currently on cooldown. I mean, these would be cheeky to try out. Maybe I'll wear them for a little bit and see what happens. What is this? 36 to 44. 34 to 42. I lose damage. I lose my lucky hit chance. I lose my freeze duration. And I lose some max life. But that resistance to all elements, I mean, it's exactly what I was looking for. What's my resistances if I wear these? So everything's maxed out resistance-wise. I lose a lot of life regen, though. And that little bit of damage and a little bit of health, a little bit of movement speed. I actually gain movement speed. Well, got to try it. I don't know. These unique items, they're like a double-edged sword. They're cool. I know the item power goes up to 925, which is a huge boost, but this is like a 2-star lower power item, which, oh yeah, there is just more built-in armor into the equipment itself for 53 more armor. It's like a lower item power, but the 2 stars makes up for it with the plus the intelligence is nice. It's a lot of movement speed too. So I lose the evade, granting me speed, but I get 3 charges of evade and more base speed, and that mana gain. That might make up for everything. Is all that extra mana. I want to see what this ability does. Casting a skill has a 52% chance to cast a non-mobility, non-ultimate skill. That's currently on cooldown, but I don't have skills that lie on cooldown. This could incite me to use Frost Nova a lot more and keep it on cooldown. So it'll make up for the loss of freeze duration, because I'll be able to freeze things more often. Let's find out. There's a couple of big changes here. Where's one? Is there anything I can do to that? I got to go to the pit. I need to masterwork this stuff. All right, toss these in the box. I'm not going to be using that. All right, keep the greaves. The Archon Greaves. Oh yeah, Dust in the Wind. Yeah, the game is noisy. It's a lot of. I like the merchants. So they're like, "Can I do anything I can do for you?" All right, see you later then. Cool. I guess it's working out. I guess you just get used to the sounds of the stream, whatever they are. This just happens to be me talking stream, which is just fine. Yeah, let's try out the pit. I got the currency for it. Been a while since I've been there. Saragar we go. Infernal Horde is the best place for masterworking materials. The Infernal Horde. What is that? Where is that? And how do I access the Infernal? Oh, is that level 100 dungeon? Oh, if I can get masterworking materials down there, dude. Because the only place I've been able to find them so far is here. And I haven't tried a tier 3 yet, but I'm about to. Oh, Infernal Horde seasonal. So that's the upsides of seasonal, is you get access to a few other ways of building your guy up. But then is there any downside to seasonal? Put it on cooldown. I got to get a skill on cooldown and see if this actually works. Is it working? I have no problem. I have no complaints about whatever's going on right now. I'm not missing that lucky hit chance. I'll tell you that much. What is these boots even giving me again? I don't have time to fuck around down here. All right. Incense. Let's do the lucky hit. And what is this cool outline? Are these the, I don't know if that has, I'm going to have to start using Frost Nova quite a bit more. I don't want to just use it for no reason, because it's not the kind of skill that I want to just go off on accident. It's a specific use kind of thing. Oh, maybe that gold outline means that my 50% thing is on cooldown. That it's ready to be used again. Maybe because it's every 20 seconds. Hello, they have those bubbles. I just put a blizzard inside there. Your bubbles can't protect you from the cold. Your bubbles mean nothing to me. Nothing. Yeah, that was cool. That was a Frost Nova that went off. That was another one that went off. That was fucking sweet. All right, I like these shoes a lot. Was that another one that went off? No, it's every 20 seconds, isn't it? Oh, watch out. Oh, I'm level 90. I can upgrade my potions. It's a good sign. Oh, I do that after this. These assassins can be very troublesome. Got to kill them fast when they appear. As assassins are. Poker King, never played any Diablos. They're very good. I've been playing them since Diablo 1. Diablo 2 is groundbreaking. I mean, it was super cool. Super cool. You could get a guy will follow you around, like a partner, like a computer guy that you could get as your sidekick. And you get different guy. You get like a sorcerer or whatever else. Diablo 3, I played a lot, but I've always thought Diablo 2 was better. And then Diablo 4, they got rid of potions. Like you used to have to buy mana potions and constantly be stocking your potions, making sure you had enough potions in your slots and all that. Now it's just Q is your healing potion and your mana regenerates on its own. So they simplified it. And I have no problems, man, because what I really love about Diablo is the action, not the art, not the role-playing aspect, not too much about the equipment. Like Diablo 1 was kind of fun, finding equipment. It would get damaged. You'd have to go make sure the pieces would get damaged like unevenly. You'd have to make sure you didn't have like a piece of broken armor or a piece of broken gloves. Now it all goes up and down together. They've changed a bit of it, and it's just hot action now. Just hot fucking action. This room looks like it might be a problem. Nope. There, I love that. Frost Nova Blast. I like it. Yeah, and I really like that these boots give me 3 charges of evade. I'd much rather have 3 charges of evade than 1 charge that gives me a speed boost, like double evade, because you can evade. Like it's just really cool. I like double evades. Let's go. I gotta go up. Death penalty is only 30 seconds in this one. I thought it was normally 60 seconds, so that's interesting. Resurrected Malice. Can you do it? No. Vulnerable, huh? Gotta get away from him. I don't know if that tier 3 was just easy or if these boots are like, oh, there's a ductite in. I wonder if I missed that last. How much abductite do I have now? Wait a minute. 13. So you get 10, and then 3 of them popped out of a chest. I get you. That was not hard. D2. Dusted in the Wind. D2 is before you. You start with StarCraft, the first StarCraft, first Blizzard game. Yeah, StarCraft was hot. Hot. I used to play a lot of StarCraft, the first StarCraft. Protoss, I would do like Tower Rush, like photon cannons, rushes, multiplayer. That's where the whole term like zerging someone comes from. Obviously, you know that if you played. Well, that was enjoyable. I'm starting to think that these are great. I think that resistance, that elemental resistance, just trumps all of these abilities. I'm not taking as much damage. So the life regen, which is spectacular with these boots, is not as needed. Freeze duration, I didn't notice a problem at all because I've got more Frost Novas. But I'm going to need to up the difficulty and see. So I'm going to try. I have to try a tier 66. But I got to dump some of these items before I go in. I need to try the tier 66 so I can measure up the difficulty against what the last tier 66 I did with these other boots. But before I go in, I'm going to free up some space here. And I'm going to hit the bathroom. before I go in. Let's see where to. Yeah, travel to Saret's lair. Oh yeah, Poker Keg. You realize the 7 hours I've been playing. Welcome to my world. I think one problem is that I'm finding is that I'm streaming live to Facebook, YouTube, X, and Rumble. I think that the Rumble chats are not coming through in StreamYard. If they are, no one has chatted. But usually people are on Rumble. And I think what's that? Stone Karen. That StreamYard might not be picking them up. It's possible that no one's chatting on Rumble. All right, I'm obliterating shit with these new boots on. I don't think I'm ever going back. I don't think I'm ever going back. Yeah, having all those extra evades too is like, it's impressive. And it's like the abilities I can't see, which are all that elemental resistance. That's like fucking, it just took all my elemental resistances up to maximum. It's what a joy. I got to keep this on cooldown now. I feel like I could use a better cooldown spell now. But this build is pretty much perfect. I can't see an improvement at the moment. What up, fatty? Ate a lot of spiders earlier today. Oh yeah, bring the bitches. Even the thorns ain't getting through these shields anymore, dude. I'm liking where this guy's at. I can hop difficulties for sure after this. 66 is too easy. We'll see when I get to the end boss if he one-shots me, but I'm feeling pretty good about life right now. What, are you coming in behind? I saw you coming. Kind of making me want to play Skyrim watching all these spiders. Whoa. Like, part of me wants to stand in that just to see how much damage it does, but I don't want to take the... Not right now. Maybe I could do a little analytical damage. Yeah, I don't want to stand in it. I have like no life regeneration though. That's a downside. It used to, like, the nice thing about life regen is it counteracts poison, but I do have all these potions, so I'd be all right. Singing about Ed Kowalczyk, lead singer of Live. Got Eddie on the brain, man. Lightning Crashes, dude. What a masterpiece that song is. Or is it Ed Kowalczyk? I'm not sure how you pronounce your last name, brother. But I'll find out. All right. Spiders everywhere. Come here, bitches. You want a piece of this? Yeah, it felt good. Whoa! That was some damage. Or maybe it was just poison. I couldn't tell. How do you get poison resistance? Is that such a thing? I'll figure it out. Well, that's a good way to do it. Blizzard. You all right, dude? Oh, you're welcome. I feel like these boots are more stable, less bursty. Like I'm not getting those lucky hit boosts as much, but I feel like this is more sustained reliability. It just feels like that, like driving a new car, kind of like a different car, and you're kind of like get a different feel for the vehicle. Well, what do I need here? Where am I headed? Destroy the silken spires. I gotta check this whole environment before I move on. Anything down here? Whoa, get out. Hi. I used to play Barbarian. I'm so glad I don't have to go in on that shit. Oh, God. Come here, dog. Nah, I'm not fucking around. Yeah, in Diablo 2 I had a Barbarian. Every time I would get close to like the bosses, they'd just kill me. It was so frustrating. So like I do have to run around and dodge more with this guy, but being able to slaughter it from a distance is like, it's more my style. I like to play snipers in games and stuff because it's like accuracy pays off. Focus. You don't have to like just sit there and hit, and take. Like you really got to be focused and land your hits. And when you do, there's a big reward. Where am I going now? Travel to the Queen's Den. Been there. That is here. Oh, God. Okay. This is like damage over time, so I don't have to worry too much about it. Yeah, I just don't want to stand in it. This battle might take a while. Oh, my God. Ah. Oh. Oh, shit. Ah, God. Yeah. I didn't do a lot of damage. I mean, I was doing a lot. I didn't. It took more hits than I was expecting it to take. Let's put it that way. All right. I maxed out the 3 glyphs that I really use the most. I could start building a glyph that I'm not using or just keep pumping it points into my frost, my ice spikes. I got to think about this for a second. Yeah, it's going to be a while before I pop a 4th glyph, so... I just really go hard into my ice spikes. Just keep improving ice spikes. That felt pretty good. Oh, 21? Is 21 the max level? Steve, you said, Ian, get all your glyphs to 15, then 21. Oh, all my glyphs to 15. You think just to, like, ultimately that's the goal? Or would you get all the glyphs you use to 21 and then start in on the other glyphs and get them to 15? Because there's like 5 glyphs I want to use. And I've got 3 of them equipped right now. I'm not in a rush to get my 4th thing down here yet. Can I flip these in the middle of it? No, once they're in, they're in. I still got a ways to go before I even consider getting a 4th glyph slocketed. 21's maxes the affix. Okay. I'll take my frost, my ice spike. What is this called? I'll take stalagmite to 21. And then I'll worry about what's coming next. I'll probably go stalagmite to I know this probably isn't the greatest min-max adept, but I love Glacier. No, Blizzard. Glacier. That's this. Deep freeze feels like a glacier. Blizzard. I love it so much. I love it. I love the opportunity, like the option to be able to slow down masses of enemies and increase my damage reduction. There's okay, so maybe you guys can help me here. It's just an idea, but Not that. I deeply want to use, where is it? Glacial Aspect. When you cast Blizzard, it periodically spawns exploding ice spikes that deal 2,500 damage. Your ice spikes chill enemies for 15%. If I were to take that, I'd have to get rid of, I'm not getting rid of this. Piercing Cold, obviously. This is like the best imprint in the game for my build. Makes my ice shards pierce enemies. And this is the reason I have infinite mana, essentially, why I can just blast, because every once in a while it procs and I get two extra free shots with ice shards. There's just, like, considering extra damage, the amount of more ice shards I can blast out is way more than this would produce with Blizzard. And then the other, yeah, so that's where I'm at now. Glacial Aspect's the next one I would use if I could. Like, if I get another sword that I can actually handle another imprint, I might try out Glacial Aspect. Oh, Mike Williams said there's a lot of points I don't necessarily need on my board. Maybe. I mean, the dexterity is kind of useless because it just improves critical strike chance, I think. And my critical strike chance is, it's pretty good. Every 3 hits is a critical strike. Don't do a lot of critical strike damage at the moment. But, you know, I don't really, I have the Blizzard for critical, for damage over time, but like, I think that's what dexterity does. Yeah, increases the critical strike chance by 9%. Dodge, definitely useful. Willpower, obviously, is fucking key with this guy. I don't need it, but 15% mana regen, all that extra healing is cool too. Overpower is useless with this guy. I think it's useless. I don't know what Overpower does. Overpower deals bonus damage based on your current life, up to 50% when at max life. Okay, Overpower is pretty good. I just don't have much of a chance of it ever happening. So Willpower has that added. I mean, I do a lot of Overpower damage if I can chain off an Overpower. Overpower is cool. I usually avoid it. I don't mess with it. I'm all about critical strike and vulnerable damage. The Willpower is not. I do like the mana regeneration. Being able to just unload almost unlimited ice shards is. There's not much of a replacement for that. Yeah, I checked out some builds. I got to make some more incense. I checked out some builds. Where is it? Incense transmutation. Is there any reason any reason that I would ever want to hold these trembling hands for anything other than making more malignant hearts? What incense was I making? What incense do I have? Spiral Morning. Yeah, I don't want to burn. I didn't want to burn fragments, but now I have enough. That's not the most useful. When I made the incense, I was, make them into hearts. Okay. Good. I wanted that out of my inventory. Thanks. I didn't want to use the fragments because I was still gemming up back in the day, 2 days ago or 3 days ago, whatever. And what's up? Eki Homo doing the Lord's work. Yes, we are, sir. Or ma'am, you are correct. You are correct. But now I've got so many fragments that I've kind of opened up the possibility of different types of incense I can use. So like an intelligence incense would be cool. Sage's Whisper. Just another 25 in intelligence. I mean, a little bit of strength and willpower is not horrible. You know, the Spiral Burning is not horrible. 60 points is better than 25 intelligence. Yeah, I'd much rather have this. Let me make 10 more of these. I'm open to hearing out like Generation Split with the shout out to Ian's Endless Shaft. So I'm talking about, dude, it never ends, dude. It's like a Mobius strip. Eke Homo Ian about to schlong dong some demons. You know it. If you've been watching, you've seen it. And it's about to happen again. So get ready for that. What do we got here? Ooh, they make new diamonds. Oh, now we're talking. I don't want to burn. Wow, I didn't know I could get these. As the first I've seen these level 90 gems. Oh yeah. Oh man, I've been saving shards. I didn't know this moment was coming. Now I want to go and get more shards. So I'm going to do it. What I really want to do is head over to the infernal hordes. Last time I did a tier 3, I got one-shotted, but I'm going to try it. I've never succeeded in a in tier 3 infernal hordes, so let's do this. See if it works. Wait, I got to sell shit first. If I can survive, is going to be impressive, even to me. Especially to me, because I don't have faith. But you got to tier up at some point. You know, you can't just always do tier 2. Sell this crap. That's my fireball staff. Oh, look at that. +6 to fireball. Holy shit. Now, if I was a fire mage, dude, I'd be creaming myself right now. Look at that thing. I'm sure does it give, wow, 264 intelligence. I mean, it's a two-handed weapon. You lose I would lose this, which blows because it has avalanche on it. Like you lose the imprint, lose the ice shards potential. I want to masterwork an item before I go too. Staff of Endless Rage. Like it. I don't even know if I need to carry these boots around with me anymore because they're no going back. That elemental resistance is so good. I'll just store them. I do need to go to this guy though and masterwork something. Now at this point, these boots maybe. No, I don't need it. I don't need these boots. I already have maximum elemental resistance. This thing, I've been pumping them into that. Maximum life. Damage reduction and maximum life. This is a good thing to masterwork. So I've got 6% max life. Let's see what happens when I upgrade it. 6.3% max life. Oh, I should have checked my actual health. Look, I've got 10,442 out of 10,439 health. I'm 3 points above maximum. Infernal Shrines, here I come. Or whatever the hell this thing's called. Here's a world boss. 44. Last time I did a world boss, it lagged so hard. I can start opening up other areas now too. Here we go. Infernal shrines, infernal hells, or whatever the fuck this place is called. Throw 500 senders at the gold. You're good for a while. Oh, 500. Crash Bandicoot 36. Ian, are you going to stream games you like semi-regularly? TBH, yes. The answer is fucking yes. Dude, I love it. I do. Because I feel like I can game hard and I don't feel like a floundering loser at the end of it because I've at least participated in society. All right, I got to survive this. He was one-shotting me. Okay, I could take 3 of those. That's good. Yeah, tier 3. I can handle it now. This is good. Yes, yes. My 30% damage reduction. That's good. I got to pay attention, though. A lot of explosives going on. Oh, having 3 dodges is so key with these boots. Thank you, boots. Looking good. Killing them spawns Aether events. Nah. Well, slow down this way. You have unlimited. I don't know what Aether events are. I don't mind these. Oh, shit. God, having that extra Frost Nova go off is really cool. These boots are spectacular. I don't know how much longer I'm going to keep talking about these boots, but I've been using those old ones for so long. All right, I need this. Yeah, that was the right move. Technically, I can sit here for another 48 seconds and wait for that deep freeze to come back off cooldown. Just boring, but it's the right move. If I really need to win, I could just wait. I'm not in a rush. I don't think I'm in a rush. Oh, see this useless cold resistance. Yeah, I don't need any of those cold resistances, to be honest. I can undo. Well, I can't undo that one because it's chaining down to this. But like that, it gives me mastery damage. Is that because of this? Oh, it gives me plus 10 mastery damage. So for every 5 intelligence within range, mastery seals get 7.5. So it gives me 15% mastery damage. That's good. That also 15% mastery damage. That's cool. Oh shit! Oh god, get off of it! Wow! All right, big time. Yeah, it was worth waiting, I guess. That was useful. What do I got here? I gotta get it. I think I need to stand in this and kill enemies inside of it. That's how you destroy that shit. Oh my god! Wow. Oh shit. That fireball came right through me. Thank God for elemental resistance. Ah! Making short work of this stuff. I just keep going for the stuff that gives me plus Aether, which I think is the right move. If I don't know if these other things actually help me get Aether faster too. Aether events. Hellborn are hunting me. That's right, Mike Williams. I will cut them down in droves, and they will remember my name. Eat it. You want some too, don't you? Fucking taste this. Oh, that's right. Yeah, what did it taste like? Do demons have taste buds too? Let's find out together. Yeah, come get some. All of you at once. That's right. Oh, you like it, don't you? Watch out for that. All right, I got to blow these things up fast. Oh, shit. And I think I pushed the wrong button. My God. That's like manual dexterity failure check. That blows. Whatever. Just stay calm, you know? Whoa, what was that? What is this bullshit? Off my back. Now I've got a moment to talk shit when they're not in the room. I'll take the damage reduction from vulnerable enemies. 2 ether from soul spires. Got to kill them twice. Hellborn damage +1. Hellborn damage. I don't mind these soul spires. I kind of like them. Whoa, I just stepped on that. Yeah, boy. They're like, I have one purpose in life and in death. Fuck you all. I feel like Hellboy. Dude, finding a frozen enemy and unloading all those bolts into them is like, it's why I play the game. That's why I'm enjoying this so much, really, honestly. Like when you can turn a relatively weak hitting guy into like the ultimate damage dealer, they go frozen and vulnerable. I'm just like that. Oh God, they go from getting poked to getting obliterated. I love it. All right. Shit. All right, let's do it. That was a Frost Nova. I love that thing. It really is like not the best sorcerer ability, but the coolest sorcerer ability. It's this Frost Nova. It just blows a ring of frost out all around you. Wizards, mages in Warcraft have it too. Frost Ring. I've always loved it. It gives you the ability to like roll up on a dude. Like you're this long range dude, and then you can just walk right up to him. And he's like, why is he coming near me? Blah! Explode, freeze him, make him vulnerable, and then annihilate him. Oh, Steve. Yeah, Ian, the pet helps a lot for gathering stuff in hordes and dungeon runs. I have a pet. I just didn't want to use it because I don't want to see more shit on the screen than I need. I didn't want to be distracted by it. Should I use it? I think I have it. Where is it? Not here, but this says I have something to get. Is there something free I can grab? I did. I think I did the quest, the pet quest already. I got like the wardrobe. Okay. Oh, the wardrobe. I'll do that after this. Yeah, I'll check it out. Thanks. Actually, really, thank you. I really appreciate that. I got to use these points first. So I got reduction. Yeah, let's go damage reduction. I'm not going to get these. I've been meticulously going after the cold, but I'm just, there's no point in wasting the points. Well, I can just start moving to the next one, to this. Oh, God, more cold resistance. Would you like some cold resistance? How about some cold resistance? Well, have you tried cold resistance yet? You're an ice mage. You might like cold resistance. Here's some items for you that have extra cold resistance. By the way, cold resistance is useless after 70%, but here's some more just in case. Did you not try any yet? Here, have some more. You'll like this one. It's cold resistance. All right, I'm done. But that's how it feels playing this mage. Like, I've got to pick it to get to this. Oh, all right. Whoa. Yikes. Yikes. I feel like that's such a loser. Like, such a... Oh, yeah. I took it one to the face. I can handle this because I'm a beast. I got resistance. Come here. I want you to be vulnerable with me. Oh, yeah. Whoa, I was missing him. All right. I'm getting a little too cheeky. I can't stand still and take it in the face like that over and over again. I just don't want to train myself to do that. That was kind of pointless. What the fuck? Hit him. There we go. Whoa. Come on. Where's my mouse? There it is. I was looking for my mouse cursor for a second. It worked. Tier 3, success. The reason I can't... Ooh, there's a new chest. Never seen one of these before. Well, curiosity got to me. It's just a bunch of items. Decent. Why I really came here was for the gems. I want to make these high-powered gems. I got a lot of tier 3 of these. I should just maybe go through a bunch now. Was that was that what I think it was? No, was it obols or was it exactly what I'm looking for? Abductite? Oh, I can get abductite down here, dude. You probably already knew that if you've played this. Oh, I am masterworking now. Wow. I get abductite in these. Oh, Mike Williams, thanks for saying it in chat, man. I keep mentioning it if I don't see it and it's important. All right. I love those things. What are those runs even called? Hold on. I gotta get some more of those keys. I'm a huge fan of just because it's just fucking chaotic nonstop action. I love that. That's why I'm playing this game, is for the infernal hordes compass. Yeah, let's do some more infernal hordes. And I can masterwork between runs. I like where this is headed. I did get slaughtered once, so... Anything breaks, the forge is hot. All right, masterwork me, baby. So I want to look at my health and then upgrade this thing. 10709. It will be this. Okay. 18 hit points. No, 28 hit points. 28 hit points. It's compounding on itself because it's... Oh, maybe it's not. I mean, it's 18 hit points. I'm really saying I want to use temerity for the long run, which I think I do with this character. Like, this is my pants forever. Unless I find a pants to give me frost resistance, and then I'm going all in. I'm just kidding, by the way. I wonder how much frost resistance I have right now, by the way. I got to find out. Cold resistance, 239%. Minus 50. Minus 119 away from max. So I can afford to lose 119% cold resistance and still be maxed out. Whereas this is like, I'm 0.8% away from max. I've just got max. 0.8%. I mean, perfectly landing on my resistances with these. Shadow's a little over, but that's like embarrassingly useless. Let me see if I can find some cold resistances I can uncheck in the Paragon tree here. I don't think I can get rid of this one. Can I? No, I can't. It links. I mean, I could go up and over, but I just want the points. That's kind of shady. I get rid of that and go here. Wait, can I? And then that and then go here? No, that'd just be 2 for 2. Yeah, I think that's all of it. Cold resistance. Cold resistance. Is it frost resistance or cold resistance? I should know this by now. It's just I just want to forget about it. But when is it? Show me. Cold. Resistance to cold. There's actually a tree that focuses on giving you cold resistance, which I was like, what the fuck? Why would I fucking take it? Is they should at least have like all your cold resistance points above 70% give you like 0.1. Like for every point you have, it gives you like 0.1. So I could literally be like up to 95 or like almost immune to cold. That'd be cool. There's diminishing return or something on it, but like, look at this. This gives me more than just cold resistance, but it's funny. Is this one colder? Oh, this is damage. Yeah, this one's pretty good. I'm digging the max. Oh, max life. Yeah, here we go. I've been talking a lot about max health. Okay, let's move towards it. Can't wait to get that one. And if you know me, you know why. 30% cold resistance. No, I want that lucky hit chance is what I want. Discord for D4. Mike Williams says, if you make a Discord for Diablo 4, we could help you out with pushing higher hordes, Nightmare Dungeons, etc. I'm not too worried about power gaming. I'm not in a rush. I really enjoy the process. I've like friends from high school, that one friend in particular who we'd all be like, hey, we all got a new game, Borderlands 2 or whatever, or it'd be like 7 Days to Die. We'd be like, sweet. We'd all make guys. We'd all get together that first day and we'd play and we'd be like crafting. We'd be like, oh yeah, we found a city. Look, the underground base. Then like, we'd be like, oh, that was so fun, guys. We played for like 6 hours. Everyone's having a blast. Like, all right, we'll see you next time. And we all log out and it's like, we all have shit to do except for, I'm not going to put his name on, Bryce, basically. Bryce Bolts. And Bryce, we log out. We come back and Bryce is like level 32. He's got a giant base. We're like, dude, he has all the weapons. He like comes in and he gives you all the big. I'm like, dude, I want to learn how to craft it myself. That's the point of the game. I spent all this money on the game. The game is like Minecraft. I don't want to get in and be given a diamond sword. I want to go fucking figure out how to mine the diamond. I want to get and it's so, I don't like, I've kind of got an aversion to power gaming in that sense. Every once in a while I'll do it, but for the most part, I kind of like to learn on my own. Not that I don't appreciate, I do appreciate the tips that you're giving me. These are helping me out quite a bit in the moment. Because this game kind of like, no matter where you're at, it's still fun and there's still room for growth as far as I can tell. Maybe when I hit level 100, I'm going to max. I don't even know if Paragon trees can get maxed out. I hope not, but I mean, eventually I guess you have to max out because there's only so many bubbles to hit. All right, enough talk, more slay. I got to go back in. Was I about to do something? I was going to masterwork an item before I go. Yep. Oh, yes. Kind of want to catch this world boss in 20 minutes if I can remember. Yes. Eki Homo, your divine duty is calling. Can you hear it? I need to pump some incense before I get rolling. Oh, that's the incense. That's what that is. Nah, I can take it to the face. Oh, shit. Oh, my God. I love that frost. Those boots, man. I'm going to say it again. What are they called? I got to memorize the name of the boots so I can shout them out every chance I get. Fuck. Yen's blessing. Whoever Yen is, I appreciate you. Why does that do that twice? Is it waiting for me to get all the... I'm kind of talking to myself here, but is it like you get a temporary one that is really good, and then after you wait, it gives you like a shitty version, and so you're like on a timer? Or is it waiting until I get all of this stuff, the currency, before it like finishes spawning? I gotta pay attention to that. All right, no one killing them spawns ether events. I wonder what these ether events are. At the end of each wave, spawn 3 to 9 ether. Or normal monsters deal damage. I think I'd rather have normal monsters dealing damage than Hellfire. For now. Because they don't get near enough to me to touch me. I'm trying to pick up all the Hellfire on purpose, just in case I'm on a timer when the battle ends, but we'll find out. No, I think this is the animation of them spawning in. Is they pop in and then it makes a noise and they pop in harder. Okay, masses it is. Shit's making me want to study the canals of the East Coast. That's what I was doing the other night in this mode. I think I was doing one of these dungeons and then I started reading about the Chesapeake, Ohio Canal, which I live right near. And I was fascinated with the idea, just picturing like 1823, George Washington, or I guess it wasn't him at that point, but back in the day, a bunch of dudes being like, we need to transport our iron and raw materials down the Potomac, and it's too rough of waters. So let's build a canal where we can port the boats in and out. And I lived in this city called Cuyahoga Falls on the Cuyahoga River, and they called it that because of the falls. That's where the river got rough. And there's this portage trail that I lived on. The road's called Portage Trail. And I was like, that means that they would port the boats. That's where the boats would go to port. And I'm like, why would they port right there? And it's right before the rivers get rapid and start to drop like 250 feet. So they would sail down to the Front Street and Portage Trail where they would pull the boats out of the water, port them onto the shore, and then walk them west up what's now called the road, Portage Trail. It used to just be a trail. And they would walk the boats over to the river in the west, and they'd put them back in the water. and they'd bypass the rapids that way. It's like the Native Americans would do that. And it all made sense, man. Once I started reading about the canal systems, things started to all pop into place. It was super cool. My whole life I lived by that area, and I never thought about it until like last week. Whoa, who's this dude? Hi. Eat it while you're here. Have some dinner. It's cold. Wow, that guy's tough. All right, man. Have some more. You got a lot of hit points, bro. It's what I get for standing still. I think that the stream has ended on Facebook. It just is. I got a notice. All right, I got to pump this. Maybe Facebook can only handle 8-hour streams at a time or something. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Well, I took the one that I wanted. Didn't mean to do it that quick. Mm. Oh, shit. All right, let's do this for real. Oh, my God. I got stuck on that thing. I think my elixir's gone, too. That sucks. Well, I'll swig another one after this battle. Oh, this guy. Come on. Yeah, Diablo 4 is multiplayer, yeah. Oh, yeah. You answered that for me. Thank you, Michael. Mike Williams with the fucking knowledge. I'm going to increase that to that to that. I'm coming for you, restorative. Little breather before we go in deep. Oh, I got to get this out of the way. It's blocking the view. I don't know. Keep it up. Let me check on Facebook and see what's going on before I go in. Yeah, continue to Facebook. Does that show? That shows my Facebook page. Let's do that over here. Yeah, it looks like the stream is good on Facebook. It just cut off after a certain amount of time. Understandable and disappointing all at once. Back to it. It does feel like there's chocolate rain dropping on me. You know, Tay Zonde is a buddy of mine. I used to work with him down at Maker Studios. Chocolate rain. That guy's awesome in person. He's so funny. Oh man, no, they feel the same chocolate rain. We would just hang out at the Maker house from time to time. He'd be at like parties that I would go to and stuff. We'd be at the same parties. Cool guy. Oh yeah, you all dove on me at once and felt the wrath together. That's what happens, man. That's why I like to draw aggro. Oh God. you trick them into thinking you're weak, and then you unload on them as a unit. It's a great tactic in life as well. Just with conversation, you know. No more for you. All right, I did it. Got 1 revive remaining. I think I can focus, and this should not be a problem. These M bosses, these guys are not that tough. I mean, not normally. I take 1 down usually first. Like this guy who just sits there. Whoa. But I do like it when they're together because my shit arcs. They just stand still. That makes them so easy to kill for me. Not even damaging me. That's wild. Yeah, they need to up the difficulty of that M boss. Compared to the battles, it's nothing. Not for this guy anyway. All right. I'm spoils of materials all the way because I want some of these epic gems slotted. Abductite. You know it's good. Oh, I'm so happy I'm getting abductite out of these boxes. It's my favorite thing. So good. And now gold me the rest of the way and I'll be out of here. Thanks for having me. Hellspawn. I'll see you again soon. Just leave a note on the door. I'll be back within the hour. Oh, hey, Wasablo. Ian, you the man. Thanks, dude. That's actually very cool of you to say that. Thank you. And welcome to the stream. It's good to have you here. Wasablo. That's a cool name. Is your name Wesley? All right, let's repair this junk. And now I want to masterwork these again, I guess. See what happens. 4 yellow dots. What is that? Oh, I get it. I didn't even pay attention. The 4th one gave me improved this. That's interesting. I think I should be improving this thing with the plus 101 to all stats. I mean, that's a guaranteed keeper forever. Yeah, the amount of mana that this restores is like probably off the charts. Hitting 4 more enemies with a skill, with a core skill, because my frost bolt pierces, my frost shards pierce, so I hit 4 or more enemies so frequently with that thing. And obviously ice balls. The thing is, this thing, these fire off for free sometimes, and I wonder if it just gives me back 60% of the resource costs, and this one fires off for free 30% of the time. I doubt I'm going to get any mana back for a free one getting refunded because the resource cost is 0. I would imagine. Now the real resource cost of this is 40, but I don't think a free one is going to give me 15 mana back or 14 mana back or something like that. That'd be weird if that happened. But I mean, I wouldn't complain, but I'm just going to assume that it doesn't. All right. 5% chance to heal 2,000 hit points. That's pretty cool. I mean, when I lucky hit, which is like 40% of the time or 30% of the time or something. Okay, now I'm at the next tier and I need this stuff. Ingolith. So the abductite only gets me to tier 4 masterwork. That's good to know. Hello. So now I'm going to 101, 15.8, 7.9, 6.3. Yeah, this is the one to upgrade. That's a cool one to upgrade. Mother's embrace. Thank you, mother. One affix increased by 25%, so I suppose it randomly gave me the lucky hit affix. This is going to be a good one to work on too. Even though it's only power level 856, that 255% cold damage is tough to beat. Oh yeah, thanks. World Boss, Pet, read the chat. You're right. World Boss, what's the ETA on World Boss? 3 minutes. All right, I got to go to I watch Amaz HS is his YouTube stream. Amaz Hearthstone. He used to be a Hearthstone gamer. He does a lot of Slay the Spire now. And man, the chat helps him out so much. My guy looks kind of cheap. I think I could end up doing a makeover at some point. Got this guy. All right. Let's go, dog. I'm going to fire so many ice bolts at that thing on accident. I have a feeling. But whatever. What else that's what dogs are for. Collect my goods, animal. That's cool. Does he pick up I was going to get some ridiculous joke about naming him Tim. That's my dad's name, by the way. Tim loves dogs. Does he pick up like epic items as well, or is it just gold and obolite? And well, this guy's got a dog too, because there's something to it. It'd be funny if the dog got on a horse and rode behind you. Hey, I should pick up these side quests while I'm here, and then head up to the boss. I got to get up there, though, and sit by the campfire. I think there's a campfire for the world boss. Dude, the last time I did the world boss, I don't even care what he's saying. The last time I did the world boss, there was so much lag. I just had to stay back and survive. I couldn't. I work as a mines for a living. I'll figure out your meaningless quest. Leave me a message and I'll call you back later. All right. Oh, and I was going to finish the story when Amaz has the chat and he doesn't read the chat. Sometimes the chat will be like, dude, you have the item, use it. And he's like not reading the chat. It's so funny because I'll be watching the video. I'll be like, dude, use the item. And it's like, I hope it doesn't lag. If we can get this done without lag, it's going to be really, really enjoyable. How much time we got? 18 seconds. Perfect timing. I fought this thing once before. If it's the same guy, and it slaughtered me like 5 times. I don't know what it was doing because it was lagging. You're 2 hitting the world bosses. That's interesting. I don't know how to dodge it, so I'm going to try. Oh, that looks like I got to get out of it. Whoa! That's what I was getting killed by before. I'm keeping him vulnerable. I'm probably not the only one. Oh, shit. Whoa. Get out of there, bro. Run. Run. Okay. I think that was getting me before, too. I just couldn't see it. Yeah, that's probably what it was. That's awesome. This guy's badass. Yeah. That's good to know. Got to eat some incense here. Buff the party. Be nice if I actually hit the guy. There we go. Oh, shit. I bet that does damage. No, that sucks you in. I get you. Okay. I'll follow the lasers. This will make it a little easier. Oh, my God. I'm not getting out of this one. I don't. Oh, yeah. You get close. You got to get close. That helps. Am I even hitting the guy? There we go. Yeah, he's on the ground. Look at that. Crap. Oh, shit. Wrong direction. Does he move? Does he change? It'd be cool if he just turned and started going different directions every once in a while in the middle of it. I think I don't want to stand on that. This is cool. I'd love like to fight like 20 of these, like tons of different world bosses. I should play more multiplayer, I think. If they have like epic raids and shit, that'd be really cool. The game's so fast paced though. Oh crap, which direction? There you go. All right, I think we did it. Almost. Looks like we got him. Nice job. That was badass. What else can I say to these people? I gotta go to. Wait, that's not what I meant to say. I meant to say. That's what I meant to say. Time for our roads to part. Hey, Ian, this is Harry Toe 1. When you stop playing, can you rumble raid the stream Sergeant Wilkie plays? A bunch of gamers are having a fun tournament. I would be absolutely happy to. I just don't know how. I've never rumble raided before. And I'm using StreamYard to punch through to Rumble. So how do I do it? Tell me more, because almost nothing I love more in life than empowering other people. Especially when it's righteous, man. It just feels so good to use the weight of fame to shine a light on those that are amazing. That's the whole fucking purpose. It's a big part of it anyway. What'd I get? Ancestral gloves. I like it. Oh, they're only 1 star, but that's cool. It's a fireball gloves. Maybe one day. +4 to fireball. Dude, I have the staff and glove. I get like +10 to fireball. If I spec into fire mage, That's awesome. All right, I'll store it in the box. Oh, you guys, Mike Williams, you said, yeah, dude, I'm in a pretty active clan. We'll be all over that. You mean like raid bossing? Does that exist in this game? Raids are coming. Steve says raids are coming. Oh, that's awesome. I love this game. It'd be cool to play as a healer too. There's no healers in the game as far as I know. I don't know. Is there a guy that can heal? Or is it all kind of passive healing? I feel like I should put the best of the best equipment in this back box. Oh, that's cool. You can filter a mythic unique. See, this is why I keep selling items, because they're 50 million to buy these mythic uniques. That's what I was talking about earlier. I just don't remember exactly where to buy them. You get them from, I think I got to go. Is it here? Or is it here? No, is it here? The Uber bosses. Tell me more about these Uber bosses. That sounds pretty cool. Is it Zarvzanet? Where you get these mythic unique items. Maybe they're here. I don't remember. Off the top of my head. There's definitely a city where I went and there's like, this guy sells like 10 of them or 5 of them. And they're like purple, blue items, like Tyrael's armor. If you know what I'm talking about, feel free to drop it in the chat as to where that is. Oh, maybe it's this gem guy, this necklace guy up here. This motherfucker. Nope. Maybe it's just in a different town. The elixir guy. Oh, it's the elixir guy. Okay. Let's try it out now. Feel pretty good about that world boss. I didn't get slayed. Just kept my distance. It was kind of his moves were easy to, he was like giving tells about his moves, so there's nothing like super surprising popped. No, it's not this guy. The elixir guy. Wait, is this the elixir guy? Yeah, this is the elixir guy. It's not this guy. Yeah, you need resplendent sparks. That's what I'm talking about. Nah-burr. You needed like some currency I'd never seen before, so I'm still working my way up towards it. But oh, here we go. Isilasibi says, Ian, I'd like to see you one-on-one with Joseph from Friday's Culture War. I don't think his name's Joe Brian or Roman from Friday's Culture War. Also, cover The Beating Will Continue Until Morale Improves by Murder by Death. I don't know that song. It's a hilarious name, though. Go to the elixir guy and then start crafting. Start crafting what exactly? Transmutation sparks. Oh. Yep, thank you. That's it. The elixir guy, transmute. So I'm transmuting sparks into equipment for 50 million. That's why I keep selling items and not breaking them down anymore. I want all these. I don't even know what they do, but I just want them. Yeah, maybe it's random. So I got to find somehow resplendent sparks. I'm a big fan of Tyrael. I identify with the guy. He kind of reminds me of Tassadar. I feel like they reuse characters, Blizzard, in their games. Like in this game, Lilith. You just met. That's so funny, Steve. Oh, Steve says if you beat Lilith, you get one. So this is all campaign. Then I should have one. Maybe I got to beat her on a higher difficulty. I thought I beat Lilith. No, I beat Mephisto. No, I killed Lilith once. I mean, I beat you get these from salvaging uniques. Well, I got plenty of uniques to salvage. Mythic uniques. You get these from salvaging mythic uniques. I've never seen a mythic unique before. All right. I'll get there eventually. Is that Uber Lilith? So is that like Nightmare 4? Mike says the boss materials like the hearts, steel, etc. are used to summon bosses. You can enhance them with extra materials and stones to make them into Uber version. Yeah, I haven't done anything with any of this stuff yet. Living steel. Well, I've got 150 of them. So I should probably do that now. Where do I do all that? Got to fight tormented bosses. That's the easiest way. Level 100, tier 4, Lilith. Now we're talking. So it might have something to do with this dungeon down here that I have yet to go to. Where is it? Right here. Echo of Hatred, level 100. I mean, my guy's such a badass. I could try it out. I might get one-shotted. And there's a Legion battle about to start in 3 minutes I could attend to. Those are pretty fun. Is it this place? Oh, I'm maxed out. I got to go to the tree. Let's do it. Right here. Yeah, let's get over here. You thought Lilith was annoying? I slaughtered her so fast on difficulty 2. I just obliterated her. She didn't do anything, though. I mean, I'm sure she's got new abilities on the higher difficulties. Okay. Mythic uniques are far away off. Good to know. I'm not in a rush. I just want to do what I do well. Hello, tree that gives me the most useless trash. I'll take some of this. But you gave me experience. That's good to know. Just like gave me like exactly what a treasure goblin gives me. A little bit better than a treasure goblin, I guess. Speaking of treasure goblins, that dude's selling a God Slayer crown. I wonder what he wants for it. It's a 3-star God Slayer crown. Oh, yeah. Roman is the fucking man. In response to psilocybus saying, I don't know where I pulled the name Joseph from, LOL. You are correct. Roman is his name. Interesting guy. Roman is a beautiful soul. That guy is awesome. I got to get over here to this event. Yeah, I got his info. We traded numbers. I'm going to interview the guy for sure and talk AI. He's super, super educated on the subject. Like I don't even begin to know how much he knows about it. He's been on Lex Friedman's show. I didn't see that episode, and I know he's like a professor and I think he's got his PhD in some sort of AI science or something. But like, it's funny how you can like sit next to somebody and just talk to him like a normal dude, and then you find out later they're like one of the smartest humans on earth. You're like, oh, well, I'm glad I treated you like a normal guy. Let's go to it. Oh, they're going to taste this so hard. Isn't there a campfire? Let's get that XP bonus while we're here. Listen to Mike. My recommendation is to save all the boss mats until you're juiced up and have a good party. Yeah. Okay. Sounds good. That's usually what I do. I was waiting to like start improving my equipment until I had level 925. I thought that level 1000 was maximum for some reason. It's 925. And you know, when they launch the expansion, they're probably going to increase that and all my level 925 gear is going to become useless. That's kind of what I'm concerned about. Like when World of Warcraft launches an expansion, all your equipment becomes obsolete like within overnight. I hope that doesn't happen because I've been putting a lot of mats into this shit. But I got a feeling. That guy looks cool. Look at that dude flying around. What's his name? He's moving so fast I can't see his name. Charkan. What is he, like a barbarian with his whirlwind attack and his massive speed boost? All right, I got to slaughter whatever he's connected to. One shot at it. That guy stood no fucking chance. Let's split up. I'm glad I'm here to help. I'll just be the moral support. Is there anywhere I can go to speed this up? What up, Druid? Brahms the bear. Always love seeing a nice tanky Druid on my side. You take that way, I'll go this way. Man, I miss multiplayer games. We got to play some multiplayer shit, that's for sure. I think the Druid could use a hand. That barbarian's nuts in a good way. The fucking hell? I'll stay here. You go do the thing. And yeah, now you're mine. Let's go. The Overlord has returned. He's like, I'm back. He didn't really get to finish his statement. I have returned. I love interacting with people. Oh, hey, Harry Toe. With the follow-up super chat to raid someone on Rumble, it's /raid and the URL in the chat box. Sergeant Wilkie Plays is the channel. Good group of people trying to get Rumble Gaming going. Thank you for telling me. I'm going to queue it up. So I got to remember to do that. I don't want to get too wrapped up in what I'm doing, but it is rumble.com. And I go into my own Rumble chat and type /raid and then the URL. Might be on for a little while though, so I can't guarantee that I'm going to be done. I've been here a while. This is from Mobile Ninja Gaming, who I highly respect. Says, you have been here a while. Do some push-ups. How many? I mean, I will. I don't know how entertaining that's going to be for you, but yeah, it's probably a good idea. I should probably shower too, dude. I haven't showered yet today. I haven't showered since yesterday at like 8 a.m. So I need to go to Sergeant Wilkie Plays. Here's his channel. You know I'm going to raid the shit out of him. And so I just type /raid in the URL of his live stream or his channel. You don't need to super chat it. You can just type it in the box if you want. And I'm watching the chat too. I see super chats and chats. 10 push-ups per health pot use. Are you taunting me? Just 10, not for me. This is for you. Get your heart pumping. All right. Knobber said 50 push-ups, which I think is absolutely it's just, I would call that I can't even think straight because I haven't done any push-ups today. I'm gonna go take a piss and then I'm gonna do some push-ups. I'll be right back. I'm back. I haven't done the push-ups yet, but I'm going to. But before I did, I wanted to tell you about my friend Sam Hyde, who you have probably heard of because he's like one of the most famous comedians on earth. He does this show called Fish Tank, and it's fishtank.live is the website. So my buddy Bill Ottman, who is the founder and CEO of Minds, like one of my best friends on earth, we built Minds from the ground up together in a lot of ways. But Bill and Sam went to high school together. So I met Sam through Bill like a decade ago. I've known Sam for a long time. And Bill's up there working on Fish Tank too, and they invited me to join Fish Tank and do this basically 24/7 on the website, probably in the next week or two. I think I'm going to do it. So I'm going to try it out. I'm going to just so Fish Tank does the show fishtank.live, where it's like they have a house, they bring all these people to the house, and then it's like a reality show. But they're branching out and they're doing other things too. So it's going to be like where people just stream live, like personality gamers and players and people that do whatever, and they'll have like their house wired up with cameras. So I'll have multiple cameras. It'll be like webcam. You'll have a cam up on the roof that you can click to, and you can like bounce around to different cameras and like pay money to make sounds come out of different speakers and shit. I think people are like pay tokens and crap. And oh, hey, Grim Keeper, welcome back. Yeah, man, it's flowing. And so I think it's going to be really fun. It's interactive. Bill asked me if I wanted to try it out, and I was like, I don't know. Yes, I do. Because at first I was like, I don't know if I want to stream live 24/7. And I was like, actually, I'm just going to fucking game 24/7 anyway, so I might as well. It's very fun. Don't need to like perform, just game, have fun, and interact with the chat. Okay, so did anyone follow up with this whole raid thing? Because it sounds like Mr. Beast Torture Light. Yeah, it does kind of sound like Torture Light, whatever that means. /raid and the URL in the chat box. Let me make sure that I'm still like live streaming and everything. Yeah, I'm still flowing on Rumble. Man, people be chatting in Rumble, and I am not getting the Rumble chats in people be chatting in Rumble in StreamYard. That's a little disappointing. I think for some reason the API is not. I got to double check. I don't think they are. Yeah, I don't think that the Rumble chat's coming through into StreamYard for some reason. The API is not picking it up. Twitter is, which is very promising because it didn't used to. Yeah, Harry Toe, I'm going to do it. /raid. But my last question is, do I put the URL of his channel or of his actual live stream? Probably his live stream. Sergeant Wilkie Plays. It's finally here. Warzone Palooza. It looks like. All right, I promised you some push-ups. I'm going to do it for myself. That was good. Man, there's such a difference between exercise and no exercise. I stink. I fucking stink. I was doing those push-ups, and when I would push away from the ground, I was like, that stinks. And I'd get close to the ground. It's not the ground that stinks. It's the vacuum sucking the air off my body. I would move away, and that lack of physical matter presence created a bit of a vacuum that sucked the smell towards the ground. Woo! What I'm going to do now is eat this. This is part of my lung cleanse that I've been doing, the Zen cleanse. If you ever want to do the Zen cleanse, let me know. I can give you a code. So when you go to their website, I'm an affiliate. And if you buy their products, I get like a 10% of it or something, which is pretty cool. In fact, I can type it into the chat just for fun. Kind of. Always feels weird being like a salesman, but I really truly believe in this product and this company so much that I wanted to be an affiliate. I've never been an affiliate for a company before, but I want people to be able to experience this cleanse the way I did, especially the intestinal cleanse. I don't know if people really understand what's inside their intestines. You see this mucoid plaque. I don't know if this is going to come through it comes through in the YouTube chat. Yeah, that's my referral link on zencleanse.com. Just browse around, check it out. If you're into like doing a cleanse, this is the company for you. These guys are super, super legit. I mean, it's like hardcore cleanse, and the most epic, the stuff that came out of my body, like the liver flush. I like flushed all this bile, these gallstones. And like the way I'm singing since I've started this lung cleanse, and I haven't been taking this one to the extreme. Like the first two cleanses was like 7-day fast, only ate nothing except what they gave you, these powders and like vinegars and stuff, these like fermented juice. It was intense. I felt like ass halfway through the week. And then I gotta click this so it stops lagging. It's bothering me. And then I got done with that, took some time off, let my body get back to normal, ate like fermented foods and vegetables to get back into it, got my diet back to pretty much normal where it was. And then I started on this lung cleanse. I haven't been doing it. It says to do like 40 minutes of exercise every day, like intense, kind of semi-intense cardio. I haven't been doing it every day. I haven't been going for like long, but I've been doing it in the sauna quite a bit. I've been doing it like 2 or 3 times a week, something like that. But it's like my singing has improved drastically since I started this lung cleanse. It's really, I'm almost like, I'm going to be sad when it's done because this is so delicious. It's like some of the ingredients. It's what is it called? Comprehensive fermentation broth. It's lemon. I don't know what it is. Philanthus umbilica. Wolfberry. Orange peel. I mean, there's like 20 ingredients on this thing. Licorice. Lysanthus, red dates, and it's blended into this goo: raspberries, dandelion, aged ginger, jujube, lotus seed, orange peel. I already mentioned orange peel. It's in here twice. Mulberry. It's so good, and it's like a honey. Okay, thank you, Harry Toe. I appreciate the data that it's his live stream. You put /raid and then the URL to the live stream, and I guess it just raids, sends all your viewers over. So I'm going to do that when I'm done. I appreciate that. If he's still on, if he can hang with the big dogs, because I might be around for a while. Then again, I might abruptly end the stream. You never know. But I'm going to eat this cleanse. I'm going to eat this. So in the morning, I do a tincture. This is for the lung cleanse. Love it. Oh yeah, I want to know from everyone that's listening. Did Mobile Ninja Gaming also requested this? Did you do your push-ups? Did you get down on the ground and give me 10? Did you do it for yourself? It's worth it. Just struggle through it, man. And if you ate a lot of sugar recently, it's going to hurt. It's going to feel weakness, but you can do it, and you will. It's empowering. This is going to get good. It's so good. I did this one. Marine Corps standard is 30 push-ups in less than 2 minutes. Jimmy Cobb said that. That's cool. Yeah. How often do you do it? Marine Corps standard, 30 push-ups in less than 2 minutes? Or is that just like standard Just in general, when you do them, that's what they are. Push-ups are fucking great. I like those diamond push-ups too. Sometimes I'll do them with my hands out, like kind of wide-armed ones. I also like doing them where I have blocks on either side and I'm going lower than where the floor would be when I'm like on the ground. My arms are up. It's like that great, really great stretch right here. Oh yeah, last night you were doing them. I was going to tell you, I did this once while I was in Miami. I started the cleanse while I was in Miami a couple weeks ago. And I accidentally breathed some of this into my fucking windpipe before a show. I was like, cough, because it's a cleansing mechanism. I got it. You're not supposed to get it into your windpipe. I was like hacking and breathing and coughing this shit out for like 2 hours, 3 hours. It was intense. It's so good. It's really sweet. This is really sweet. It's like honey with menthol and all those ingredients I was saying. All right. It's delicious. Ma'am. I desperately need to shower. I think I might be done for a little while streaming. This stream has been absolutely epic. I guess it's been going on for 8 hours and 50 minutes. And I loved every minute of it, that's for sure. I think maybe I'm going to go take a shower and then maybe make some chickpea pasta. And I very well may get back on again and stream again. I don't know, no plans for this evening. Nothing yet. Check and see if anyone's been in contact with me today. I have my ringer off. Nope. I don't think so. I mean, outside of the stream. Yeah. Grothy. Have a great day, everyone. I agree. I double the sentiment. I'm going to try and do while I'm live, I'm going to try and do this. This raid over to Private Wilkie Plays thing. So I got to make sure, see if I can pull this off. Live streaming. Go to my chat. So I just turn the volume. I got 984 people going on. Hey, I'm legendary. Hey, Ian, robot sex. Yeah, dude, it is all about robot sex, isn't it? I wish the Rumble chat was coming through into the StreamYard because I'd love to interact with you guys more. Let's see. So I go raid. Let's give it a go. See what happens. Oh, cool. Confirm raid. Everyone, tell Sergeant Wilkie Plays that I love him, even though I don't know him yet. You don't need to tell him that part. Just send my love to the chat and have a good time watching what they're feeding. See you later. Well, it's not over yet. I'm just sending the raid. What? Something went wrong. Can't process the raid at this time. Raid starting in 3 seconds. 2 seconds. 1 second. Raid activated. Yep. Now all the viewers are going down on the live stream on Rumble, and they're all going over to Wilkie. That's awesome, man. Well, I had a great day today. I'm going to continue to have a great day. You do it as well, and have fun. Have some fun tonight. Do some cool shit. Hey, bye, I guess too. We'll do this again. I might be back on later. There's always a chance. I got to clean myself and do a little this and that around the house. Good time. Thanks for the tips. See you later.